Through there, into the cave, to hear honest thoughts and opinions.
Big up everybody, how you doing? Obviously not on the cam today because it's quite nice and sunny, so basically I've just left it as it is. Film today that I'm going to be giving you honest thoughts and opinions on is one I watched last night, Sinners. Michael B. Jordan does an absolute quality job, and it's great acting, great characters in it as well. And to be honest, halfway through the film, I was like, where is this horror? Where is this going? And all this kind of stuff. And I'll be honest, guys, all of a sudden, it just ramps up to 100. And it's brilliant. And to be honest, I'm not going to say what it broaches around because I don't think that's fair because you wouldn't get the surprise that I got on what it was actually, what it actually pertained to and what it was all about. So I'm going to leave that out. I want you to enjoy that for yourself and get the surprise that I did. And mate, I have no idea what happened there. Absolutely no idea what happened there. It was part of the the intro, so I must have got the wrong intro because it actually went. I don't even know what the fuck happened there. I have no idea. I don't know. Anyway, it just goes to show that you just have to get on with these things and just do it, don't you? But yeah, I don't know. I don't actually know what happened there. What went on? I'm using that Talk Studio, so it's kind of the first time I've been using it. Been looking at it into it today and everything, and I am going to be looking at using that with Streamlabs as well. So that is kind of the plan going forward. I want to get some stuff sorted out with the Streamlabs. I need to work out how to get it so that if I have guests on, they can actually fucking hear me, because that's going to be massively important. I am going to be possibly be doing the England Senegal game because it's at City Ground, of course. So I'll possibly be getting involved in it, or I may not. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how we go. There's other things I have on planned as well. So Daryl's going to jump on about 7 o'clock. The music I was playing before was royalty free, called Neo Storm, which is actually a damn good tune, to be honest. It's really good music. So make sure you go over to that and have a look at that on YouTube and stuff. All these people that do royalty free music deserve some respect. And there's one or two that the C418 who does like a rendition of the Stranger Things music, which is also very good as well. So they deserve a little bit of respect as well. And right, so first thing, real deal. So yeah, this thing about Marianakis, I mean, I find it a little bit difficult to understand. I mean, look, we seem to have got into this point now where basically, if somebody says something, then it's 100% real and it's 100% true. And it just, to me, it's just an absolute load of bollocks. I mean, if this letter's been sent, if there is a letter, everybody knows what the letter says because it's been said what it says. So just show the fucking letter. Just show the letter. Why? I don't understand why. I can understand sort of ways why Marianakis would do something like that because he wants Champions League and going through Europa and winning it, you get Champions League, but we haven't won it yet. So the thing I don't understand though is this has already been sorted out. This is already on the table. This is already being dealt with. So why would he bother getting a letter wrote in to the UEFA to try and do that? It doesn't make any sense. And to me, in my opinion, it's a load of lazy fucking journalism again because they don't like Marianakis. They don't like my owner because my owner is like Brian Clough and, he does exactly what he wants to do and he doesn't fucking bow down to nobody. And we all know how much authorities don't like those kind of people because they're kind of untouchable. You can't really get to a person that's like that. I'm very much like that. I couldn't give a fuck. I'll go anywhere to fucking do what I've got to do. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to take orders or rules or anything like that. So I'm pretty much the same. And I think right now he is just the big punch bag, I don't see, in my opinion, he's probably turned around and said that, I don't know, he don't know whether we're going to be playing in the Conference League or Europa, and that matters towards signatures and all that kind of stuff. Maybe that's what's happened. Maybe that's what the situation is. And it's just being made into this massive thing, which is just a load of bollocks, just for the sake of sensationalism. And I can 100% guarantee you, everybody that's running out and talking about it and saying is this, that, and the other, he does not give a flying fuck what you think. He does not give a flying fuck what you think. I can 100% guarantee you that. You can tell the way that the guy is. If it is that he's done that, and to be honest, if it gets too much of like a big thing, then I'm pretty sure he'll come out and say it one way or the other. He doesn't seem that scared. He don't seem that backward in coming forward, so I don't think he'll be worried about actually coming out and saying exactly what he thinks. If it becomes something like that, then it's not the way I would want to get into the Europa League, to be honest. As I've said, it's not really. I've always said ever since I started this or whatever that I want things on merit. And yes, we did got some good stuff last season, but we didn't get there. If we got there, then we deserved to be there, but we didn't. So we ended up with Conference League. I'm all good with Conference League. Let's go see what we can do there, and then move ourselves up and get ourselves going and sort it that way. I've got no worries on that one whatsoever. And I'm pretty sure we'll get to where we want to be going anyway. It's just going to take time. But this thing that's going on with it, I mean, it's just, honestly, it's just pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic. And same as always, everybody jumps on it. Everybody, you look, you don't know Marianakis. You know Marianakis as well as I know Marianakis. So stop, just because you're a tuber, don't just sit there talking the bollocks just because you're a tuber. It doesn't mean you know what you're fucking talking about. Do you know what I mean? It really doesn't mean that you know what you're talking about. So don't talk it fucking matter of factly, unless you actually know Marianakis. If you do and you spoke to him, then fair enough, I'll take that back. But other than that, you're just talking absolute fucking crap. I don't know the guy. I know he's like 100% Forest, as I've said. In my opinion, I think it's just something that's been taken out of context. I think he's been talking about basically he doesn't know which division, which competition he's going to be in next season, and all that kind of stuff. So I don't really understand why, and I think that's just been mixed and turned around like media do. They do it all the time. Media doesn't like him. Journalists don't like him, especially with the thing to do with Gary Neville. They don't like the guy. It's obvious to see they don't like the guy. But you know what? I don't think he could give a flying fuck, to be honest. We are the Borg. Resistance is futile. How you doing, Pipes, mate? You all right? But yeah, so yeah, that's pretty cool, and that looks quite good actually. Yeah, so I mean that's the way I would look at it anyway. I think there's a lot more sort of to come out on it, or just get on with things, and there's things going to be happening with Palace anyway, whether they're going to get UEFA or not. So I mean, I don't see why we should be bothered about it really. Just see how it goes, and whatever happens, then we'll deal with it as it happens or whatever. But that's just kind of how it goes at the minute. Well, I would say anyway. I was having a look at that jump ship Pipes. Actually, looks quite good. Actually, does look a bit better than Void Crew. So we'll have to have a look at that one at some point. Doesn't look bad at all from what I've seen so far. I was watching sort of Angry Joe play it, and yeah, it looked all right. So we'll have to have a look at that and probably maybe do it for the channel. I'm just working on like a new streaming system called Talk Studio. It's all right. It's not as good as it is a Streamlabs product, but I would rather use Streamlabs. I think when I get used to Streamlabs, I'll be using that. Era 1 looks good. Yesterday, I managed to finish the level. Yeah, I enjoyed it. I did actually enjoy it a lot, to be honest. I thought that was pretty decent, to be fair. I doubt it will run well on my laptop. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of an issue, isn't it? I mean, I've got another PC back there. I can't remember. You know the one I had before I got this new one? I've got that one. Don't know if that's about. I don't know how to get it. I'll have to throw it. Throw it. You have to catch it on the edge of the cliff. But I've got another one in there. I can't remember what I've took out of it and what's in it or whatever. I fucking completely forgot. But I mean, it was a decent system. It was all right, but some of the newer games and stuff would struggle on it and get a bit of jump about and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean that era 1, it looked quite good actually. Quite interested in that. It looked quite interesting, to be fair. So I shall definitely be having a look at that. Have a look at Jump Ship as well. That zombie quarantine game, that looks quite interesting as well, where you have to stop them at the gates and check them for bites and all that kind of stuff. From what I can tell, if you get it wrong, I think they attack the base or whatever, and there might be so many can attack the base or whatever. I don't actually know how that works. So I need to have a look at that one as well. I've got that one on Steam. But yeah, the Jokeres Man United thing's eating up. Zubamendi apparently is going to be an Arsenal player by the end of the week, or this week, or next week, or whatever. But Real Madrid have also shown interest, apparently. other than that, there's not really a hell of a lot sort of going on at the moment, apart from this fucking Marianakis thing. And I've been talking to Jack about it, obviously. Jack is a Crystal Palace fan. So, I mean, hopefully they sort it out and they leave Crystal Palace in the Europa League. We'll stay in the Conference League. We'll do what we've got to do in that. And then we'll move on from there. Mate, we haven't won anything for a long time. We haven't won anything for a long time. The last thing we won basically was probably the playoffs to get in the Premier League. So, I mean, I'm more than happy to wait until things start getting going. I've got no problem with that whatsoever. There ain't no rush. I know we'll get there. I know we'll get there in the end. I said we'd do what. Well, I didn't say we'd do what we did this season. I mean, nobody knew that, but you know, we will get somewhere. I got some sounds on here as well. I got the old fucking for the old what do you call it, the typos. Get look what I've got. Although I actually prefer you've got. I think. Could even do that one actually. I might use that one whenever somebody does a typo. I might use that one instead. But yeah, I'm using this different software because the Streamlabs cost me 20 quid, and I normally use that to do games anyway. I've got to work out how to like get you guys on stream on it. That's something that I've got to work out. It's either that or join this one and then sort of blank out the cameras and just have the mic working. But we'll have to look into that and just see how that one works, because at the minute I'm not quite sure. So I've been messing around with stuff, a lot of things all day though, to be honest. Trying to get things sorted on Streamlabs, get things sorted on here, get all my videos and everything sort of uploaded to here and stuff like that. And yeah, it's going all right. I'm just getting used to how you use this thing, because it's one that Tom started using, and I decided to start using it as well, because the Streamlabs gives you everything. So I've cancelled all the other things that I pay for 20 quid. I've got like a video editor. I've got all these little. They're not the best, but they do a job, and that's exactly what I need, because I do put out a lot of videos as well. Yeah, I mean, that's my take. I haven't had any shit on the Doom. What I've said about Doom. A mate of mine, well, he's not a mate, but someone I know online, Steve Mike, he's actually turned around and said he thought that Doom was all right. But when I told him the reasons that I wasn't that keen, he quite understood that as well, you know. Because it is disappointing. I mean, all of a sudden, you get to the point of where you're going to get in a great big mech, and it shows these graphics of you getting inside this mech, and you think, oh man, this is going to be fucking awesome, fucking proper, getting stuck in, and all this, that, and the other. And all it is just dodge, weave, punch. Dodge, weave, punch. That's it. That's it. And then the dragon is exactly the same. You know, again, you get excited because you're going to be on this dragon. And then basically, the flying's easiest I've ever seen flying, because otherwise I would never have got through it, because I'm shit at that. But it kind of avoids everything you're going to bang into. And then that's basically just dodge at the right time, dodge at the right height, or the right, you know, or go low down or sideways or whatever. And then as soon as you get it right, your guns all of a sudden turn into plasma guns, which can then take out the turret, which again is just like, yeah, it's all right. It's not bad. I would not play it again. Let's put it that way. It will not go down as a favourite Doom of mine. Let's put it that way. I wouldn't be interested in bothering with that again. Glad I got Game Pass, so I didn't have to actually buy it, because, I mean, buying it would have been insane. So all good in that respect. I'm on Indiana Jones now because I want to get that one finished as well, because that's like another 100 odd gig as well. So I want to get that one finished next. I mean, one thing I will say about the Indiana Jones game is you have to ask yourself, do you feel like Indiana Jones when you're playing it? And you do 100% you do. Is it fun? Yeah, it is fun. I mean, it never gets boring picking up a shoe or something like that and smacking someone in the head with it. It just never gets boring. And I like the bit where you're sort of looking around the tombs and stuff like that. Could have gone a little bit further with, the stuff that happens and things like that. The little fucking puzzle type things. Not that there's many in it really, but it could have gone a bit further with that. There are exploration into the tombs and stuff. I think that would have been a bit better. And I haven't got to the point yet, but apparently as you get further on, when you're actually doing the exploration and seeing how you're going to do something, there's another character in it that tells you while you're trying to work it out and think, oh, let's try this, let's try that. Oh, what we need to do is pull that lever over there. And it's like, well, yeah, I didn't really need to know that. I like to find that out for myself, and work it out for myself. But I've done this background as well, obviously all in black. Well, I did have like these skulls on the thingy, but I don't know how, but you can get these themes on, like these 2 ninja stars, which are stars. So I actually like that. 2 stars. Wear these stars with pride. 2 ninja stars on the screen. Brilliant. And he's like, I can't get them off. I've double clicked the theme thing. I've took the tick out the box for what puts them on the screen. They just don't come off. So I mean, you can sort of do other things. You can sort of drop into another game. It's quite easy to do that. It's screen share, and then basically find the game that you're actually playing at the time. So it does work quite well, to be fair. It does actually work quite well. Is the mic picking up all right? Is it coming through okay? Because I've got this thing, it keeps showing this meter when you're talking, and it like looks really slow, so I keep talking louder to try and keep up with it. Let's have a quick look on here. Hold up. But you're not supposed to finish talking when I actually look at the screen, you fool. Although it is me, so I just carry on talking, don't I? So, I mean, yeah, that didn't work, did it? But yeah, I was going to jump on at 7, I think. So, got to sort of keep an eye on the game, which starts at like 7:45. The England-Senegal game. It's only a friendly. I more want to see it because obviously it's at my football team's ground, the City ground, and also see if Morgan Gibbs White actually gets on and gets into something. Right, we need to get this put onto there. Let me just sort that out. Right, we've got chat there, so I don't have to worry about that. And then I can put the channel for the game on here. It probably won't be very good, to be fair, because it's only like a fucking friendly, isn't it? But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'd rather just like have a chat, basically. I'm not really bothered about that. I'm having a drink for the first time this week, other than Friday night, I think. Right, let's have a look. Can I get that on? Right, got it. Right, here we go. Completely stayed away from social media today because there's just some absolutely retarded shit being said as per usual. So I can't be asked getting involved in that. Right, so sign into that. And that should be that. I mean, I can't believe I've actually still got this account going, actually. Thought they were going to cancel it. Right, let's see, where are we? Right, there we go. England, Senegal. 50 minutes. Right, we'll just leave that on there like that and then carry on. So yeah, I mean, I've seen that Angry Joe has done like a review on Killer of Killers, and it looks like it's a positive one as well. I watched it, thought it was excellent. I really did enjoy it. Just seen a comment from Endinguna saying that it's on his watch list. Definitely one to watch. It's absolutely awesome. Best type Predator thing I've seen done for a while, to be honest. And the animation's quality and the fact that it's like a manga style as well just makes it even better. It's just so good and so well done. It's brilliant, really good. And there's there's a video of that Ill first real gameplay of the game Ill from that Enfant Terrible or whatever it's called. That looks decent as well. That Mind's Eye's out today, apparently, the new one. So I don't know if that's actually on Game Pass or what. No idea. I want to get Dying Light 2 as well, because I've not played that. Mind you, me and Mackler was playing Dying Light, but I don't know if we're going to go back to that. Mind you, there's so many fucking games to play and so little time. It's unreal, isn't it, really? What do you play next? I mean, you got that Outer Worlds 2 coming out soon. I've not played the first one anyway, so that's another one I'll be having a look at. Oh, you've got, I didn't know you had that on Game Pass. Space Marine. Was the first Space Marine any good? It's the first Space Marine Master Crafted Edition. Might have to have a look at that, actually. I've never played it, so I might actually have to have a look at that, see if it's any good. But I really want to get that Indiana Jones done because it's just so fucking... It's such a big download. About 100 gig. It's an alright game, though. It is an alright game, Indiana Jones. It's... I was playing it a bit last night. Can be a little bit samey, but you do go into sort of different places. You do all the side missions and stuff like that. Otherwise, it can get a little bit samey, I suppose. But that's how games are nowadays, isn't it? But it is fun. I can't say it's not fun because it is. And some of the things he comes out with as well. The only thing, I'll tell you one thing that does annoy me a little bit about it is you can like stand out in the open, yeah, and the enemy will go, you'll get a noise that says the enemy's seen you, but then they've still got this circle thing that goes round, and it's not till it gets right round to the top that they'll, go for you or alert everybody or whatever, which I think is a bit weird, It's like, surely if you stood right out there, the circle should just go straight away and you'd be cool, but it didn't happen, so I don't know. But yeah, so yeah, Era 1, another like space type game me and Pipes were playing last night. I enjoyed it. I did enjoy it. I must admit, I did enjoy it. Yeti, you've become a slideshow. What's that? I ain't even got it on here now. What do you mean I've become a slideshow? How you doing, Moto? You alright, mate? You said it twice as well. Has it gone wrong or something? Or have I pressed something wrong or something? I don't fucking know. Oh, fucking hell. I wonder what the fuck that was then. I wonder what that was then. It said something out, somebody had joined. I was like, what? How you doing? All right.
I'm all right. Yeah, let me go to the restroom real quick and I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. Let me put this like that sort of thing. Right, okay. So what's he mean with become a slideshow? Am I missing a joke here or something? Where are we? Right, let's have a look. Right, why does it keep repeating itself? Does it keep repeating itself as well? Hold up. The chat's. Why is that not going? Oh, what is going on here? Fucking hell. Oh, it's because I've got that highlighted. It's my fault. Your camera was struggling. Oh, okay. I don't know. I couldn't tell anything. I would so I'm using this for the first time, to be honest. Show on stream seems fine now. Big ups, bro. Yeah, big ups to you, matey. Hope you're well. And we've got a few things. We've got a game called Demio, although I think we've got enough players now, to be honest. That's going to be like a tabletop Dungeons and Dragons type thing. But we'll see if Jez is going to play. If he's not going to bother, then maybe we could jump you on that. Right, audio status. Where's that thing there? Why does that keep going yellow? I know I'm talking, so I don't need to be seeing that fucking thing, do I? Speaker indicator. That's it. Got it. Let's say that's annoying, isn't it? It fucking keeps going yellow all the fucking time. But yeah, how you doing, mate? All right. Are you all right, Mount War? Hope everything's good, matey. How you doing, bro?
What's going on?
All good, man. Apparently, Zubermendy's the next week or two or something.
I believe it when I see it.
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what to believe anymore. First it was Goikarez, Sesko. Hell, I'm still waiting for Draxler and Benzema to come in from 2013.
Yeah, let me just put the headphones on because it's trembling a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
We got chat.
Was this easy to get into?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward.
Oh, come on. What the fuck is going on here? Is that get talk again?
Say again.
Okay. It's all right. I'm trying to sort out the headphones. Might have to just change it over. I bet. That's it. No, I've got it. That's a lot better. All good. Just listening along as I work, says Maltor. So yeah, I mean, what's your take on this like Marianakis thing? Because I think it's just been blown out of proportion, personally.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about what happened after the pitch that day? What's going on? I haven't been paying attention.
Well, apparently there's a thing going out that a letter's been sent to UEFA from Marianakis saying that Crystal Palace shouldn't be allowed to be in the Europa League because of their thing that they've got with two clubs. You know, Texter is he the owner or the something of Lyon? So they've got Lyon in the competition and they've got Crystal Palace. And apparently he sent a letter in to say that shouldn't be the case. But it's already been looked into anyway. I can't understand why he'd send a letter. I mean, I don't know. He might have done. You know what he's like. But it just seems a bit weird to me.
Yeah, well, he's trying to make sure that no one has a competitive advantage. Right? I can kind of see why he would do that. I mean, they're two different. This guy's the same ownership group. It's two different clubs, right? Two different places in the world, too, right? When you said Newcastle and Lyon.
Yeah, well, they're both in the same. They're both in the same competition, Lyon and Crystal Palace.
Oh, Crystal Palace, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's. I mean, I don't know. I can see where your owner's coming from. Like, seems kind of fishy, but it's two different clubs from two different, countries.
Yeah. The thing is, though, I don't think he's done it. This is my point. I don't think he's done that.
You don't think he's written a letter?
No, I don't think he's written a letter. I don't think he'd write the letter anyway. But
Right.
the thing is, I mean, in a sense, I could see why he'd do something like that, because if you get in the Europa and you win the you win the Champions League, and you win the Europa, you get straight in the Champions League, which is what he wants to do, obviously. But I just don't see why he do that when everything's already going on anyway. And it seems to be, I don't know if you noticed, but my owner says "fuck you" to everybody, unless you're Forest. Yeah, well, he will do if you're Forest as well.
Right.
And everybody seems to be like, everybody wants to attack him all the time. It's like when the thing with Nuno happened, everyone came out with their opinions. Oh, it's out of order, this, that, and the other. People saying that they knocked him out. Yeah, good luck with that, mate. Good luck. See the size of the guy. But you know, I mean, you got all that kind of stuff.
Well,
and
doesn't he own Olympiacos as well?
But then,
does he own Olympiacos as well?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
So I mean, if the shoe was on the other foot, right?
I think we have been done with it before.
Forest and Olympiacos. Let's say we're in the UEFA Cup. You know, I just because it's the same ownership group, man. It's the club's run by different people. I can't think of why your owner would just go out the box and just.
I can't see it. I don't know.
Like
I can't see it. You know what I think actually happened? Yeah, he has an owner. No, I don't have a fucking owner. Good luck to him if I do. And you know, I mean, the thing is for me is like, well, you know, to me, I think what's happened has been taken out of context, because I think it's one of these shitty, stupid little fucking reporters who's asked a question, you know, are you going to recruit and all that lot? And he's probably turned around and said, well, with us not knowing whether we're in the Conference League or the Europa due to the Palace situation, and this fucking person has winged it all the way around to mean that fucking Marinakis has got a problem with it. That's what I think's happened. But I don't know. I don't
probably
know.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you're probably right. You're paying more attention to your club and your ownership than myself would, right?
Yeah.
I don't see. What did you finish 6th in the league this year?
7th.
7th. I mean, I don't know how much pull this guy has, right? Talking about a competition you're not in.
Well, I mean, he's making it clear. I mean, which I understand if it hadn't been made clear.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you know me, I've said this from the start. I don't want to get put in a competition based on somebody getting kicked out of it. I want to actually earn our spot in the competition. And you can say that, yes, we've had an awesome season and we've done really well, but we finished where we deserved to in the end, didn't we?
Right. Yeah, the table doesn't lie. You dropped points when you needed to win, and that happened. I mean, look at Arsenal.
Yeah.
Similar to the same thing. I mean, we both ended up with fuck all in the end.
Yeah, pretty much. Big up DJ Crane, you're right, mate. And Oregon, beautiful day in the PNW. Well, apparently they're struggling to sell tickets for the World Club Cup in the States. Apparently, I've heard.
Is
that true?
Doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it. I got to be honest with you. I think like the MLS overall, the American League is kind of dying. Attendance has been down from what I've read. And it's kind of like, again, David Beckham comes in with Messi and Suarez for Inter Miami, and it dominates the league. Like it's not even fun to watch anymore. The football's bad anyway, but to
I'm on about the World Club Cup.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that plays into it, right? Those fans that go to MLS will go to that.
Yeah.
But if there's less fans going to MLS games, I don't think even a lot of MLS fans know what the World Club Cup is, to be honest.
Well, none of us do we? Because it's
right. So it depends. Like in America, you know how it works, man. You got to market it on TV. You've got to give incentives for people to go. You've got to say, hey, 4 tickets for the price of 3. It's got to be some sort of incentive-driven thing, because if you don't follow football, you don't know what the fuck that is.
No,
or where it's from, or how those two teams got into the competition, right? And I can safely say, and I'm sure DJ Crane would agree with me, that 80% of MLS fans just follow their local club and just go for beer and food.
Yeah,
And a day out, right? So if this was like happening in London, right, you'd have it sold out if it was at Wembley, right? You'd have it sold out if it was in Spain or France or something, I think, right? Or Paris for sure. But bringing this stuff to America, I mean, I don't get it. I mean, I think it's great. Don't get me wrong. For us, real football,
they see a market there, don't they? They see a market there in the States.
Yeah, there's a market there, but it's just I think that market's getting smaller because you don't have the full football fan base, and also we're right in the middle of baseball season, and that takes up a lot of people's time as well. People are getting ready for football, NFL season. College football starts in a month and a half. There's just other things in America going on besides the Club World Cup.
It's a lot.
Nobody knows.
They've not really thought it through very well, have they? Really, because
it's never thought through well.
No, it's just a money thing. I was going to see Sanders versus Botafogo.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, there's some good. I mean, there's some teams that I think everybody will want to watch. Real Madrid and all that kind of stuff.
The Timbers, I don't know who the Timbers are playing if they're even in it. But if I had the chance to go in the free time, I'd probably go myself. But the NBA Finals, of course. Yeah, exactly, DJ Crane. Thank you.
Yeah.
Because DJ Crane follows football. He's a Sounders fan, but he knows who Botafogo is. He knows they're from Brazil. I believe it was Argentina. I'm pretty sure it's Brazil. He knows what to watch, right? The general fan doesn't. Botafogo, what the fuck is that? I think it's Joey Botafogo shooting his fucking mistress. 1989, right? Remember that?
Yeah. I mean, well, I didn't know who there was, to be honest, until I heard about these three players that we're trying to find from them.
Right.
That's the only reason I took any notice, because that's how you can't watch every league on the planet.
You can't.
You know,
you can't. And MLS, I'm sorry, is not fun to watch anymore. It's fun to go, right? You get the hot dog and the beer, and you sit with 2 or 3 mates and you cheer on your team. It's still fun to go. The Timbers here in Portland, this sells out pretty much every game. It's just the football is just not good, and the players move on, and you lose track of. We had this midfielder named Ederson, this Brazilian midfielder, 2 great seasons, and then we just moved him on. I don't know if you know, but Phil Neville's the fucking Timbers coach.
Is he really?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. So, that's kind of cool in a way, right? That English connection, right? United connection's kind of cool, but we haven't made the MLS Cup Finals, and I don't know how long. I don't even know.
Is he better than his brother, though? He's lasted longer than his brother, though, hasn't
he? Yeah, in Valencia. Valencia came out and said that was the worst manager they've fired in the history of their club. Jesus. Wasn't that the weirdest thing? Gary Neville to Valencia. Yeah, I remember that now that you mentioned. That was so weird.
It was awful, wasn't it? He thinks that.
It went like one game out of like 20 or something like that.
Go there as your first. I mean, to be honest, he got what he deserved. Why would you go there as your first job?
Right.
If you're going to do something, I mean, it's same as Arteta, really. Start at the bottom. You got your Tony Adams and stuff like that. He had a go. He started at the bottom. He went to Wickham, I think he did.
Right.
And then it didn't work for him. It weren't for him. So you start at the bottom, cut your teeth, and then you make your way to, instead of just taking on a big club, like Arteta, really taking on Arsenal.
Well, even Arteta to Everton is, some in some parts of the world, Everton's somewhat a big club, right? If you go back to the 80s, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, Everton would have, in my opinion, too big of a job for this prick.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's be honest, right? I mean, he really should have gone down. I think what he really should have done is gone for the Barcelona B position.
Yeah.
I think that would have really, extended his career, because I do think he's a good coach, right? Technically, I don't think he's a good manager, a man manager, club manager yet. I do believe he will have a future in football because he has the ego, number one, for it, right? He does have technical doubts, right? He's wishy-washy with the media, which some clubs like. They don't want all their secrets divulged. They don't want a manager that tells journos everything. So he has his options, I think, if he was to really, eat a piece of humble pie. You know, like David Moyes did. Remember when he got fired from, I think it was Everton, and he went to Real Sociedad for 2 or 3 seasons. Got him up to 7th, 8th position or something like that. And he was a hero there because they were down in the bottom. You know, and that's where Arteta needed to do. He needed to go to a small Spanish club, like even Valencia, you know, get that management knowledge. But no, our ownership got thrown by a con man, and here we are now. Looking at fucking developing another striker, you know.
Well, that's how. Well, to me, when you sort of start in a club like that, that's how you learn to make something of what you've got instead of just buy it. You know what I mean? And then just come up with a system that should just work with great players.
Learning the craft,
you know.
Right, learning the craft.
Learn your craft. Work out how to get through a situation when things start going wrong. Work out how to get it back right, because that's where a lot of them fail. They're all right until it starts going wrong, like Stuart Pearce for us. As soon as it starts going wrong, they don't have the answers, like DJ, to actually sort of keep it going, sort of thing. DJ Crane says, as far as completed the deal for Jesus, Koulibaly, and Cunha yet? As far as I know, yes. 35 million. Igor Jesus has said goodbye to.
He's supposed to be a good player.
He's already done that. So as far as I'm aware, it has been done, but they won't be coming here until after the World Club Cup. So World Club Cup.
What positions are these three guys? These three players?
Jesus is a striker.
Right.
Koulibaly is a left back, and Cunha is a centre back.
Okay. So you're strengthening. So are you strengthening? I mean, I know you need to strengthen a striker. Chris Wood, we all, get our laughs at Chris Wood, right? But he's a poacher, but he needs somebody else, right? He can't. I don't think this season, bro, that he's going to be in, week out without some sort of.
No. We need somebody who can sort of come on when he's not on and be a bit flash and offer something a little bit more, bit of pace and a bit of trickery and all that kind of stuff. And this guy looks like he looks like a perfect fit, to be quite honest, for someone to bring on and sort of change the way we play up front and all that kind of thing. I tell you, the team that looks like could be really, I mean, I know it's only on paper, I know all that, what everybody said, but if Man United pull off what they're trying to pull off, they could have a really good forward line. Cunha on the left, Fernandez in the middle, fucking Mbeumo on the right, and Gyökeres in the middle. I mean, that is just insane, isn't it?
Yeah, but again, I look at that as them reaching for straws. They're trying to find anything at this point that will click.
Yeah,
and they're willing to spend millions to do that, right? Mm-hmm. Well, I think, with contrast to Arsenal, we're just trying to find some missing puzzle pieces, essentially, at this point, right? Then we bring in fucking Kepa, and I don't even want to dive into that. So,
he probably don't either.
That's the whole thing. Kepa fucked the fan base up because it diverts what we thought are our priorities.
Yeah,
right? It's in the face of, you thought this, we got you. We brought in a $5 million keeper, our fifth keeper in 4 windows, and I'm not going to make this Arsenal, right? Because what you asked was United. It's going to take time for United to work out. I just don't think, I think Amorim with Gyökeres, it will work a little bit better. Yeah. But again, I don't.
It'll be a step in the right direction.
Mbeumo doesn't work out, right? If Mbeumo's not Mbeumo at Brentford, then what? If Kuna's not Kuna at Wolves, then what, right? And then they're just going to try and buy their way out of problems, But if we buy someone like Garnacho to help them get someone like Gyökeres, that's the shit that pisses me off the most.
Yeah.
Right? If we are really seriously linked to Garnacho, which I don't think we are, but if we are, and that's the cheap way out again, and that provides funds for United to get Gyökeres, then this club is truly fucking dusted.
Yeah.
Because if we had balls at all, we'd go get Sesko and Gyökeres, and we would tell Jesus to pack his bags. Because Napoli's been after Jesus, just like Napoli's been after Gyökeres.
Yeah.
Napoli's after 35 mil for him last season. I don't know why we didn't take it. Well,
I mean,
he'll be fine, right? He'll be fine, and it's just, oh god, dude.
I think what Man United's doing is a step in the right direction, though, because the one thing they struggled with last season was scoring goals, and so they're building that side up. There's more to do. There's definitely more that needs to be done. I mean, where are these teams getting all this money from, though? I mean, Chelsea's like signing left, right, and centre again. You know, Man City signing left, right, and centre again. Sesko apparently is on Al Hilal or whatever they're called. He's on their books now. They want him. They've got until they want him for the World Club Cup. So if they're going to get him, then that will be by the end of this window today. I don't know if it's finished.
Wow.
Not sure. So what happens then? I mean, if they manage if they put all the money out, because I mean they've got it, we all know they've got it. So if they manage to put all the money out for Sesko and take him off you right off, you know what I think, and I was saying it to Mama today. You know what you're going to end up with, don't you? Kim Rashford.
So Rashford goes back to United, right? He was only at Villa on loan.
Yeah.
Him
for 48
well, I think that it leaves Rashford. I still think there's talks probably going on with Nico Williams. I think we're still talking with probably looking at Rafael Leao a little bit. We linked to him the last 48, 72 hours. I think there's options out there, but again, I think that the major hurdle for us, the hurdles really are Moreno and Havertz, right? The business we did last summer, that's still there's no real place for this player, right? Is Moreno going to be the striker? I don't know. If we get a striker puts Havertz at left mid, then where does that leave Moreno? I think
you've got to get a striker this time.
We have to get a striker. We have to have a spine, and I don't and I don't think Havertz is the one. I know they say, oh, he's working out, he's getting bigger. I don't care. That doesn't mean he can still turn in the 18-yard box and put one far post. I don't know. I don't know if I think Saudi, to be honest, Yeti are a little too late. I think they're coming in a little too late because we have been talking to Sesko since January, and if these are newer links to Saudi, I mean, Sesko would have a real decision to make, right? I mean, he would probably make a lot more at Saudi, like you were saying, than Arsenal, but he still offered, I think, $200,000 a week at Arsenal.
True.
Something in that ballpark. So
Saudi. Also, this World Club Cup is going to be like big in the news at the minute because it's like it's the first time it's been done, isn't it? I mean, and I think you've got City going there, you've got Chelsea going there, and I think it's insane because they're not going to get a proper pre-season. I know they're going to get a cup competition, but you play different in a cup competition to what you do like in a pre-season. Right. You're not going to take chances and go, oh, let's try this 17-year-old here. You know what I mean? So you're not going to sort of find your way in that respect. So I think it could be to detriment of them, to be honest. I mean, we'll see how it goes, to be honest. But I don't know. I mean, Sesko, it could be another one of them where, you want him, but it doesn't happen. Why don't he just get done? I mean, to me, I was saying this to Mama today, and this turn around and go, oh, there's so many things that has to be done to do with a transfer. You know what I think stops it? This is just my personal opinion. What stops it is when they go, we want 70 million, and then you go in and go, I'll give you 60. Right. And then they take it, come back, and then they go, no, we want 69 million. Right. Okay, we'll give you 60 million plus 10 pence. You know what I mean? And that's where the time gets taken up.
No, it's amateurish negotiation for sure from Arsenal's part. And we have a history of doing that, right?
Yeah.
So even if we do sign Sesko, he's still going to be on vacation. Right? Once he signs the papers, he's going on vacation regardless. So we're not going to have him probably till around mid-July or end of July. And I think our preseason starts actually the next 2 or 3 weeks, I believe. when we start tour. I think we go to, I don't know, DJ Crane probably knows, Malaysia or Singapore or some shit, and we play Spurs. I think we play Spurs in Singapore sometime in July. And I would like to have a full, the first 11 out at least for the first half of what we're going to see in the, in the Prem to come. But I would not, nothing surprises me anymore, Yeti. Just like nothing really surprises you anymore after following football for so long. If Sesko comes here, great. If he doesn't, then we're really fucked, right? And I have no one to blame. I'm sorry, but Berta, in some cases, and our pal Aaron Arsenal is making the case already. Like, what the fuck is Berta doing? Did you come here to just analyze and then make a decision, or did you come here to
weird, isn't it?
Decisions and implement change? Like, what are you doing? Are you just taking notes and waiting for the right time? I mean, it sounds like he's drinking the Arsenal Kool-Aid. Looking for the right profile. If it's, oh, the wind's blowing this direction, and we better come in with 10 million less, and we do that because we're Arsenal, right? That's the only reason why, is because we think we're better than some of these other clubs that we're even going for.
That's correct.
You know what I mean? I think it's a thing. Yeah, Singapore, North London forever.
Yeah, North London forever.
And what you're saying is so true. Look at City. Reinder's done. Turkey done. And they brought some other bloke. They spent 130 mil on 3 players.
Yeah.
We spent 105 mil on fucking Declan Rice. Liverpool going to spend 140 mil on Verts. Already City's winning this transfer battle. Already. It's been the first 1 week. So once even seeing that, reading that, all that just puts our window already as a fucking 0 out of 10. They've beaten us already. They've literally beaten our ass already in the first week of the window.
And they had them all set up. They had that all set up beforehand as well, so that it could get done.
Who's one of the top midfielders in Italy? Oh, Rhinelanders. Oh, sign him up. Okay. Who's one of the top midfielders up and coming, 21, 22-year-old in the world? Ryan Cherky, French international. Sign him up. Done.
It's ridiculous.
It's incredible. And
Chelsea's
never the
changes either. Never changes.
Nothing changes, and Chelsea's the same way, I feel. If they really, really want Gyökeres, they could nab him from United like that. Give him another 50 grand a week.
Yeah, Champions League football as well. So
right. It's right. If there is a U-turn in all of this, and we do end up getting Gyökeres, dude, it ain't gonna be till like August.
Nah.
Right? We're not getting a top player in the month of July. They may sign, but they're not joining. Again, these guys are going on vacation. So there's going to be no prep time for this. There's going to be really limited, preseason matches that we can get, hopefully, these players into.
Yeah.
And then, of course, that leads to come to August 16th. If we drop points, we can't afford to drop any points in any match anytime anymore.
Nope. Absolutely.
At all. I mean, we've painted ourselves and put ourselves in such a corner now that we have to win something, even if it is a Carabao Cup.
You're not going to be bothered about the.
We ain't going to have the players for it, bro. We're not going to have the bench for it. The Conga's coming back. Fucking big deal. What are you going to do? Give the ball away? Get knocked down by fucking Jack Grealish and thrown to the ground by some fucking nunts. I mean, it just the whole thing is just a shit show since he's joined.
Yeah,
we're getting raped for players. Like, I don't give a fuck. Declan Rice is an $80 million player. And
don't say that word, mate. Don't say that word. That's a big word on YouTube.
What, dunce?
No, the R word.
Declan Rice?
The R word. Graped.
Oh.
that's a big one on YouTube, but never mind.
Sorry.
If you say it, just say great.
Great.
Best way of doing it, because otherwise it's. I mean, I think it should be all right on my channel. I don't know.
I don't know what did I say? The R word?
Yeah, the R word. Yeah.
For handicap?
No. How do you do it? Hold up. Let me just.
I'm sorry.
sort this
Did I
out.
destroy your stream?
No, you're all right, mate. Don't worry.
All right.
Can you read this? If I put this in here, can you read it?
In the private chat?
Yeah. Can you see that?
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a big one. That's a big one on YouTube.
Did I say that? Really? I just came out.
Yeah, you did. Yeah. It's one of those big ones on YouTube. Just say great.
Apologies. I didn't mean. Yeah, I didn't mean it.
I know you didn't mean it. It's all good, but you know, I mean, it's like if you look at this Zubamendi guy. I mean, apparently he's big. He's a big hero. He's like Xabi Alonso or whatever, who's just took over at Real Madrid. So I mean, that they thought it was looking like they could hijack that. I mean, is there any possibility of them hijacking that? Do you know?
For sure. Sure. I was listening to DJB and who else was it? Gosh dang it. This is DJB and someone else. I can't remember who it was now, unfortunately. They'll call me out. No, they were even saying like Zubamendi doesn't seem like he even wants to come here because he's kind of flirting with Madrid.
Yeah.
You know, so
another Modric thing, isn't it? I mean, because like you said before, I mean, you were saying that you've been talking to Sesko for ages and Saudi Arabia have just come in, but is that not the same as what happened with Modric and Chelsea?
Yeah.
You know, and it happened with Caicedo, who was on his way to Liverpool, and then all of a sudden Chelsea jumped in and nicked him.
Yeah.
So they can do it at any point in time. As
right.
long as even if things are signed and sealed, they can still do it nowadays because that doesn't mean jack shit, does it? Nowadays,
not really. But I think if Zubamendi though gets his picture taken in an Arsenal shirt, that's pretty much a done deal.
Has he though? Was that an actual offer? Or
he hasn't. He hasn't. You know, I already know that Terry Fleurs and them said that Zubamendi Arsenal done deal. Where's the proof? If I go to Arsenal.com, is he going to be there holding up, the number 36? I mean, what's going on?
Yeah. I mean, I've only seen it on seen Fab say it, but like has been said already, Fab saying different things about different players every bloody day. So,
well, my player I want over any of these players is Rodrigo. That's that to me shows extreme intent. That means you're looking in the top of the top, right? Which is what we need.
Yeah.
Right? And I think I could survive with the Rodrigo, Havertz, Saka front three.
Yeah.
If the Gyökeres thing truly is done, I would still put Sesko as our second priority and do everything we can to get Rodrigo in, which I don't think is going to happen now because of Xabi Alonso, right? All Xabi Alonso has to say is, "I rate you."
Well,
yeah, say, right? I mean, that's all he wants is some love and attention, right? He feels he's being, shadowed out by Mbappe and Vinny Jr., which I can understand. The ball always goes to Mbappe and Vinny Jr. You could watch it in their league games. Rodrigo's out there, on an island with his hand in the air, like Martinelli's been, right? Because Odegaard's always going to Saka. Same sort of thing. But if we do get Rodrigo, I still want to keep Martinelli. Because if Rodrigo gets caught, then what?
Yeah.
Right? But at the same time, I think Martinelli has our most, holds the most value. Right? Yeah. I mean, if someone's looking for an attacker, let's say, I think Martinelli could go to 3 clubs in the Prem. I think he could go to Aston Villa. I think he could go to Newcastle.
Yeah.
And I think he could also go, to oh gosh, I said it the other day. Dang it, no. Maybe it was just those two. Those two.
Yeah.
Let's just put those two. I don't know, it's 3 clubs. That's kind of out there. But Villa, yes.
Yeah.
That would be a club that he would be in and would probably be a starting position. They send Rashford back. They can put Donnell Mullen in a different side. They would have options in attack. And of course, Newcastle could use another winger as well. right?
Well, I mean,
Almiruz's
they've
gone. They
already
could have
got
a
their eye
backup
on us.
Barnes.
They've
Right,
already
they got
got their eye on
Barnes.
fucking Elanga, and they've I think there's Elanga and Madueke is the ones I'm hearing at the minute, and there was another one as well, but I can't remember who that was.
And
But Newcastle won't be messing around when it comes to sort of getting things sorted out and all that kind of thing. But I mean, if you've got teams, if you've got players in this World Club Cup, they ain't going to want to leave their teams at the minute, are they? Let's
no,
face
exactly. And then they're going to Ibiza for the week for 2 weeks, right? They're going on vacation, so they're not going to be signing anything. And
No.
this is why Man City have done it so brilliantly that they've approached these players, 2 weeks before the season's done, right? Or 3 weeks before. They were talking to Ryan Shirky a month ago. That there's no,
Yeah.
because they're not so transparent about it, right? And it's no surprise when these guys sign. Dude, they got 3 players for 130 mil. And like I said, the third one I don't know about, but I know they got
done like that. Just done like that. Bang. Done.
Yeah. This is because they come. This is who we are. This is our history. You have Pep Guardiola, and this is what we do, and this is how you play a part in that. And the players go,
Yeah. Well, I mean, if it comes off, I mean, from what I've heard, it has 35 million for these 3 Brazilian players that we've got. That's pretty much
fantastic
job as well. So that's 3 players in sort of straight away. Toffolo's going to be leaving when his contract's up. And when I was talking the other day, I had him down for I like him, don't get me wrong, he's come on, he's done a great job. He's always worn the shirt with pride. He's done a lot around the city as well. And, I wish him all the best and everything, but I did sort of see him as where we could do with an upgrade, and this Urbano looks like a bit of an upgrade as well. So, 22 years old, brave. If you watch him on YouTube, he's brave. He gets involved, gets stuck in there. Don't shirk a tackle. He'll take it round somebody. He's got a bit of pace about him as well. Looks perfect for what we do. To be fair.
Good. Yeah, it's just a great piece of business on your part because we've talked about this on your show before. You get those big names in, and they're fucking. There goes your dressing room sometimes. That's the last thing. That's the last problem you guys would need is some big name in there on big wages who isn't producing and is a fucking prick.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the worst. That's something you don't want. That is 100% something you don't want. I mean, it's like you guys signing Sterling last season. I mean, you could tell it was happening. I was listening to the radio and listening to Arteta going, yeah, we're good friends, but that's all it is, and all this, that, and the other. I knew straight away, there was no doubt about it in my mind that you was going to sign him. There's no doubt in my mind about it.
To be honest, I literally forgot this last half of the season that he was even in the fucking squad. I mean, I just kind of forgot that he was even there. I never put him on. I didn't put him on one. I put him on one team sheet, and I was correct. It was the Bolton game. That's the only game I put him on the team sheet for, and he actually did very well, right? But that just shows that he's a championship player at this point in his career. I mean, go to Saudi, Sterling. Go get your 2-year contract at $450,000 a week. Go for it, But you are not Arsenal quality. However, we've been linked to Leroy Sané as well.
Yeah, but
I have feelings about that as well. But I'm sorry, Leroy Sané is a step up over Sterling, even if he is only a year younger than Sterling, so he's still the 28, 29-year-old. I think Sané has a lot more in him. Right. Yeah, the injury problems will be tough, but I think if Leroy Sané is out there, he's tough to stop, bro. He's good player. He's far better than Sterling, right? Sterling doesn't scare anyone. Right? I mean, he fucking arms up like a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
He's got one.
The open pass, he doesn't pass it and tries to dribble through all the defense. Yeah, dude, Leroy Sané is way more direct. Can cross the ball, get in the box, pass it off, run behind. I mean, all those things Sterling used to be able to do. I give him that. His later years at Liverpool, his early years at City, he was fucking unreal. He had some tap-ins, but he was blowing, right backs in the water when he was playing at left wing. He was incredible. and he could get in the box. He had, and play that pass to KDB and etc. But I think if we got Leroy Sané and another winger, right? Because it's not enough. It's just not enough.
Yeah, but
Getting us
we all know you're not going to do that, are you? You're going to sort of like settle on a few players, keeping the squad small. The depth is still not going to be, I mean, yes, you got Lewis Skelly come up this season, who looks a damn good player.
Sure.
And Wanyeri, who I would imagine is sort of shaking his head and wondering whether it's the place for him, because all of a sudden he just got frozen out, even though he was doing all right. And, you might have some more in the wings. I don't know. Maybe Arteta's got to the point now where he's thinking, you know what, I might try and use these. I can't see it, to be honest. But, I mean,
no.
Skelly, so...
If we got this Max Dowman kid who I think is 16 years old, who's tearing it up too in our youth academy. But if you're looking at Zubamendi, there goes Max Dowman's opportunity, right?
Yeah.
If you're signing Party up for another year, there goes Max Dowman's opportunity. But I don't want a 16-year-old out there. I don't care if he is a whiz kid. He's not ready. He's simply not ready.
So it's a bit young.
It's a bit young
at that point.
If we're playing, I don't know, Port Vale in the FA Cup or something, sure. But I don't want, I know he was on the first team list, I think, the last 2 or 3 games of the season. Maybe DJ Crane, if he's still listening, could correct me on that. But I'm pretty sure Max Dowman was in our lineup for the last 3, maybe 4 weeks of the season. Which at that point, it doesn't matter anyway, right? But he's not going to. There isn't a spot for him yet, right? If we're looking at midfielders, that means Max Dowman's going to stay where he's at, and I wouldn't be surprised if we sell him anyway because we're that kind of stupid club. But just this season's going to be really interesting. There's going to be a lot of moves, a lot of I think questions of why did we get this for you guys? We're looking at these 3 Brazilian players. What's that going to do? And then Newcastle's really not doing much in the market, right? Neither's not yet, right? And Tottenham, their big move was buying a manager that they were better than last season. That's won nothing. I mean, I don't know. What do you think about the Ange getting sacked and putting Thomas Frank in charge?
Well, I like Thomas Frank. I think it all comes down to whether he can sort of get Tottenham in the same vein as he got Brentford, which could be a really good thing for Spurs, to be honest. But he's going to need to be backed. He's going to need to be backed to actually build the team that he actually wants to turn them into. Because at the minute, there's no backbone there whatsoever.
Right.
I mean, the only time I've seen backbone was Europa final when they'd scored the goal.
Luke Shaw accidentally put it in for him.
They really got together and sort of I mean, Man United made them look like amazing defence team, but I mean, that was just United being shit. But I don't know. I mean, he needs a lot of recruitment, I think, personally, if he's going to actually make it work. But he is a damn good manager. It ain't a bad choice. It definitely is not a bad choice.
I think they will be better defensively if they keep Romero, which I'm sure they will. Van der Veen has a long contract; he'll be there, and whatever this Druxen guy is, whoever he is, I think they'll be better defensively because Ange, as we know, is all out attack. Those players were dead by the 70th minute, and that was a lot of their downfall, And of course, the season before last, they thought they won a trophy in the end of November because they started out, going 8-0 or something like that, 9-0, and it all kind of capitulated after that. But I don't.
The only thing for Thomas Frank is it going to be the same as like Nuno and Potter? Is it a step up too soon? I mean, when it comes down to Thomas Frank, the one thing I like about Thomas Frank is he's built his skills over time. He's in Championship with Brentford. He's turned them into a team that was only us beat them actually, and then now we've gone in the Premier League. We can't beat the fuckers for shit. But you know, and then he puts them in the Premier League, and he's kept them always there or thereabouts, and he's kept them out of the relegation stuff and all that kind of thing. And I think if he can build that at Spurs, then it could get even more pressure towards you guys doing something.
Yeah, but I don't know what kind of players though are going to look at Tottenham and go, Thomas Frank, that's the manager for me. That's some Spurs fans like.
Yeah,
crazy.
I get that.
A big name in there to attract players, right? And especially like after you win a European trophy, yeah, they finished 17th, which is horrendous. But that doesn't mean you're going to finish 17th the next season.
No.
Right, and you have to ride that confidence that you won off of a shit game, a shit goal. Let's be honest, but the trophy is still in your cabinet. So you use that as a symbol to move forward, right? Yeah. And that's where I agree with some of the Tottenham fans in keeping Ange, is because you've achieved something with him, and now you're cutting that off again. You cut off Moreno. You cut off they cut off Pochettino. You cut off Moreno the day before a final. You cut off Pochettino the day after the final. Yeah. You know, and none of those managers had you below 10th place. You know, I believe 8th place even. I think they finished 5th or 6th with Moreno, and of course Poch, they were fighting for top 4.
Yeah.
You know, I just, you know, I don't have any sympathy for him, you know, and the noise, they're just noisy neighbors. But, you know, obviously being American and living in Portland and not Highbury, I don't have that. No, I'm not Jez. You know, shout out our guy Jez, right? So I'm not going to go off and say I hate blah blah blah. You know, because that's just not realistic. Yeah, there are rivals, but I'm looking more like Chelsea's really our rivals. Chelsea is the club we really need to be.
Well,
they've won every single UEFA trophy
now. Your local rivals. I mean, your biggest rivals are Spurs, without a doubt.
Right, but not in sporting.
I understand that. I mean,
you know, I'm not going to go out there and say I have this hate for Spurs. I was never part of the rivalry. I was never at Highbury throwing rocks, right, throwing bottles. So it's not. I'm not going to talk about that.
I mean, you don't have to be just to be that. Right. Pike says, I will put Yeti as the goalkeeper. As soon as the striker saw his face, he would shit himself and fail all the goals. Well, I wouldn't be saving money, mate. I can guarantee you that. I would have done back in the day, but not now. Right. I stopped watching Arsenal after the PSG game, but Max hasn't featured or been on the bench yet. He is too young, but will be on the pre-season tour, and I don't know why stream keeps crashing. Does it keep crashing? I'm using this new one, so I don't know. Does it keep fucking crashing or what?
That's too bad.
Yeah, that is shit, isn't it? I don't know. I can't tell because I've got the game on now. So it's just about to start, England v Senegal. But the one thing I will say about, I get, in a sense, I get it. What I find fucking funny as fuck is all the Spurs fans are against Ange. And then he wins the Europa. As soon as they get on board and they're like, yeah, fucking hell, yeah, we're going to move on that. And then they fire him.
Yeah, no, right. I know. That's like Arteta winning something, everybody being on board Arteta, and they fucking let him go. You know, I know it's kind of similar, isn't it? Yeah, it's weird, and you know, we all know Daniel Levy's the main problem. Like, there's no, you know, he is the roadblock for that fucking shit club to get anywhere. You know, so until they get rid of Levy, it's going to be the same thing. You know, and everybody's going to get behind Frank because he may win the first 2 or 3 games of the season, and then he'll drop 2 or 3 games, and then they'll all be back hating him. We should have kept Ange, and I do think they should have kept Ange. If I'm Ange, I come to my fucking preseason dressing room and I put that trophy down every single game in the locker room and say, "Boys, this is what we're playing for again today."
Do you reckon, though, right? This is just like just my opinion. Do you think, like, when they was having the discussion and they took Ange into the office and they was saying, right, you know, well done for winning that and all this, that, and the other. What's proposed to do next season? And if he turns around and says, well, I need at least another 5 or 6 players, and that's why they've decided, right, you're gone.
Right. Because you've got fuck all out of what we've given you.
Well, I mean, they had 19 games where they'd not won, didn't they? Is it 19?
22 games.
22 games.
22 games, bro.
So I
If
can
we
understand it in that respect, but the season was over, so
and mathematically, in
could have gone
hindsight,
down.
if we didn't beat Ipswich, they very much could have been 18th place
Yeah, exactly.
because of
You know what I mean?
Ipswich. So again, we saved them from getting relegated by beating Ipswich 4-0 that day. That
Yeah.
like a
DJ
month ago.
Crane says, "Anne said my third year, first year is always better." And
What do you think? I think Ange is already going somewhere, though. I read he's going to RB Leipzig, possibly.
Oh, is he? Okay. I think his style works with like Celtic, because as much as there's this dream that the Scottish League is as good as what ours is, it's not. Because you go there, you do great stuff with Celtic, which Celtic's already the best team. Well, you'd argue with Rangers, obviously, in that respect, but Celtic are the best built team. And, they come here and, 22 games without winning. You could kind of understand it, but I do think it's very crazy that the fans are like, we want him out. And it's like, no, he ain't going nowhere. We're not getting rid of him. We're going to keep It just shows what fans mean to Levy, basically. Because when they wanted that, he was like, no, we're not doing it. And then all of a sudden they turn the corner and they're like, yeah, we want to keep him. And then he goes, right, you're getting fired.
Right.
I reckon it's I think it's probably something he said about how many players he wants or something.
Or what he was asking for. He's asking for money, players, etc. I mean, it doesn't bode well for you when your first January signing is Timo Werner. It's like, okay, maybe football has passed you by a bit, right? You're still in this, little bit of an era that for a player that is absolutely woeful in the Premier League, but is good would be good in other leagues, right? And I think Ange should stay in the Prem. I think if there's any jobs available, he should stay in the Prem. I think going to RB Leipzig, which I think is really just an extreme rumor, like why that club out of like all? I mean, it's just, I don't know. It seems kind of weird, but rumor's a rumor. But I would do what I could to stay in the Prem because he I think his style of football I do like. I do like up-tempo attacking football. But again, you can't run the players that way for 75 minutes, bro.
No.
And that was their downfall. And then once you break the press, they're done. They don't have the players. They don't have the talent in the players to recover from that. They're not City. They're not us. They're not United. Well, United, that's an outlier. They're not Newcastle, right? Who's extremely organized in midfield and defensively, right? So I just feel like one little mistake for Tottenham was done. There was clips I've seen of him just screaming at those players.
Oh, no, I saw it. Yeah,
fucking screaming at them. So it's kind of like you look at their your first 11. They're not that good. Madison's okay. He's kind of lost flair. Son is just done. His legs just.
He's very outspoken as well. He's very outspoken, which I don't think someone like Levy would like.
English,
to be honest.
Right, and I don't think the English media likes that much either. So I think Solanke was kind of a silly signing, but I think Solanke has the most potential out of all those guys. Kulishevsky's been found out. Let's be real. Kulishevsky's not going to take them anywhere of prominence. He's a good but not great player. And then that whole defensive Basima is not a very good player in that squad. I remember Basuma was the hype name, right? We were after him. I think United was linked to him. And he's come out to be not that good. So there's not really any players for him to pick from. But you know what? That's your fault. You took the job. Like you knew the first 11 or first 22 of that team before you took the job, right? So, but again, as much as I hate them, just as an Arsenal fan, I don't want to see them win anything. But I don't think Ange is really that bad of a manager. I just think it was a mix of some not great tactics mixed with really not good players. I mean, he was like Arteta at times, looking at the benches, rolling his eyes, like, "What the fuck are we gonna do?"
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Cloughy always used to say, if an owner puts a manager in place or a chairman puts a manager in place and that manager doesn't work out, then the manager should go, and the chairman that hired him should go as well,
That's
or the
pretty
owner
steep.
or whatever.
Sporting director, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, to swing it back to Arsenal, if this Berta guy doesn't do the job yet, what the fuck is he doing here?
Don't know. Don't hear much about him, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we've been gassing Arsenal YouTube. Let's be serious. A lot of us were gassing him up because he had 9 years of Atletico Madrid, which is great. That's a great resume. That's a top tier club, But at the same time, you've been here now since February. Like, implement changes now. What are we waiting for?
Yeah,
implement those changes now. Get those deals done now.
But Arteta's still running the show, though, isn't he?
Possibly. That's what
I said. Arteta is still running the show, from what I can tell.
And if there's any conflict, Arteta's going to come out on top of that. I think. I don't think if Josh Kroenke is the decision maker, he's not going to favor Berta over Arteta because they're fucking buddies. They're buddies. And Berta's going to figure out that this is a fucked up situation, and he's going to hike his tail out of there. That's the thing. I wouldn't be surprised, bro, if he left before the summer started. If he can't do what he can't do, or if he's being restrained by Kroenkes and Arteta, he's going to say, fuck this. I'm out of here.
Yeah, you wouldn't be surprised, would you? But then again, like I said, also, you do get people that fucking say it the way it is and all that kind of stuff. But a lot of the time, an envelope, certain people, not all people, will make you change your tune,
Right.
And that could be what's happened as well. I mean, we don't know,
Right. When I pictured him starting, I pictured him, coming in, wiping the slate clean and saying, here's from my expertise and my evaluation from what I've seen, let's say in the first 30 days, bullet point 1, blah, 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 bullet point 2, things we need to change to make it easier for me to do my job. Right? It's not like he didn't hire them, they hired him.
Yeah, true.
True. So I just feel like if he's not making a statement, then bro, get the fuck out of the way.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I totally agree with you. I'm just going to Lou, mate. Be back in a sec.
Big up, chatters. Anybody chatting in there? I can't really tell too well. This is a little new interface. But any questions, comments, please get them into the chat. If you're watching, leave a thumbs on the video. Much appreciated. Arsenal YouTube appreciates it. Big up everyone. Mr. Pipes, DJ Crane, Maltor. Thanks for hanging out. If you guys got any comments about what those scummy Spurs need to do, I'm all ears because I'm really curious what Frank's going to do. I think he will improve them defensively, to be honest. But attacking wise, I think he's going to be realizing that he just doesn't have that many options that could really produce something. But I do think that Solanke will actually be a decent striker this season with more experience under his belt. But still, big up the Ars. We're much better in every way, shape, or form. Much classier outfit. So with that said, I'm all open for Sesko at this point if Gyökeres is going to United. We need someone. And this Sesko guy, again, I haven't really been resistant to Sesko, but if there's better out there, I want better. But if this is the striker we're pretty much going to land on, then I'm going to get behind him because I know he's better than Kai Havertz. I know he's better than Moreno. He will add something different, being 6'5", extreme athletic ability. Maybe there's something there that we're not seeing, that I'm not seeing. How is Arsenal done versus Brentford under Frank? Not too well. I think we've beat them. We'll see. Probably beat them 4 times and drawn 2 or 3 times, I would say. I'm not sure. I have to chat GPT that. If you have a minute, go for it, DJ Crane. But I think Spurs will be tough. Yeah, they will be tough to beat next season. Thomas Frank will have a different way of doing things that may really connect with the players. And again, Brentford, when we coming at them on the weekend, it's not one of those teams you can just, push away. has great head. Oh boy, zesty fan base, right? But once he puts the shirt on, DJ Crane, once he gets into the flow of how we play, I do think he's okay. I'm not, it's if we get him and Kepa and that's it, it's a 2 out of 10 window. If we got, obviously Kepa, Zubimendi, Sesko, and maybe a winger, let's say, if it is Leroy Sané, that's a 6 out of 10 window, right? I'm not going to grade it much higher than that. But I think Sesko will add something different, obviously. I mean, he's athletic. If I could just leave it at that, right? Because I've watched YouTube videos and okay, yeah, he scored in the Bundesliga, just like Gyökeres has scored in the Portuguese league. And I'm sorry, but I rate those two leagues pretty much the same. Bayern Munich controlling the league for years upon years upon years. But at least in the Portuguese league, it's been Benfica, Porto, Sporting. You can throw a few other names in there. That there's more variety to that league. I still kind of rate the Bundesliga and the Portuguese league similar. There's great players in all those leagues, but can they really cut it in something like the Prem? And that's to be questioned. But I think Gyökeres, he's kind of the finished article, even more than Sesko.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. There's something not right with the stream, mate. I don't know what's going on, but it's so far behind because I was just at the toilet and I was watching it to see if it does keep cutting out.
Yeah.
I'm still on the stream talking.
Right.
While I'm fucking at the loo. So it must be well behind or something. I don't know, unless I've got, alter ego that comes on at some point.
Yeah, that's probably a doppelganger.
I don't know, mate. Apparently, he jumps really high and has a great head. Zesty fan base. Yeah. I mean, look, at the end of the day, England are winning 1-0, by the way. I missed the goal completely. Looked like we started quite well, started quite fast, to be fair. It's only a friendly, but, I don't know what's going to go on next season. Are Spurs all of a sudden going to start becoming something, now they've sort of won that Europa League? Or is that going to sort of fire them up or whatever? Are they going to be annoyed that Ange's gone? That's another question.
Yeah. I don't... I wonder if those players... I'm sure at times had fallings out. When you're tumbling like that down the table, everyone's mad at everyone, right? It's not. It's a collective that have failed, right? It's not just one person. And I always thought that was kind of rough too in football. Like the sacking of Ange is pretty rough, to be honest.
Yeah.
If you really dive down into it, these players aren't that good, and who do they think they are? That they're better than what Ange just brought them.
Yeah.
It's.
There could be a massive backlash, though. There could be a massive backlash that they've got rid of Ange, and it could actually hold them back.
Right.
It depends what the players think about Ange, I suppose. But obviously, the players never come out and say anything like that because they're not allowed to, are they? Pepsi, all right, mate. Is the stream running really slow? Because that was weird. That was being at the toilet and still seeing me on the stream talking. I was like, "Hey, what the fuck's going on here? That don't make no sense." This is the first time I've really used this talk studio, to be quite honest with you. But can't say I'm impressed so far.
Pochettino, Jesus.
I'll tear up Pochettino. Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, I think we're looking at Douglas Luiz as well. He's been somebody we was interested in sort of last season. I think that'd be an upgrade, to be fair, if we got Douglas Luiz. He can actually score a goal. He can actually shoot from outside the box.
Okay, I thought you were talking about the defender. I thought you said David Ruiz. For a second, I thought David Ruiz. I was like, what the fuck?
No, not David
from Juve, from failed David Luiz at Juve. I wonder what happened there.
Not Sideshow Bob.
Yeah, no, Sideshow
Bob. But so that'd be
a good signing.
Luiz, I think that'd be a good signing for us, to be quite honest with you.
The top signing. I would take David Luiz right now. I'd take him over Zubimendi.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think they would be. I mean, I don't know. Like at the minute, it's that bit where everything's up in the air and you
Sure,
don't
sure.
know sort of what's
Right.
going to happen or what's happening or whatever. And then all of a sudden, it just starts, doesn't it? This double deadline windows is annoying for me. I
Me
love
too.
the deadline at the end of the window, but having
Yeah.
two of them, it's just like it's
Weird.
pathetic. Honestly, it's just more money for Sky in it, basically.
Yeah, yeah. It's all just for advertising and money.
It's crazy. And Pepsi says Trump needs to take charge of US men's soccer team.
It would be
I
Hispanic players on the team.
I think he's got all on in LA at the minute, mate. I don't think.
Yeah, I think he's got bigger problems than
Mate,
American.
what is actually going on there?
We can get into that offline if you'd like.
Crazy. It's just crazy situations. People rolling their own flags in your country is just fucking insane. But but England, like I say, are doing okay at the moment from what I'm watching. Don't think Morgan Gibbs White's on because I said the other day, it's quite weird actually. The timing was quite strange because I turned around and said if England are at the City Ground and Morgan Gibbs White don't play, then we're going to riot. And then like say 10, 20 minutes after, this statement came out from the club. We have zero tolerance policy on any of this.
That's funny.
I don't. It was nothing to do with what I said, but it was just weird
sure.
how it all of a sudden came out. It was just absolutely perfect timing.
I think Gibbs White rumors have gone pretty quiet, haven't they? I mean, I don't think they're going to get him now that they've got Ryan Cherky. I mean, I know he was linked to.
Apparently, is it Al Hilal? Apparently, Al Hilal.
Oh, Saudis have him.
Because you know they've got as manager now, don't you? Inzaghi.
They do. They do. I don't think Inzaghi knows who the hell Gibbs White is in any way, shape, or form.
Probably don't. I think it's probably already set to what they're trying to get and stuff. I mean, to say this is a friendly, it's quite involving. They're actually proper getting involved from what I've watched. I mean, that was a good header there from the Senegal guy. Ismail Assar, I think it was.
Who's even strong
players as well, aren't they?
Is Harry Kane even up front anymore?
Yeah, Harry Kane's in there. Saka's on as well. I don't know about Miles Skelly. I haven't seen him yet.
What's crazy too is that they won a European trophy without Harry Kane.
Yeah, but I mean, you know what? But look at PSG. They decided to let Mbappe go and then win a championship.
Right. That's even a bigger story.
Of course it is. And sometimes I think sometimes you have to, as much as you don't like the idea, I think sometimes you have to think to yourself, you know, getting rid of like a star player and getting a lot of money for them means you can get a lot more players.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Look at what Liverpool did with the Coutinho money.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think
they spent wisely. It's always been, funny because Tottenham, they basically buried, they totally screwed up their Gareth Bale money. I mean, they bought some shit players off. I mean, I think they bought Son from the Gareth Bale money. So there probably been a couple of good. What's that?
He might be going as well. Young Ming Song.
I think he's going to go. I don't think he's going to be with Tottenham next season.
An empty stadium, won't it?
30 years old. Yeah. They won't have their Korean contingent in 1/3 of the stadium.
Yeah.
No, right. I think Liverpool spent the Coutinho money really well because they totally dragged Barcelona over the coals for that much money. Oh my God. Remember that? It was like 129 million they got for Coutinho or some crazy.
Yeah, it was something like
that. They went and bought like 4 players and then they got Jurgen Klopp went and got the 4 players he wanted, right? One of them was Salah, then they got Mane from Southampton, and they went on to win things.
They really sort of boosted up when they did that.
Fabinho.
I like Philip Coutinho. I did actually like him.
He's a top player.
Started playing, he was actually really good.
Yeah.
Didn't really see much for him after that, to be quite honest with you. Big up Adami, all right, mate. Screen right, the real, screen left, deal. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely.
Thank you. Too kind.
And I mean, I don't know kind of what's going on with the stream. Let me know if it keeps cutting out or whatever, because if it does, then I might have to go on to restream or something. There's no point keep doing it if people keep keep dropping out all the time.
Right,
I don't know why that's happening, whether that's a Wi-Fi. Well, I don't use Wi-Fi, so I've never had that issue with any of the other streaming software.
I heard you mention earlier in the show about the Predator show.
Mm.
Yeah, I watched it a couple of nights ago. I watched
Fascinating.
3. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's
Absolutely
so good.
awesome.
Yeah. I didn't realize I haven't seen that movie Prey either. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to go back and watch
pretty
Prey.
good as well. Yeah,
My son said it's pretty good. My 16-year-old son's 15, almost 16 on God in a week. Anyway, he was big into Predator. Like he's got the Predator hunting ground game.
Yeah,
I bought him a couple of the Predator, figures. He loves the first one. I used to watch it all the time with him as a kid. And so he's like really into the Predator universe. And he loved, I love was it Blood In or something like that? Blood for Blood. I can't remember the name of it.
What game?
No, the new Predator show, Blood.
Oh, Killer of Killers.
Killer of Killers, right? Thank you.
Yeah.
Killer of Killers, yeah. And he said Prey was actually really good, and like DJ Crane saying it's pretty good too.
It is. Yeah, Prey's decent. Prey's good. I mean, they went down a bit of a silly road. They did the. I mean, for me, the best ones is Predator 1 and Predator 2.
Oh, sure.
And then they did that Predator one where the guy that was actually in Predator, he did it. That was the biggest load of bollocks. I don't know what the hell was going on in that. It's rubbish.
Yeah.
And then they went to, what was it? The Predators,
Alien.
was it? Was it the Predator?
Predator versus Alien, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's Predator versus Alien, which should have been done a hell of a lot better. That was a really good premise.
I never saw any of those.
And Killer of Killers, Prey and Killer of Killers is the best I've seen from the Predator franchise for a while, to be honest.
Cool.
It's
I'll
so
check out Prey.
So fucking
Prey is kind of Prey is kind of a prelogue to the first Predator, right? Okay, that's what my son said. I wasn't.
Basically, what it is like the one thing I liked about Killer of Killers. It sort of like explained they have like all the like schools and all the the collection and all that kind of stuff. And it explains that quite well, where they sort of go to a planet, see the big boss, take them away, and then have a tournament called the Killer of Killers. Okay. And I thought it was absolute class. Really enjoyed it.
Me too. I thought the Ninja Predator was badass.
Oh,
the second one, that was so cool. That was fucking cool. Yeah,
loved it. And Klopp even said Coutinho was the most important player Liverpool ever sold. Yeah, and also when you put someone on stream on here, it freezes the chat on your screen.
Oh, weird.
I've noticed because I haven't been using this that much. Yeah, way too kind, and all the jazz version prick of, and all the jazz, So I mean, it was a brilliant movie. I watched it on Saturday morning. And I thought that is fucking. I mean, the acting and everything, the people that was doing voices and all that, absolutely.
It was all top notch. The music, the special effects. It's how they had like almost that 3D effect of stuff coming at you.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. I wish I would have gone to the theater to see that actually.
Yeah, I would like to. Yeah,
they really step up not just the animation, but how the different angles of animation.
A bit manga-ish, wasn't it? Manga, where you got all the gore and that's what I like.
Yeah, I love it too. Have you ever seen Samurai Champloo?
No, not. Is that a manga film?
Oh, dude, that's a manga one. It's Samuel L. Jackson.
All right.
As the samurai, he's a black samurai, and he's got like an afro, and he goes around just it's called Samurai Champloo. There's 3 different DVDs. You can probably find it on Amazon or of course rent it. But it's sick, dude. You would really like it. I think it's funny as hell.
I love manga. I mean, I watched quite a lot. I watched that Ninjutsu Kaisen. Sorry, Ninjutsu Kaisen.
That's Netflix, right?
Yeah, you got like these sorcerer
looks good.
guys, and they go and find demons who are taking over people, and it's a little bit like, you remember the real Ghostbusters cartoon? It's a little bit
Oh
like
yeah,
that, and a little bit
yeah.
like probably Supernatural, where they go to
Okay.
these places and then they find these demons, and then they have to battle them. That's fucking great. That's really
Nice.
good as well. Predator versus Elon Musk coming out next year, and Epstein versus Predator, ironic title.
Oh my God.
Champ Lube, is it porn? And Champ Lube, is it
Champ
porn?
Lou.
Saying the same thing on
Jesus.
everything.
I'll send you a link, Yeti, to the
Yeah,
show.
do, man. Do, yeah, let me know what it
It's
is.
nothing. It's lube free. No, it's just bloody samurai action.
If you actually watch the manga versions, for some reason, when they actually bring it to the big screen, they always fuck it up because they don't put the emotion or anything into it. You look at The Ring. The Ring, the actual original film, is terrifying. It's brilliant. They did the American Hollywood version. It was shit. It was crap. And then they did the same with, what was it? Is it
Grudge? The Grudge.
Ghost in the Machine, is it, or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, they did the same with that, and it's just not as good. The Death Mask. Death Mask is class.
I never saw that one. I also want to Death Note.
Death Note, that's it, not Death
I heard that's sick. My son has watched that. He said that is fucking sick.
The actual cartoon, the actual manga version is brilliant because it gets all the emotions and everything like that. But as soon as they made it into a film, they just do they show you the stuff, but there's none of the emotion or anything like that behind it. And that's one thing that they're really good at with the manga and the Japanese type of titles. Japanese are amazing with horror films. Fucking amazing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, The Ring is the remake. The Grudge. Right? Remember The Grudge? The hand comes out of the girl's hair. That's a remake. There's a ton of them. Yeah. I'm trying to. But I think my favorite anime manga thing of all time is Akira. I remember seeing that when I was about 16 as a kid. I think that was about 1989. And I remember seeing that. I was about 15, 16, and I remember seeing that on the big screen. Actually, my dad took me to see it. There's a theater we have up here in Northwest Portland. It's kind of like the hippie district. It's really laid back, lots of microbrews, and just that kind of like hippie type vibe to it. A lot of walking around, chilling, music out on the street. They have a place called Cinema 21 that shows obscure movies and just a lot of indie films. And I remember going there as a kid and watching that in theater and just blown away because all that shit was fucking hand drawn in 1989. There was no CRG. This was hand-drawn cells that made a 2-hour movie, and it's one of the most spectacular animated films ever made. If no one's ever seen Akira, AKIRA, go watch it this weekend. You will be blown.
I'm fairly sure that I have actually seen that one. And there's one, what's that one? I can never remember the name, where the kids, they go to the island and then the parents get taken away. I can't remember what it's called, but that's a fucking good one as well.
Was that one? Was that a 90s anime?
Yeah. I can't remember what it's called. Village, something.
I know the theme. I think I remember hearing about the theme of that for sure. Because there was one after Akira that came out too in theaters for a short time, and maybe it was that one. I think it was out because it was the same writer and creator of Akira. Maybe we're thinking of two different things, but I know there's a movie out that came out after Akira of the same writer, director, animator, etc. I can't think of the name of it, but it may be that same movie.
Yeah. DJ Crane says, I remember in Dallas they had a kung fu cinema every Saturday night. When I read that, I thought you meant the old series Dallas.
No, I think you mean when he lived in the state of Texas. Kung Fu cinema, yeah, I think they would do that at there was another theater in Portland. It's called the Division Street Theater, and this theater would show porn after fucking midnight. And they would show kung fu movies once in a while, but a lot of those kung fu movies obviously were Bruce Lee Enter the Dragon series, which are fantastic, right? But this was a unique theater as well. I think it's still open. But what's funny is when about a year after my wife and I got married, they were actually showing Deep Throat, and we went to go watch it late at night. The place was fucking sold out.
Oh,
and it was pretty odd watching Deep Throat.
in a
bunch of strangers in a packed theater that's a really old theater. It's, not very comfortable.
Makes a good honeymoon, I suppose, does it?
Yeah. Luckily, it was after the honeymoon, but it was just one of those things. It was an opportunity. I saw it in the Willamette Week, which is our independent newspaper, and I was like, "Oh, honey, you want to go see Deep Throat?" She's like,
"Sure." It's something to ask, isn't it, over dinner? Do you want to go and see Deep Throat? I mean, what you should have done is say, "Would you like to do some Deep Throat?"
No, I think I got some afterwards, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I would hope so, mate. I don't
know how deep it went, but I'll have to ask. But yes, the Dallas theme song is one of the best ever.
Do you not think, though, because I mean, I was saying this ages ago, I said it to my brother and a few mates and that, as soon as you get, ever since you've got like the CGI and the good effects, if you watch the films from back in the day, like Alien, Jaws, all that kind of stuff, you always get like a decent story and something to grip to. And I don't know if you think the same, but now you've got CGI, it's like they've got lazy with the writing, and they're just like, well, people love everything they're looking at, so they're not going to care whether it makes sense or not. It makes a big difference to me when I'm watching something.
There's a huge difference.
It makes
just because I can visualize something doesn't mean the story's in my head. And a good thing is that we watched this horror movie. I'm sure you've seen it already with Nicolas Cage called Long Legs. Have you seen Long Legs?
Yeah.
It's a good movie, right? But it's like there's no real plot to it. Oh, it's the mom.
It went nowhere, did it? Really?
I started to give that away for people that have seen it, right? But it's kind of like it just kind of went in a direction that didn't need to go in. And Nicolas Cage, to be honest, wasn't even in it that much. She only had
to see more of Nicolas Cage in that. You needed to be like, what I wanted to happen, right, was like when he said that I don't die, I will live on. I wanted to see, like when they had the dolls at the end, I wanted to see his soul be in them and then him go off on that, you know. But they just sort of like when I don't know how to do anything else for this, so we'll just leave it there.
Right. And that's one thing I said to my wife. I said, what did the balls and the doll heads even really lead to? Nothing. It's like it's someone's soul in there. Who's, like you said, whose soul is in there? You know, and it just, I don't know. It's like they cared more about dark shading and cinematography than they did actual storytelling. Right. And you take cinematography to that next level, then you really are talking CRG, right? And silicone graphics and stuff like that. No, I believe that too. And I believe Netflix is the fucking one most responsible for that. These Netflix produced movies, some of them are god awful. They may look cool, but they have actors or actresses that nobody really heard of, or they're just some old
lot of box ticking and shit like that as well. Yeah, it's pick different kinds of actors for certain agendas and shit like that.
I tried to watch some of their shows. Like there was a show called Afterlife, I think it was called, and it started out pretty good.
Oh, that was good. That was the Gervais one.
And then it was like, then it just sort of went off on something, and characters were having sex with each other, and they were showing that, and that was kind of weird. I just thought that was kind of strange because I'm still like, I was like Star Wars, Star Trek. They're like, they don't show the characters having sex with a spaceship, right? It's kind of implied, right? But that's the writing, is they don't know how to write. They can't imply things anymore. Like they have to show it to you for you to see it, to believe that it happened in the film, right? And that's the thing. With good writing, it's implied. Right.
The whole point of the film, though, is to keep you immersed in the film and keep you believing what's happening. And if they just do that with effects, but then the actual story, it's like, all of a sudden somebody's going to go somewhere and then they're just there. This is going to take us so many days to get there, and then they're just there. And it's just like, I mean, to me, those kind of things matter. Because it's just like that makes sense.
I agree. I agree. I think that some of the latest, best films made in the last few years are the Dune movies. where it comes story, cinematography, action, real actors. This Charlie kid, I can't Chatain or whatever his last name is, I can't think of it. Is the next Leonardo DiCaprio? Big up, mama. That's what I want to see. If I'm going to a movie theater, I don't want to, I wouldn't go pay to go see like Long Legs when Nicolas Cage has a whole 15 minutes in it. In an hour, it's only an hour and 20-minute movie, and there's no, because we talked about this. There's no real story to it until the very end, right? It's like there's no development in the characters anymore. Like not only do we love the movies, but we love the characters that are in the movies. Like Lord of the Rings. Like I never really liked the actor, but I love him as Frodo. He was fucking phenomenal. Yeah, he was awful in Green Street Hooligans. Elijah Wood, that's his name, right? And so, and I do think that Netflix is a big culprit of this. Is just putting things out as much as we can to collect that dollar.
100%. I mean, they're putting out all sorts of shit, to be honest. DJ Craig says Paramount shows are awesome. Tulsa King, I haven't watched all of it yet, but I'm getting onto that.
We watched the first episode of Mobland just last night.
1923 and 1883, Yellowstone, things like that. Right. They are absolute quality. Mobland, Mobland is just amazing.
I've just watched the first. Me and Abby watched the first episode of that last night. I think it's good, but I gotta tell you, Yeti, we're talking about it now. The rival with the drugs, how he's entwined. We've seen it before. It's good. It's good.
I mean, it's always going to be something like that.
But it's a guy. It's the first episode, obviously directed by Guy Ritchie. Ronan Bennett, I know the name from casting. He did The Gentleman, Snatch. Like there's names that I kind of recognize because I'm a huge Guy Ritchie fan. Right? I've seen them all. I've seen all of them.
Brilliant.
Brilliant. Yeah. And even the one he didn't do, Layer Cake, fantastic movie. But he was a producer, I think, in that, executive producer. But the Mobland, it's already the story's generic to me. It's good acting. It's good action. Don't get me wrong. Pierce Brosnan's accent, come on, Pierce.
Yeah, but he's
come on.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Right. Yeah. Helen Mirren.
She's
she's shady. I just think, Yeti, that we've all seen this before. I can kind of tell where the story's going, but I've only watched one episode, so I definitely want to see it more. I'm a huge Tom Hardy fan. I loved him in Rock and Roll. It was great in Venom.
Absolutely brilliant.
And Tom Hardy's, A-list actor. And I like Pierce Brosnan, too. A-list actor. I've always liked Pierce Brosnan, right? I mean, I grew up watching him even before James Bond when he was, what was the show?
James Bond.
No, I didn't either. I don't think I ever watched a Pierce Brosnan James Bond because I didn't like him. But he did other shows. I can't remember what the name was in America, but I'm sure it was on in England too. But he was, a good actor, and he's done some funny stuff too as well. But again, I just saw the first episode. I am going to watch at least the first season. But again, I think the writing falls just a bit short, man.
In some episodes a little bit, yes, but in some episodes it is class. I mean, I mean, there's one sort of in the middle. I'm not going to go into it because, like Mama Flossy says, don't talk about it. I haven't finished it yet.
Okay.
There's only me that's actually seen all of it, as far as I know. That's actually. If anybody else has, don't spoil it or anything. There's nothing worse than spoiling something that somebody enjoys. But it was absolute quality. I mean, I was to the point where I was like, I'm not going to watch it, and I'm just going to leave it. But when you get that series that you just can't leave the next one.
Remington Steele. Thank you.
You want to do it. You want to just go, I'll wait till it all comes out, and then I'll watch it all together.
Right.
Every time it came out, it was just like I seen it come up on my Fire Stick, and I was like, I've got to watch it. I've got to watch it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I have more faith in it.
The music they've picked at the start of it.
The music's fantastic. Yeah. No, the music's fantastic. No, the production of the again, the first production of it. So the music, the acting's good in it. The Pierce Brosnan accent's a little much, but he's trying to do the acting right. He's trying to do what they want him to do, right? So I can see that. But he does make a good villain, and I do like the end of the episode where she puts his hand on him and says, "Get your fucking hand off me."
Yeah.
That's good. I like it.
Watch what you spoil though. Watch what you say about.
Yeah, well, the first episode, like,
Yeah.
you know, I like that. You know, so I don't know. We'll see where it goes, but yeah,
it properly like goes deep and all that kind of stuff. Like I say, I'm
Good.
not going to go on about it, but it proper goes deep. It's one of the best ones I've seen for a good while. I love gangster stuff anyway. Always have.
Big up Lone Star.
You know, big up Lone Star, mate.
Yeah, me too. And I haven't seen Gangs of.
You know, fucking Snatch, fucking Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. I was saying this the other day. You know, whenever I'm watching something that's actually got, whether it's an English-made movie and it's English actors, I take something more from it than when I watch it when it's American actors. Because obviously, you know, I'm English, so I graduate with that a lot. Probably not graduate or gravitate to that a lot more. Like Alien 3, for instance. You know, the guys that's in that, most of them are like English guys that's in that.
Right.
And it just works for me better when it's like that.
Yeah, I like the British. Well, Lock, Stock is definitely in my top 10 for sure. And so is Snatch. God, if not one of my favorites. That movie is brilliant. And what Guy Ritchie does so well in that movie, especially Lock, Stock, is like you said earlier, the music, how it follows the different moods. And the music and the specials is so good. He's got, you know, and then the music gets even better in Snatch, right? It's one better. No, but Lock, Stock is a fucking gem of a movie.
Yeah.
And Snatch is even that much better, right? Because he does implement. What I like is like Brad Pitt's in it. He's bringing like some American actors. You know, I'm not saying that he steals the movie. To me, the best actor in that whole movie is Vinnie Jones.
Yeah,
Vinnie Jones steals that film. Here you brought your little dick and your two balls, right? And your says replica on the side. It's and the writing is so well because you can make movies like Snatch, but if the writing's not there and those same characters aren't there or they're played by different people, the thing doesn't work, bro.
No, it doesn't work. We've seen it so many times. It just breaks down when you replace it.
I've got to admit that English humor is wittier than American gangster caper type humor. I do like the Ocean's 13 series. I do like the Ocean's 11 series with George Clooney. Like those are good films, right? And that's kind of like the American caper style. But the British stuff is just by the way. And the British ones are better because you bring in like a Russian character. You bring in, let's say, like an East Indian character, right? There's more diversity in that. And you know the black gangsters in Snatch, the big fat guy who can't drive, you know, all these little innuendos that American, I say, caper comedy type movies just don't do.
No,
right?
No, you're right.
You know, like you could park a jumbo jet there, like you know, and then people have to go back and say, "What? Oh, I get it now." Right? And that's just British humor. You know, I loved the In-Betweeners. I love
I think British humor is a lot better. I mean, I can, like, if I think about a lot of the comedies and all that kind of stuff, I can obviously mention a lot better English comedies than I can American comedies. There's one or two American comedies that stand out, but that's about it. Pepsi says, I've never watched Titanic, so don't spoil that either, thanks. Yeah, we won't spoil Titanic. And Mama says, Brosnan was supposed to have a South London accent. I told him to change it on set. Interesting thought. And me either, Pepsi, but I don't intend to watch it. Titanic was a great movie. That was an absolutely awesome movie, that was.
Yes, that was a good movie. It's an entertainment film, right? It's just one of those things.
It probably wasn't for the people that was on the ship, but
no, it wasn't for the. I was actually. What's funny is I was actually on a date when I first saw that movie. A friend of mine suggested this girl to me and said, "Okay," and this was what, 96, I think, was the Titanic.
You're standing on the edge of a boat.
No, I was sitting down in a movie theater.
Can
Holding
you
the hand.
imagine watching that film if you're on a cruise?
That was scary. That's scary. I've been on a couple cruises just to Mexico, and that was Hawaii and
We're
Mexico.
going to watch. Don't worry, everybody. You're all going to be safe. There's nothing
Right,
wrong with this
right.
thing. We're just going to watch this movie, Titanic.
There was one time I was on a plane, and I can't remember. I think I was going to Vegas or something, and they were showing them this movie called The Memphis Belle.
Yeah.
Planes that crash, warp, and it was like, you're showing this on a plane, really? Okay. No thanks.
Well,
I'll just
my mate got
my
one
music.
better. He was watching Alive.
Oh, really?
Oh, Alive, where they crash into the
I've never seen that in
and then
theater.
they all start flying out the back of the.
They're eating butt
plane.
cheeks in the end.
He was watching that.
Yeah, that's
even
scary.
worse, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, shit, you could be watching the movie Airplane on there. That'd be pretty terrifying as well.
Well, I mean, imagine like if you wanted to watch like Jaws in the best sort of setting. It'd be on a little boat, wouldn't it? Right in the middle of the ocean,
Africa, off the coast. Yeah,
like,
right.
oh, fucking days, you'd be shitting yourself, wouldn't you?
So I was shitting myself one time. I'll tell you, when I was in Australia, I was shitting myself. We were at this outdoor bar restaurant thing with friends, and they had it was right on the coast, and they had signs up that said no swimming because of crocs, right? Well, the crocs come just like right up. They come right out of the water, right up on the bankhead and the shore, and then that tires them out. And then they just sit there, and people just walk by. Yeah. Oh, hey, Mr. Croc. It's just so fucking weird. I'm there having a drink, right? And this croc just comes barreling out of the water, splash, 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 runs up there and just sits there. He's like literally like 30 feet from me. Oh, I'm sipping my beer. And I was freaked out. And their friends were like, no. Just, it's okay. If you just don't go near them, they're not going to attack you on shore. Like, they're not going to run after you.
They're not, they can't really do it.
You got to get the water, right? They can't do anything to you on land, really, because they get tired out so fast, right? They can't run that fast. So,
they can't. I mean, the thing is, when they're in the water, they grab you and then they death roll.
And drown you, and
rip your pieces off. And
how Dundee, Oregon, good. Bro, I'm telling you, there was another time too. We were at this national forest in the car called Kakadu National Forest, and we were there at night, and they were doing controlled burnings. So there was fires on either side of us on this road, and our friend Josephine took us out to this I guess a billabong or lake, and she goes here. She pulls up to the lake end and turns the car lights on right at night. And you can see their iridescent eyes peek up out of the water. She's like, okay, I should probably back up a little bit. So she backs up.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to be
like 4 pairs of eyes. And then there's like 6 pairs of eyes. And then 8. And like, oh, shit. And you can see these guys start all moving to the shore. Creepy shit. And then, of course, it's dark and smoky and fire all around. Yeah, it was.
And the strength they've got as well, like grabbing a lion around the head and just going whoosh, get in the middle of the lake, and that's it. As soon as you're in the middle of the lake and they've got a grip on you,
you're done.
Absolutely no chance.
They'll start pulling on your legs.
Star says Senegal have equalised 1-1. Yeah, I'm just watching it now. It was a good goal. I think the mistake was on the right hand side for letting him get the cross in. Personally, Crocodile Dundee, Oregon Gooner. Yeah, that's what they should have said when that crocodile was there. You'd have gone, there'd have been a little one, and you'd have gone, okay, that was a crocodile. There you go. Yeah. That's not a crocodile. That's a crocodile.
With a knife. Yeah, it was an adventure. We were there for a month. I was there for a month. Climbed the top of Ayers Rock, which was great. Camped outside the Stewart Highway in the outback for about 3 days. Which was pretty incredible. The stars, went on a couple of boat trips, went to the casino.
Were you worried about Razorback?
What's that?
Were you worried about Razorback?
No, what's Razorback?
Have you never seen the horror film Razorback? Where
no.
The giant bull is in the outback.
No.
You ain't seen that? That's That's
it cuts people up. It rolls and smashes them, or cuts them up, or something.
Basically, there's this guy in this house, just wooden house, and he can hear the fucking Razorback out there, and it just runs straight through his house and takes it. It's huge.
Look this up on YouTube. Okay.
Mate, it's one of them old type of horror films, but it's
It's Australian.
Yeah, it's well worth watching. Well worth
Yeah.
watching. Carl Walker asleep at the wheel. Yeah. He was definitely on that side. I mean, you shouldn't have let him sort of get the crossing. And let me just shut this down. Wish a crocodile would have Arteta in its mouth. I don't know.
One day, Pepsi.
But yeah, if you get a chance, watch Razorback, and also a guy in Mobland called Paddy Considine. Yeah,
I know that. Is he the Stevenson's actor?
Dead Man's Shoes. Watch Dead Man's Shoes. It's a film from ages ago where they didn't have a budget, and it's some of the best acting I've ever seen. That Paddy Considine, some of the best acting I've ever seen. He's absolutely quality.
If he's what I'm thinking of, he's the
big up Tony.
He's Richie Stevenson then. He plays Richie Stevenson?
No.
Which one's Paddy Constantine?
Well, I can't remember the first episode. He's the
rival.
No, he's not the rival. No, he's with them. He's actually one of them. He's one of the other ones. I don't know if you see him a great deal in the first one. It's that long since I've watched it now. But he is a quality actor. And I actually put on the Facebook the other day that this show is absolute quality, and it was great to see Paddy Considine again because he is an absolute quality actor. Watch Dead Man's Shoes. Guess who liked it?
No.
Paddy Considine.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and I looked on his profile, and he's got like the fucking tick and all that kind of stuff. So I think it is him. I don't know if it is.
Oh no, he is him. It's the guy from Dragons who played the king.
Yeah,
that guy. Yes, he's the son. Thank you, Mama.
Fucking
he is a brilliant actor.
Mm.
Yeah, he played the king in the first season of the Dragons one. Yeah. The HBO Dragons.
Watch Breakdown, late 90s. I ain't seen Breakdown. Paddy is. I don't want to. Don't give anything away, Tony, because these guys are
right. And Breakdown, is that the one I think with Kurt Russell, where they're out on the desert road? That's a good one too.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
I think that's Breakdown.
He's the son. That's it. Yeah, he is the son.
Who's got the son?
He's the dad of the kid with the blonde hair.
Of Eddie.
That's all I'm going to say. Eddie. That's it.
Yeah. No, I'm going to have to give Mobtown and Mobland its due. And I also never watched Gangs of New York either. Gangs of London. I'm sorry, Gangs of New York.
Oh, I've seen that. Another good one. That's a good one as well.
I want to see that as well.
Yeah, that's absolutely awesome as well. That I would definitely say to get out and watch.
Finish that one. That's on Netflix. That was on AMC for a long time. Yeah. Well, pal, I think I'm gonna get some food. I head back to work.
No worries. I'll watch it. To be honest, I'll watch all of them. If it's I'll watch all Bronx Tale. Goodfellas is probably one of my favorite ones. To be fair,
yeah.
That's absolutely awesome.
Yeah. Have you seen King of New York with Christopher Walken?
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's Frank White.
I'm big on that sort of stuff, and I like the colors. Society. I love anything like that. Or Angels or anything like that.
Menace to Society is the most realistic depiction. I mean, Boys in the Hood was close to, but
I love Boys in the Hood.
We're talking about like South Central LA, real life. That Menace to Society was closest to it. I saw that movie in the theater. I think I saw it twice in a week or so because I remember going with some friends and we were just kind of blown away how real and raw it was.
Yeah, that's when films had proper good messages in them.
Yes.
Yeah, there was proper good messages in them.
Right, and they didn't have.
Society, you've got the guy off Alien. Can't remember his name. The black dude that's in Alien who does an amazing fucking speech in Alien.
It's Sharif's dad.
Yeah, and he turns around and says, "The hunt is on. You're the prey." And and then you've got Lawrence Fishburne in Boys in the Hood who says, this is all being done by design, so you kill each
Right.
other, you need to stop doing it, and all that.
Talking to them, yeah.
Fucking awesome movie. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, the Menace to Society is probably the most real look of life in the gang communities of South Central LA for sure. Boys in the Hood was good, but it had that kind of, like sorrow to it, which is real too. But Menace to Society pulled no punches.
Oh no!
When somebody was shot, they were shot. Like you knew.
But it is the same as in if somebody got killed, they went hunting out for the people that killed them, and then they went hunting out for the people that killed them, and it just goes on and on and on and on, and it's
still going on today. I mean, you still have. I mean, you have like the Rolling 60s Crips in LA is basically a large criminal organization, and they've been fighting the 8 Trade Gangster Crips, their own gang, for decades. That doesn't even talk about the other blood gangs and sets that are in LA, but any of that stuff is it's so hyped now on YouTube. You can't. I was at school with different gangbangers, Bloods and Crips, and they would fight after school. There was a kid that was
mates. Give me 1 second.
There was a kid that was caught in high school with an actual Uzi in his locker at 1 year. That stuff's real, and it's just worse now for the kids because there's no real employment opportunities. Let's get the notification. Big up, Jack. I'm not sure if they wear lampshades anymore. Pepsi, maybe so. Big Trouble in Little China. Kurt Russell fan. Overboard was decent. If you like Kurt Russell. Any other films you guys want to put in the chat? I can critique. I don't mind critiquing films. And Yeti's excellent chat. And big up Jack. What are the hopes for Crystal Palace this season? After stunning everyone, winning the Carabao Cup. Oh wait, no, you won the FA Cup. My bad. Newcastle won the Carabao Cup. Anyway, chat, I don't have much else to talk about. We'll wait for Yeti to get back before I say goodbye. Usual Suspects, top movie. Yeah, he fucking flip ya. Flip it for real. Give me the keys, you fucking cocksucker. Give me the keys, you fucking cocksucker. What the fuck? Give me the keys, you fucking cocksucker. Usual Suspect. LA is a cesspit. It is now. Really care about. Thank you, Mama. I stood corrected. But Usual Suspects, great film. Benicio del Toro at his best. Yeah, it's a cesspit when federal troops get in there to disturb the peace. People that are just hanging out. Kind of weird. America 2025. Every time I've been to LA, it's been nice. Go there and get some good some home style Mexican food. Go get a nice, Doritos Mandarin orange drink. Go down and check out the beach. Go down to Venice. I stay if I'm in LA, I stay the fuck out of Compton.
Yeah.
You just don't belong, right? Pulp Fiction, another fucking great film.
Big up, Jack. You all right, mate? Fucking hell, just only got the notification you're live, mate. If you want to jump on, you can, and we'll talk about this.
Nice one, Jack, because I've got to get going.
Palace v. Forest fucking situation. Romancing the Stone, Jewel of the Nile. Yeah, Pulp Fiction. Another cracking movie as well, that is. And I mean, there's a lot of decent ones, but I do like films like with a bit of a message in there that make a bit of a difference, to be honest.
Like Annie.
Well, maybe not Annie, but
Annie's message. If you're a curly redheaded ginger, you can get adopted by a billionaire. Anyways, mate, I gotta run. I got like 10 minutes before I gotta get back to the grind.
No worries, bro.
I gotta get some food. Hit my spliff a little bit, and
man, all good.
Attitude adjuster.
Well, if you want to jump back on, then the links.
For sure, you're gonna be on for a while chatting with the crew.
I will be on for a while, knowing me. You know me, when I go live, I normally stay live for a good
You
while.
do.
So,
Legend.
yeah. So
But
if
thanks
you
for
want
having
to
me
jump
on,
on,
bro. Thank you
you
for the
can.
invite.
Yeah,
Much
no worries,
appreciated.
bro.
Pick up everyone in the chat. Love you
Yeah.
all. See you later. You all
Make
have a
sure you
good
follow
day.
Oregon Goon
Yeah.
on YouTube. I finished Doom, by the way. Can't say I was that impressed with it. To be honest.
My son bought it and played it for about 2 hours and said,
Yeah, that
yeah,
was my point of view. I mean,
yeah,
the thing is, they get this point where you get in a mech, and it's
right,
like you think, "Oh, this is going to be awesome! I'm going to be able
right.
to do this, be able to do that," and all it is just dodge twice and then punch the fucking thing, and then you
Because it's not
get
very
a
good.
dragon, and you think, "Yeah, this is going to be good," and again, it's the same thing: dodge twice, get your weapon all of a sudden turned into a plasma weapon that blows up the thing. It was very.
Yeah,
It wasn't good. It wasn't good.
I bought on sale on PS5. I bought Dragon Quest 3.
All right, fucking hell, they're all.
16-bit 2D remake.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
20% off the PlayStation Store. I bought it. I don't know. I kind of like those games when I was growing up. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I might stream some of that just for shits and
Yeah, are
giggles.
they like the JPG type games?
Yeah,
where you
yeah,
do
yeah. It's
actual
16-bit.
battle? Yeah, I love stuff like that.
It's 16-bit. Yeah, because the 8-bit was more like Mario Brothers and Donkey Kong, while
Yeah,
16-bit was kind of more like the Genesis era when they went
yeah,
from 8-bit to 16-bit. So yeah, I'll have to show you what I got. But
yeah,
anyways, thank you
absolutely,
again
mate. Yeah,
for
get
having me
'em
on,
going
man.
live.
Good time.
'Cause I'll be doing a lot of that sort of stuff as well. I'll be doing a lot
Cool.
of different kinds of games. So
Excellent.
yeah.
I like watching that too. So anyway, everyone have a great day. Up the Arsenal, Arteta out. And we'll see what happens. But anyway, take care, buddy. Good seeing everyone in the
Take care,
chat.
mate. Cheers for dropping on. Appreciate it massively.
For sure. See you guys soon.
Yeah, catch you
Yep.
later, mate. Take care.
Cheers.
And yeah, Shallow Grave. Yeah, I saw that ages ago. That was good as well. But fucking cat crying up me now. What do you want feeding again? Fucking hell, I fed you about 4 hours ago. I don't know what you. I think you sell it on the street. He sells the food on the street, to be honest. Yeah, whatever is going on between clubs, always respect you, mate. Yeah, absolutely. And same back at you, bro. Same back at you. Our owners are going to do what our owners do. At the end of the day, we ain't going to fall out on it. Wizard of Oz. Yeah. What was that like horror type of Wizard of Oz that they brought out? There was a horror style one, wasn't there? See you later, Dal. By the way, just on this England performance, why is Kyle Walker still getting picked? He's been shit for 2-3 years now. Good point, mate. Good point. He seems to just stick with the old guard. It's like Henderson, he keeps playing Henderson and stuff. There's something else happening somewhere. They're being told who to play. It's the same old shit in it, really. If you want to play a Met game, just play NWO with a lads, Yeti. Yeah, well, maybe one day. And I might Mr. Pipes. Big up, see ya. Big up, see ya. And I'm Mama. And right, so what I'm going to do now, if you want to jump on Mama or Jack, it's up to you, and then we'll get it sorted. How the fuck do you do this? I've only just started using this, so I don't know how to fucking use it yet. I've been working on it, or prattling around with it all day, to be honest, but I'm sure we'll get to the end of it. I want to try and get this on Streamlabs, actually. I want to work with that, but I've got to sort it out so people can actually hear me, because at the minute, no fucker can hear me. It's just fine. I mean, I can let you lot take over the stream, and I'll just sit there and fucking twiddle me fucking thumbs. I don't mind doing that for people. Right, let's have a quick look on here, and yeah, I've sent the stream anyway. If you want to jump on, is it true? If it's true, I just think it's weird that Forest would try and stitch us up. If you have a lot of deals with Texter and buy a lot of his players, why jeopardize it, bro? I don't get it. And I can't see any sense in it. And I think if it goes too far and it keeps being said, then I have a feeling that Marianakis will come out and say what he thinks about it personally, because that's the kind of person he is. I think he will do that. I'm sure the old guard like Henderson and Walker have appearance clauses in their FA contract. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the FA still don't run certain things, no matter what manager it is. This is why Clough never took over. You know, that's why they didn't want Clough, because they knew he wouldn't accept that. I think they always have a say in what's happening. Always. They've always got a say in it. Right, give me a second, guys. I'm just going to get some food for this bloody cat. Yeah, like I say, I don't like this Paris thing, to be quite honest with you, because it's just teams that are against the others. So, you know, the last thing we need to do is be fighting against each other. I still don't see any reality in it. I don't see any reason for it, to be honest. I think Simon Jordan said it best, to be honest. And the thing is, why are we in a state now where somebody says something and everybody just jumps on it? Where's the evidence? Where's the letter then? You know, because everybody apparently knows what's in the letter, so just show the letter. If you've got the inside knowledge that you make out you've got, then show the letter. I don't get it. I don't understand why we do something like that. I can understand it in the fact that he wants Europa because it could lead to the Champions League, but it still ain't right. It's not something that I respect, to be honest. Big up 4P, you alright, matey? How you doing, bro? And yeah, it would be stupid for Forest to come out and stitch us up when Forest have loads of deals with Texter. But I don't know about loads of deals with him. I don't know anything about that. But, you know, to me, it's not even that. It's just tall, to be honest. Hope you're all good. Yeah, I'm all good, mate. You guys are signing left, right, and centre again, aren't you? Fucking Reinders, who I've never even heard of, to be quite honest with you. And also that other one, Checky or something. Never heard of him either. Apparently he's good though. But yeah, you're trying to build stuff up. I've got a funny feeling though. Same as I said to my landlord the other day. I don't really think when it comes to City, it's personnel. It's change of game plan, personally. Because I think the way that you guys play, I mean, if you can get the critical fucking strikes and the way you score goals back again, then yeah, fair enough, your style will work. But I think the counter attack is pulling teams like that to pieces at the minute. But we shall see what happens like next season or whatever, and we'll work it out from there. Yeah, all right, Nori. And Bettinelli, you did actually get Bettinelli then. Okay, nice. Did you just watch two men kiss each other on live TV? Yeti. Did I? Don't know. Did I? What, on the game? Why did that happen? I don't know. I didn't see it. Won't be surprised nowadays, mate. And you are running out of beer, Yeti? I'm not, mate. I never run out of beer. And yeah, it's true what they said on TalkSport. If Real Madrid had a poor season, was in this situation, they'd let them in. It's all big team bias. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. Totally. We are cooking this summer. I'm so happy. Yeah, absolutely. Like you're buying players from Botafogo who Texter owns. So why would you try and grass us up when Texter could turn around and cancel the deals? Fair point. Yeah, fair point. Yeah. How many other teams does Textor own then? It did. ITV was showing that on live TV. That was what has the UK become? No, I totally agree with you, mate. I didn't see it. Totally agree with you, but hey, whatever. I mean, it is what it is. People do what they do, and that's that, innit? I suppose. I don't know. I don't know what all that shit's about. Bloody hell! They just opened us massively there, Senegal. Hey, it's going to be interesting for City, really, having that World Club Cup. What do you think about this World Cup Club Cup? What it's fucking called? What's it actually called? I don't know. But what do you think of that? Do you think that could be a bit of a thing on your season? You know, because I mean, how much of a pre-season you're going to get? I know you're playing in a competition, but when you're in a competition, you tend to play a little bit different. You're not going to trial different players in different positions in a cup competition, are you? So it's not the same as a pre-season. Good thing we backed out from the Verts deal. The amount we had to pay for him is equivalent to a lower tier PL team. Yeah, well, it looks like he's going to Liverpool, doesn't it? He owns Palace, Lyon, Botafogo, and RWD Molenbeek. Bloody hell. And he's not interested in dropping out of Palace. I want us to win the CWC just to hold on to the badge. Yeah, I mean, it's something new, isn't it? I just think it's a bit insane to when everybody's going on about how many games everybody's playing, and then they just add another tournament. Just seems a bit weird to me. What the fuck's going on out there? What the fucking going on about the gold going on out there? Oh shit, we've got an ambulance. Got an ambulance and a fire engine. What the fuck? Got an ambulance and a fire engine outside my window. Well, I ain't on fire, I don't think. Have a look. Freddie, you on fire? Freddie's not on fire. His smoke alarms ain't going off, but then again, they probably won't if there's an actual fire. They only go off when I burn my fucking dinner. Now, what's going on? There's a fire engine outside, though, and a fucking ambulance. Right. Portugal won another cup, and I was playing Demio with you, Yeti. That's how much I take football seriously. Yeah, exactly. We got Juventus in our group, by the way. Yeah, so I was looking at the groups the other day. Quite interesting. Yeah, did you? Hey, Jack's already on it. Did you burn your toast again? No, mate, not me. It's the cops. They are coming for you, Yeti. Yeah, probably are. Probably are, mate, but they'll never find the stuff I've just put down the loo. So there you go. Wow, an ambulance and a fire truck. Some geezer must have forgot to learn how to cook. That would possibly be me, but good thing is I'm not cooking anything, so definitely ain't me. Just give me a sec, guys. So I'm knocking on the door. It's something going on off across the road. I don't know what's going on because there's like a fucking halfway house across the road. So I don't know what's happening. There's police there, there's ambulance there, and there's a fire engine there. So fucked if I know. We'll see. If I all of a sudden disappear that way, yeah, it's because I've just been blown up and gone flying out the window or whatever. Yeah. So I won't be ending the stream if I'm in 64,000 pieces. I'm sorry, guys, but I won't be able to do that. I'll try as the explosion's about to happen. I'll go, keep it real, keep it yay, and then I'll be gone. So I'll try and do the right thing. But we'll have to see if I can do that or not. Know what's going on, mate. Then I tend to keep myself to myself anyway. The fire alarms are off, Yeti. Yeah. Mate, I mean, I set the smoke alarms off all the time. Every time I cook something, I set the fucking smoke alarms off. So, but yeah, it's nothing to do with me anyway. So, I don't know what the hell is going on. But yeah, I mean, this World Club Cup thing, whatever it's called, what is it? World War Cup? Or no, it's not World War Cup, is it? World Club Cup. You know, I'll probably watch it. There's a few teams in there that are all right. To be fair, that Botafogo's in there, so that new player that we probably will be signing, Igor Jesus, Kouabano, and Cunha. You know, could get to see them in action. So I'll definitely be watching it. World Cup. Is it World Club Cup? World Club Cup. Oh, let's have a look. Right, so you got full match schedule. Botafogo are playing the Seattle Sounders, which obviously we're going to be signing them players from Botafogo. Mind you, look at their group. Oh my days. Atletico Madrid, Botafogo, go. PSG and Seattle Sounders. Oh my fucking days. That is a group and half, that is, isn't it? Chelsea's got AES Tunis, Flamengo, and Lyon. And Inter Monterrey, River Plate, Urawa Reds. Where's City then? Can't see City on that. That must not be the full lot. Oh, there they are. Al Ain, Juventus, Wydad AC, Wydad, and then Man City. Interesting, and even more interesting, it looks like Morgan Gibbs-White. He's on the pitch. He might have been on the pitch all the game, actually. But I just wanted a nice stress-free summer laying abroad somewhere with my sunglasses, vodka and lemonade. But no, that's not allowed with Palace. Nah. I think it's bullshit, mate, to be honest. I hope they let you stay in it, to be honest. Yeah, he likes African food. Black, yeah, absolutely. And Club World Cup is just another glorified event, to be honest. It is. It's just, you know what? I mean, I think it's weird having it like during off season and stuff. When do they sort of get their holiday and get themselves set to come back and all that kind of thing? Rodgers, Gibbs-White, and Jones coming on. By the time Gibbs-White came on, which is the City ground after all. Chelsea, Bayern, City, Juventus, Atletico Madrid, Real Madrid are all in it. Yeah, I mean, there is some interesting games there. Gibbs-White hate needs to be studied. Yeah, definitely. Damn good player. Kane, Gallagher, and Gordon off. So now we got no striker playing. And they always seem to sort of stick with certain players. It doesn't matter what England manager we get. I mean, I've been done with England for a long time, to be honest. It just bores me. I'm only watching this because it's like, you know, some football on while the conversation's happening and stuff. Do you guys watch Last of Us? Did you actually watch that? I mean, that second season was fucking shite. Did not like that second season at all. I'll be happy when the friendlies start getting released and we can get to start watching them. Is that all after the World Club Cup, or is that can that take place anyway? Because I'll probably more likely watch the friendlies because I want to see these new guys when they turn up. See how they're going to get on. Gibbs White is a good player. I would welcome him at Manchester. I bet you would, mate. I bet you would. But he's staying in Nottingham, bro. And Last of Us is a big pile of crap. Yeah, the first season was good. Second season was terrible, but the first season up to one episode was good. But after that, it's been shit. Again, poor writing, box ticking shite. You know, that Bella Ramsey, I mean, she wasn't the right part for that character at all. Anybody can see that. Fallout, on the other hand, is good. Yeah, Fallout was all right. Yeah, Fallout was decent. Yeah, that weren't bad, actually. That was pretty good. It's Senegal on the attack on the right-hand side, and he scored 2-1. Senegal. Easy, that was. That was so easy. Nobody even challenged him. He was looking forward to playing for us. That's not what he told me, mate. He says, I won't go and play for that shitty team ever in my lifetime. Me and Dad are just watching this game, confused as fuck as to why Ivan Toney hasn't come on. Clearly, Tuchel don't fancy him. Yeah, I mean, look at this. Look at this goal, though, Jack. That was so easy, wasn't it? Long ball over the top, just goes through onto the keeper. So it's such an easy goal that was. Typical England, isn't it? Man, this display is dire. Yeah, and 2-1 England, OMDs. And Lewis Skelly, horrendous defending. Nobody was anywhere near anybody, was there, really? I mean, these have been mega at it from the start, to be fair. I've been done with England for a long time, watching England play football. It's just shit. And it don't matter how many managers we get, they always do the same things all the time. So what's the fucking point? Mama Flossie, I see you're heavily linked to Alanga. Yeah, I know. Well, like I said this morning, if you want to play for another club and you don't want to be at Forest, then you can leave. That goes for any player. The fact their player had time to slow down almost to a walk and finish that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just, you know what? It's just same old shit, different manager. That's all it is. It's same old shit, different manager. I just don't. I mean, you've got Trent Alexander-Arnold. Has Trent Alexander-Arnold actually been on? Because apparently, according to Real Madrid, they've got the best right-back defender in England now. Not quite sure what they've been drinking, but as a player who can pick a pass and stuff like that, as maybe, I don't know, maybe a winger type of thing or something like that, pick a pass and all that kind of thing, yes. But as a defensive player, nah, not in a million fucking years. Jack CPFC, I don't get it with these Arsenal fans though. They're just hyping Skelly to the moon when he's dropping stinkers for England. Yeah, well, I mean, he did score, didn't he, in one of the games? I noticed. I mean, I do think he looks like a good player, to be fair. Trent came on against Andorra when he played Curtis Jones at right back. Right, we've got another victim to join the stream. How you doing, Mummy? All right.
I'm all right.
Oh, man. It's going to shit again, isn't it? 2-1 to Senegal.
It's absolutely awful. It really
Mm.
is. I don't know what this man is supposedly going to bring with
Nah.
fantastic free-flowing football and all this pants.
We do the same thing all the time. It don't matter what manager we have. We always do the same things. Always.
Oh, it's just... I don't know, Yeti.
I mean, look at this guy. He's taking everybody on. Yeah, now, man.
And we're supposed to win the World Cup playing like this, or...
We ain't winning no World Cup.
Hi, Jack. We couldn't win a teacup this rate. Jeez.
Nah, exactly. I mean, that was a good shot there from Morgan Gibbs-White.
Oh, man, it's just bloody awful.
Good save as well. It is absolutely awful. I mean, you know, I watched it. I mean, it's only a friendly. I mean, they played it, like, interestingly enough for it to be a friendly, though. I will say that, but... You know, other than that, I just see the same. It don't matter what players we have. If we're always going to keep playing the same style, this is the same thing as what I said about City. City are bringing in different players, but to me, it's the style that needs to change. Not exactly the personnel as well, but the style needs to change because people have kind of worked them out.
Oh man, it's just so goddamn frustrating. It really is because, you know, he's saying they're going to be playing free-flowing football and they're going to go out and they're going to do this and they're doing that. They're doing bugger all. Let's be honest here, they're not.
Yeah.
Oh,
go on, Morgan. Oh, good pass back into get. Oh man, just wide from Saka. Good pass there from Morgan Gibbs-White into the box.
I mean, you know, why bring Jordan Henderson in? What the hell is that about? Jordan Henderson is done.
I don't get that. I was saying that the other day. I mean, surely you need to be looking at what you've got coming up, not using the older players that have already been there.
I get you need experience in the team, but let's be truthful. Harry Kane's coming to the end of his career, isn't he? Who's stepping into his shoes?
Who?
Really?
Tony, possibly.
Oh, can you see the telly on there?
No, I can't see the telly.
Oh,
Ivan Tony, maybe.
But they're not playing
He's not
anybody.
getting a chance anyway, so...
Instead of, like, on these games, trailing out Ivan Tony, Ollie Watkins, all these young lads, they're all still playing Harry Kane.
Yeah.
When he doesn't need to play, I genuinely don't get it. He might not even make the World Cup next year. So who've got as a striker? You're going to push out to retirement.
You've got to be putting somebody else in the positions in your friendlies to make sure they can handle the shit.
So they can step up.
Yeah.
You know, in these big games, bring them on for like 20 minutes and stuff like that for them to gain experience. But the Southgate didn't do it, and he's not doing it either.
No.
Unless Harry Kane's got bloody nude pictures of the FA or something. I
think there might be something like that.
He's insisting on playing.
I mean, I do think that Harry Kane is probably one of the best that we've got to be honest. I think he's the only one I would say is world class.
Really.
You know, yeah.
I mean,
4Pete says definitely the style needs to change next season. Yeah, 100%. 100%. He's got to change his style next season. Totally.
It's just frustrating, it is.
Yeah, but we've been there. We've seen it all before, haven't we? We've seen it so many times. I mean,
Yep.
you must be the same as me, where you've sat there watching like World Cups and all this, and we just throw it away all the time.
I don't get it. I genuinely don't get it.
The thing is, we're not renowned as being a good defensive team.
No.
But what we do is we get a goal sometimes, and then we sit back on the goal.
Well, think about it. That game the other night, who did we play? Andorra, right? Look at that horrific display of football from us. And then look at the Nations League final, Spain and Portugal. Million miles apart. Million miles apart.
Definitely.
And they're playing an old man of 40 up front. Says it all, really, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Aye. I don't know.
How old's Kane now? Kane.
30, is he 30, 31, something like that?
Yeah, I mean he's still the man in my opinion. He is the man that can unlock things. Horrific against Andorra, 1-0. Yeah, I didn't actually watch that. I forgot that was on, to be honest.
Well, we gave up.
I did.
It was just dire.
Well, Madueke's on now. Your possible next sign.
Well, to be fair to him, he did play well. He did try against Andorra. He really did. He's the way we're supposed to be linked to him.
Yeah.
Madueke.
You're linked to like a lot of wingers at the minute.
I think this is because Anthony Gordon's on the train out of Newcastle, but I don't know.
I'd say it probably is down to that, but I would also say that if it's to replace Anthony Gordon, then Elanga's decent on the left, but I think he's better on the right.
No, I wouldn't know.
From what I've seen from him, he can play on the left, definitely can play on the left, but he seems to be more effective on the right.
But no, I don't know. I like I said to you the day when we were talking, I don't listen to the transfer news. Because if I did, I mean, our team's fully sold, you know.
Yeah.
Isaac's been cut in two.
Yeah.
And one half sent to Arsenal, the other half to Liverpool. Bruno Guimaraes and Joe Linton have now signed for, and Tino Livramento have signed for City. Gordon's gone to Liverpool. Apparently, we're supposedly getting that Ramsey guy, and Harvey Barnes is going the other way. I
don't get that one.
I don't get that at all. But you know, so at the minute, Newcastle haven't got a starting 11. We've sold them all.
I'd say more sort of like I don't know, Harvey Barnes. I'd say more Morgan Rogers than Ramsey. To be fair, I wouldn't. Ramsey's all right. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think he's like the finished article or anything.
Yeah.
So I don't understand that. But if you get him instead of Elanga, then I'll be
well. You'll be happy
with that anyway.
I don't know. Like I say, I'm not. I don't look. I don't listen.
Let's just cover some of this. England won't even make it to the quarterfinal in the World Cup at this stage. No. Kane is 31. He's 31 playing in Bundesliga. It's a slower pace, so then up the pace is harder. Yeah, that's true. Madueke was our best player the other night, and different manager, same England. Isn't that always the same? And big up to AFC always, mate. I haven't seen you for a while, so big up to you, mate. But that's always the same, isn't it? It doesn't matter what manager you get, it's always the same. So there's got to be somebody else pulling the strings somewhere.
There's something. There has to be. Well, there's a big live interview tomorrow on the radio with Tuchel.
Mm.
at 1 o'clock. So I'll be listening to that, see what he comes up with,
Mm.
because things need to change.
Yeah, big up Kieran Fletcher 304. Welcome to the cave. I'm not watching the game because I know I will be bored out of my mind. How have England performed? Pretty poor, I'm guessing, as always.
You got it in one.
You've got it in one. It's same old, Kieran. See, it's exactly what we're used to. It's why I stopped watching them anyway. They just bore the shit out of me. And the thing that annoys me the most is you can see the quality that's there. It just needs to be implemented in the right way, but they never do it. And everybody, and it's same as like the World Cup or the European Cup or the whatever you call it, the other one. It's like you sort of watch it, you get so far, and then everybody sort of goes, "Oh, we're going to win this, we're going to win this," and then all of a sudden it just goes, boop, gone. And it happens every single time. Every single time.
Plenty.
Yeah.
Heard plenty.
What have you been hearing? Because apparently, like Simon Jordan's been saying a few things as well, hasn't he?
Well, he said this. He didn't understand it, and he said, because of there's so many now have this multi-club ownership, or they have like they all come under this big umbrella, if you like, because of your consortiums and all of this sort of thing. He says it's something that was always going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
He said about how Marinakis backed away from Forest in case he's got into Europe, and he says, John Textor should have done the same thing. He should have made a decision. He says, so really the ball was in his court. I suppose you understand, like I was saying the other day, in March, where the deadline is, you don't know whether you're going to win the FA Cup or not. You don't know how far into the FA Cup you're going to go. But if you're progressing, maybe it's something you need to look at, type of thing. I mean, I don't know exactly what Forest have said in the letter to UEFA.
I ain't seen the letter. Nobody has, but everybody's jumping to conclusions that this letter exists.
I think that just from what Simon Jordan said, he just said that they're wanting UEFA to be fair to everybody, because of course if they boot Palace out, because is it Lyon? They're a higher position in their league, so they would stay and Palace would go because Palace were further down in the Premier League.
Right.
Brighton could benefit from it.
Yeah. Do Palace, I mean, if it happens then, do Palace drop into the Conference League and we go? Is that how it works, or does Palace just get kicked out of it altogether? I don't know how it works.
Nobody's spoken about that at all.
No.
It's just, but because of all this hoo-ha, this is something they've got to look at for next season and act on it.
In my opinion, this is my opinion on it, right? What the hell does it matter if somebody has got like a deal with owner of another club or whatever? Yeah. What do they think they're going to do if they end up? The only thing that can happen, what if they end up playing each other? They might throw the game to give it to one of the others.
Yes, that's the main concern. But
but that's like me saying that a plane could go over my house and fall on my head.
And it's like
they might not even get to play each other.
Exactly. But it's just weird because it's so convoluted as well, the rules, because I did have a look at them and I'm like, I'm not even going to read them. They're just like, no, it's just too much. It's they need to sort it out for next season, for sure.
Yeah.
But the main concern is let's say if Palace play Lyon,
Mm.
the owner could, or Forest play whoever, Olympiacos is his
Yeah,
other,
yeah.
right? We'll go with them. So Forest are playing Olympiacos. He's Greek, therefore the assumption is he's going to favour the Greek team over Nottingham Forest.
Mm.
Is that going to be an advantage? Well, not really, because he's not on the pitch.
But isn't that up to them if they actually do that? That's got
How's,
nothing to do with anybody else.
but how are you gaining an advantage
Mm.
if you both have the same owner?
Yeah.
Because your owner isn't on the pitch. He's not doing anything. He's bought your player, the players for Nottingham Forest. He's bought players for Olympiacos, and that's the way it is.
Yeah.
That can't be an advantage, but that's the way they look at it. And also because of the bribing of
Leon could get knocked out straight away.
exactly.
And Palace could go further.
Yeah,
So I don't understand why
it's
a thing.
so convoluted. It's unreal. But even like as Marianakis is now, who's got all his stuff in a trust, he can still pick the phone up and talk to people.
Mm.
He can still say, right, well, Forest have got a better advantage here, so why don't you do this, this, and this, and Forest will get through better than you will. What's stopping him from doing that?
I don't honestly. I don't get it. I don't get it. And am I right in saying that there's also been the same sort of situation with City in the Champions League, where they've got an owner who's got another club in that, and that was just wavered off? So is it down to club status that is the only thing that matters? I'll be back in a set. I need a pee.
Right, let's have a look at this chat. I'll jump into my other screen so I can read it. Jack, well, you're not going to get a stress-free summer, lad. Sorry. You're not. Come on now. No, we don't, because another one of our owners owned Brøndby FC, and they came second in their league and are in the Conference League. So would that mean you would literally get booted out of all the European competitions then, Jack? That's crazy. And he couldn't put them in a blind trust because he wants to sell them, which you can't do, which is fair enough. Does he still have his finger in Everton? Well, let's be honest, Jack. Anything with RBs, they're all linked, aren't they? They're all under the Red Bull blanket. Man, it's mad. Absolutely crazy. Must be very frustrating for you. Because I don't know, I've never heard anything you do, you get the boot from all. Oh, that stinks, that, man. You win your first thing ever. And that's your reward to be booted out of Europe, lad. That stinks. It's not right. Not right at all. I'd hear that. But do you know when is there an investigation, or are they going to put a thing out for you to say, yes, you're in it, or no, you're not, or you want to know?
Doing it by, I think it's the start of the next window. They're going to let them know from then. Or is it a month? Is it a month, Jack? I can't remember. I know you told me the other day when you was blaming me and saying it was all my fault because I support Forest.
Well, yeah.
I don't, mate. You know what? I sent a message to my mate Marianakis, or whatever his name is, and I went, you know what? You need to send a letter in and say that it's not fair because Palace don't deserve a Europa spot because they've got another team in the competition. I did that. I'll show you the email now if you want. Well, I said I texted it, but I'll show you the email. And Marianakis went, you know what? Hey, you've got a good point there. I'll send a letter in. Yeah, it was all me. 2-2, by the way, now. 2-2. Although it's getting checked, I think. Don't know what's going on, to be honest. Me personally, and I've said this, and I'll say this on stream now as well. I don't want it like that. We got what we deserved this season. You know, we played a great season. We ended up 7th. We didn't get relegated. We're in the Conference League. I'm more than happy with that. You know, we got what we deserved. If we deserved any more, we'd have got more. And so Palace went and won the FA Cup, beating Manchester City, which nobody expected to be the case. You know, I mean, I did think that there was going to win it, but Manchester City was pretty much fucking toothless, to be fair, in that final. And you know, and Crystal Palace won it, so they deserved the spot, in my opinion.
What?
That's my 2 pence. I don't want anything given to us. That's handball, innit? He's used his elbow there. I mean, I don't know if you can actually see he's using his elbow, but he has put his elbow towards it.
I've just realised it's a female ref. Good for you.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah. Mind you, that shouldn't be handball because that's on the shirt. I thought it was if it was on the shirt, it's not handball. I mean, it does look like he's actually pushed it towards. No, it's no goal. 2-1 Senegal. It does look like he has actually put his arm towards it, but he weren't even looking at it. So I don't know how fucking. You know what? I don't get this fucking football now.
That's his shoulder,
Yeah, but that's on his shirt, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
But would you say that he's actually proper gone to do that? Because he's not even looking at the ball, is he?
No.
So I think that was one of them that just hit him where it hit him, and he went in for the header. Even Tony, he's cancelled it. Even Tony's coming on there. Ivan Tony, even. Even Tony.
Even Tony.
But yeah, my take on it is we ain't that club where we're trying to take something off somebody else. Or that's not the club I want us to be anyway. Everything we've done with pride. And this, to me, is a step back. Especially against Palace. If it was against City, or if it was against Arsenal, or if it was against Liverpool, or Man United, or whatever, then I'd say, yeah, fuck it, do it. They've won enough. But, you know, because it's like another team that's like in the same echelons as us, who's trying to break through, then my take is that, I'm not interested in that, to be honest.
It's just such a shame because Palace will have been on such a high winning the cup.
And if it did happen and we went into Europa and we won it, there's always going to be that thing where, well, if you hadn't have done that to Palace, then you wouldn't have. You know what I mean? There's always going to be that held over it, and I don't really want my club to have that kind of thing held over them, to be honest.
No, you don't.
I'm more than happy with the Conference League and staying in the Premier League. I'm more than happy with that. Yeah. And you know what? You know what I want to see, Mama? I want to see the letter. Because the letter, what's being said in the letter is all over the place. So show the fucker. You know? That solves it all, don't it?
Excuse me.
I don't think it happened. I think Marianakis is public enemy number 1 at the minute. Because he just does what he wants. He bans Gary Neville. You know, he tells all of them, go fuck yourself. We're Forest. We don't care what you think. You know, and I don't think they're like that. They don't like that kind of character. Look at Clough. That's why he never got England manager.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, look, at the end of the day, if it did happen and we ended up in the Europa, I won't I wouldn't celebrate it like we just won a European Cup. Let's put it that way. The only thing that'd be interesting to me is we're in the Champions League, but it's not my way of wanting to go. Let's put it that way. It's going to be so messy because if we get kicked out, then we will go to the court of arbitration, and if we get in, then other teams will argue that we're in. What is this? What is it saying then that every manager cannot own an owner cannot own more than one successful club? I don't even understand the whole concept of it. What does it matter?
Well, like I say, this is if they're gonna stick to this rule about multi-club ownership, they're gonna have to address this and get it sorted in some way, shape, or form, and put checks and balances in for the future. Because there's a lot of clubs that are owned by the same people. It's
of course there is.
simple.
Yeah, of course there is. 100%. I don't get it. I mean, Palace had an amazing season last season, winning that FA Cup first time in God knows how long, and also Newcastle as well had an amazing season in that respect. I mean, and to be kicked out of a competition because of something like that that's so trivial, if they end up getting in the final together, even so, whatever. I don't get it. I don't get it. And you got all these people that are online, and I mean, look, I tell you now, right? YouTubers who talk about all these different, you do not sit and watch and take into account everything that's going on in the world of football. Because if you did, you wouldn't be online all the time. Where do you find the time to do it? Where do you find the time to do it? You look on Twitter, and some guy called twatnobedhead.com turns around, you know, I'm in the know, and this is what's happening. And then you go on your YouTube channel and go, oh, this is what's going on. What you should do is do what I do and say, this is what's being said. Mm-hmm. I'm not 100% sure on it, but you don't do that. You talk it as fact.
Because the thing is, you cannot even report what Fabrizio and... Do you have to? Fabrizio and Ornstein are saying because they change on a daily basis. This player's going to this club, and then tomorrow he's going to a different club.
Yeah.
So you can't even do that. I'm sorry, that's the dog. He's burying his food.
Do you think that they just don't want? So I mean, because I don't think this happens to any other team. Do you think they just don't want Palace in a situation where they could win in Europe? And you know,
I don't think it's that. I do think there is an English bias. I genuinely do. And Palace's owners aren't big people. So they're not like from the Middle East or from America, where they can come in and start, you know, like City's done with the charges and all of that. Palace aren't that big, so they can batter them a little bit.
3-1.
Oh, yeah.
Just absolutely cut us to pieces. Absolutely destroyed us. Absolutely cut us to pieces to get a third.
Can I shut this door, lads, because it's cold?
That was so easy. It was unbelievable. If you own another club in the same European competition, then all this bullshit happens. Well, yeah, but owners own different clubs. So what they're saying that you can't own different clubs. I mean,
basically, yes. The simple thing is, the way they're classing it is, it's a conflict of interest.
Yeah, but they can't both win it. It makes no fucking sense. They can't both win it, can they? I mean, if they do something where you can share the fucking trophy, then yeah, I understand it. But they can't both win it. It's fucking stupid. And like I say, it's been done with the bigger teams as well, and it's been allowed with the bigger teams. That was fucking ridiculous. Have you seen it? They just completely cut us apart there.
Bosh. That's not good enough.
Who's that goalkeeper? Is it Henderson?
It's is it?
I don't know. I can't tell
Wanna
who
say
he is.
hello?
I'm sure it's Henderson.
There he is, Yeti.
Yeah, how you doing, Jax? Gorgeous little boy. Gorgeous little boy. Jax. Jax. He never pays no attention to me. You better unsub Jax, because I don't want your subscription. You're not going to take no notice. He's gorgeous, he is.
He's tired because our Stuart dropped his puppy off the day because he had to be in the office.
Oh, what are you heading it across the box for? Go at goal. You wait till you see that. What are you heading it across the box for when you've got a chance on goal?
No, don't.
That is just ridiculous. He gets the ball on the left-hand side. He's got a header, that he's clearly going to win, and he heads it into the box instead of actually at goal. And he had a good chance to put some power on that as well. Fucking hell. Lost 3-1. Absolute fucking. I mean, well played to Senegal, but man, they just cut us to pieces at the end.
To be fair, they're all a good team. They're all.
They are a good team, 100%, but we was nowhere. We was nowhere in that game. Absolute garbage.
Woeful display.
Yeah. Simon Jordan said UEFA should have banned this multi-club thing from the beginning, then this shit wouldn't have happened. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. It needs banning, man. It needs banning. This is a disgusting performance. And Henderson in goal. Yeah, I thought it was Henderson. Looked like him. I want to hear the boos. Yeah, well, they'll get it at the City Ground. Mind you, where Morgan Gibbs White got to play, so fucking disgusting. Mate, they absolutely ripped us apart for that third goal.
It was so easy as well, wasn't it?
It was. It just, nobody went to anybody. It was just so easy to just pull us apart and take us out. That's the kind of football we've been playing most of this season. And then they go and do that. This guy ain't the guy. I don't know who's the guy for England. And now we're arguing with a referee. I mean,
there's the booze.
Referee, it's not the referee's fault, is it?
No.
You weren't good enough, and that's it. Oh, I'm sure there'll be a few people turning around and going, oh, well, he's a female ref, so he's never going to get anything anyway. But he's a female ref for both sides. So, I don't understand that crap. No excuses about players being tired because they've played all season. Yeah,
if it's the one I'm thinking about, she's very good anyway.
I've seen her on a few games. Actually.
She's a UEFA ref.
Yeah, she is a good one, to be fair. I mean, the goal that we got where he sort of uses his shoulder, I think that was a little bit harsh because it didn't look like he was even looking where the ball was. He was more sort of like jumping on the person that was in front of him to get the header. But, that was a little bit harsh. But, nah. This is why I don't really bother with England football team. It's just always the same. But at least Nia Carty gets to celebrate something at the City Ground because he was our ex-player, wasn't he, Nia Carty? Yeah, fair play to him. Just I don't know what it'd take to make England anything, to be honest.
And people complained about Gareth Southgate.
Yeah. What? Well, the one thing I will say, the bits that I've seen, we was a bit more active than what we've been under Southgate. But when it came to them, they countered the shit out of us, to be fair. And when they did, they just pulled us to pieces. I don't know why we're arguing with the ref. She's not the one who can't defend. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. We've never been able to defend.
The thing is, though, the couple of games I've watched under him, under Tuchel, it just seems so haphazard. The players that he's picked
Mm.
in whatnot, and I'm like, well, what the you know, is it just like there's the ball, get on the field and just go and kick it about and see if you can score? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right, Jack says, in the last 10 years, all them games I reckon I can count on one hand England performances that have been brilliant. Yeah, same here. Yeah, same here. Yeah, I've seen some that have been, you know, decent and we've done the right things and stuff, but it's just like, oh man, it's just not good. And the thing is, we're getting the younger players in, we're getting the quality in and stuff like that. But if we still keep doing the same things, it don't matter what kind of player you put there. If you're telling him to do the same thing as what the player did before that you had there, you know, that makes no sense.
It doesn't at all.
It's same as like I said with City. It's not just a change of personnel. It's a change of like the system. You know. Personnel, yes, you'll get better players, but if you still tell them to do the same thing as what the others did, then it's still going to go the same way, isn't it?
Exactly. I don't know.
Oh, well, never mind.
Never mind.
3-1 Senegal. So, yeah. In the last 10 years, all them games I reckon I can count on one hand England performances that have been brilliant. There's one I can think of, and I can't actually think of it, but there was one I can sort of remember.
Beating Germany 5-0. Holland 4-1.
Yeah.
They were awesome games.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Jack was born then, but they were awesome games. I remember running around the settee in the living room. I had me England.
Yeah, they was class.
I wrote it's upstairs somewhere. I've got the score, the date, and everything. That was a cracking game.
The thing is, we do it, and then I think after the Germany one, we played Brazil, I think, and we just didn't turn up for the Brazil one.
No.
At all.
Beating Germany, it was like, oh, we've beat them. That's it.
We made Brazil look fucking amazing. To be fair, I mean they have been in the past. Don't get me wrong. Look, I think any team could be amazing if you let them be. Yeah. That's my perspective on it. If you let a team play amazing, they will be amazing.
The likes of Brazil, Argentina, Spain, the Netherlands, they all seem to step right up for the World Cup. And there's World Cups we've gone into and I've thought, we'll go out in the first round here. How we've got through to a quarter final and stuff, I don't know, because we've been absolutely horrendous. Horrendous.
You know what? I'll be honest with you, right? The competitions that I've seen and the cup competitions, I actually get to the point where I think it's fixed. Because all of a sudden we play a game and we're just not that team at all.
No.
And which makes no sense to me, because if you watch a team that builds, as they build, they get better. But as we build, all of a sudden we have this stopgap game that just gets us taken out, and we don't offer nothing. It's weird, just like, how does that all of a sudden happen every single time?
Really weird. Jack was 7 months old when we beat Germany.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Not being biased, but I think Eze done okay. I'm just glad he's not injured. Well, apparently he's on a lot of books, isn't he? I think Arsenal, I think we are looking at him as well.
We've looked at him as
Newcastle are looking at him as well, which I understand, I think there's a lot of people looking at Eze. I think he's going to be a difficult one to keep. Teams that are all up, superstars really works nowadays. PSG had to sell Mbappe, Neymar, Messi, and to win the Champions League. Yeah, very true. Very true. And obviously, Jack saying he was 7 months old. Yeah, I can remember that. I mean, I used to go to the pub and I used to watch it keep going on and stuff like that. And I used to get the excitement of, maybe this is the time. Maybe this is the time to break. And then all of a sudden you get that game that's just like, we didn't do anything. You know what I mean? Fucking, you know, if you're getting beat like fucking 2-0, just fucking go for it.
I remember I think it was a World Cup, it might have been a Euros, in our Stuart's asthma had been really bad and he'd been in hospital. And he'd been out for a couple of days, but we had to go to the doctors. And an England game was on in the afternoon, so obviously it was away somewhere.
Yeah.
And I was on the bus going down to the doctors with him, and I had a radio, and Paul Scholes scored. And I goes, yes, like that. And the bus driver was like, what? I said, Scholes has just scored, and the whole bus was cheering and everything. And our Stuart sitting there with his head down saying, Mother, shut up.
But as well, another thing you've got to take into account, and I think everybody has to take into account, could you imagine if we won one of these tournaments like a World Cup or something like that? The streets would be full of St. George's and England flags and stuff like that. And the way the country is at the minute, can you imagine how that's going to go?
Yeah.
And I think that comes into it a lot as well. Because it would be fucking everybody, you know, there'd be people out on the streets going, yeah, we won the World Cup. And then there'd be other people coming along going, oh, Nazi's off our street, Nazi's off our, you know what I mean? And it would just go insane, you know. And I think that's probably the only time we are actually going to, when they want to kick this civil war thing off, that'll be the time when we actually win this thing. Because then everybody will be on the streets.
Indeed. Well, you never know, mate, when it was something one day.
To be honest, I just don't see it, because when you get in a different manager all the time, but they're offering the same kind of thing, then that to me says there's somebody above that's calling the shots. You know, when you're getting an Henderson put in the team, when you've got a Morgan Gibbs-White who's played an amazing season this season, yeah, but you're still going with these old guard players. And we've always done that with England. Always.
Well, they reckon that was Henderson's last game for England. But what was the point? You've given him a ranking position in the team because he's good for morale and everything. But the young lad who's up and coming somewhere from another club is sitting there waiting for his opportunity. And you've got Henderson playing. Tonight you've got Kyle Walker. Kyle Walker was a tremendous. He's on his way down. Come on, people. Stop.
But if you get offered the England job, that your main thing you've got to do is go, right, I can use this guy, I can use this guy, I can use this guy, but I've got to start bedding in the new lads.
Absolutely.
You know, to make up, to sort out for the future. And that's something they never do. And I think there's something in that as well.
You know, it's like this with Harry Kane. Southgate did it. Tuchel's doing it. Yes, we've got Ivan Toney, but how many minutes does Ivan Toney get on the pitch? How many games does he start? How many games does Ollie Watkins start?
I know.
You know, if you're going to go there,
they never use them, do they? They never use them. It's like they're scared of actually.
Why do you think Jamie Vardy retired from English football? He said, "What's the point of getting called up and being on a bench?" He played Harry Kane injured rather than put Jamie Vardy.
You can understand it, can't you? You can understand why they look at it like that.
Man.
It is pathetic, because you're trying to break into like play for your team and stuff like that. And every time you see one of these players come on who's never been noticed by England, they always play out their fucking skin. They do the things what you want to see out of it. You know, but they just don't. They're not on long enough. They're not on any way long enough. Because they want to just keep going with the old guard.
They've had fantastic seasons for their clubs and everything, and everybody's saying, "Oh, he's got to get a call up for England." Gets a call up for England and sits on the bench while the old buggers are walking around with their walking sticks and Zimmer.
Yeah, spot on.
It's crazy.
Absolutely spot on. And like Jack says, after England games, so rare that you say, wow, what a performance. I tell you what, I've only actually been in that frame of mind twice with England, and that was when Terry Venables came out for the Euro and he was doing well, and we got to the
played
penalty.
some
Yeah,
awesome
we got it to
football
the
under him.
penalties, and they was proper bad penalties, but you know, we did actually get there on merit. And also another time was when we had Bobby Robson as manager,
Mm-hmm.
and he had Gaza and Lineker and
Yeah.
all that kind of, and Shearer and all that, and that was, I think it was Shearer, not Lineker, I don't know, but that was the only time I've actually looked at it and thought, you know, I'm quite, you know, happy with what I've just seen.
I honestly think had Terry Venables stayed as an England manager, we could have won something under him. I
Yeah.
do. I've always believed
Yeah.
that. But for whatever reason, they had to go digging into his background and try and trip him up and and whatnot. And he never ever forgave the British press for that. But
No.
we played fantastic football under Venables.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that's the only time I've really been like mega proud of an England side, to be honest. I think they get held back so much. So always fair play to Senegal. This looks worse than Southgate.
It
100%.
really does.
100%.
I thought Gareth Southgate held them back, but Jesus Christ.
And Jack says Watkins in the Euro 2024 was our best striker. He came on and caused mayhem every time he played in that tournament. Yeah, absolutely. And you see, the thing is, you see the young players like come on who are just getting their chance, and you always see better from them than the actual mainstays that always get a shirt.
Yeah.
You know, they fight to own that shirt and keep that shirt.
It's
Whereas
not fair
the
on them.
others don't.
It is. It's just. It's just not fair on them because I think that's not.
No.
You know, they say, "Oh well, we'll bring them into the group and they're around the main players and all of that," and then you put them on the bench, and they just want to get on for 5 minutes. That's all they want.
Yeah.
Just for 5 minutes to.
And the thing is, you've got to look at it as like a management standpoint as well, and you can always work out whether they're just yes men or whether they're doing what they want to do. Because if you're a manager and you see someone that's like, I want this, I've got to get my chance out, I want this so bad. If you're not picking those players, then what the fuck are you doing? Because the whole point of being a manager is to see the person that's up for the challenge and actually wants the challenge. Henderson ain't up for the challenge. He's up for that fucker. You know what I mean? He don't give a flying toss. He don't care nowadays. You know?
I mean, I always thought part and parcel of being the England manager, obviously you've got the under-21s, and that's supposed to be your feeder for the Lions. But doesn't seem to be that transition anymore where you've got the number 2 Harry Kane, the number 2 behind Kyle Walker, the goalkeepers and all of that. They don't talk about these young lads, and yet the under-21 seem to go out and win Euros and everything, but when they come into the main team, nothing.
No. I mean, it's same as Michael Owen. As soon when Michael Owen came into it, he looked amazing. He was proper, like, scaring all of them. He was scaring all the defences and everything. But then, as soon as he gets to a point where, you know, they'd worked him out, we still kept fucking playing him. You know, I mean, what kind of manager are you if you can't see that a player's been worked out and they haven't got anything else to their bow or whatever? You know, Kane is a good one in a sense because Kane can do pretty much anything on a football pitch, let's face it. He is good in that respect. But it's like, you know, I mean, it's good that they've got Eze on the pitch. You know, the guy is showing some amazing stuff at the minute. and he looks an absolute quality player. And Palace will be lucky to keep him, to be quite honest with you, being honest.
Yeah.
They will be really lucky to keep him. And, you know, and you got Morgan Gibbs-White, who's had an awesome season as well. More to the end of the season for me, but that's my personal point of view. Anderson's another one that's coming up.
Yeah.
But he's in the under-21s, you know, but he should be sort of getting broached into the team as well because they have the fucking hunger. They have the hunger to do things, but England seems to be scared of that hunger and don't want to put these players on with that hunger. They want to put these players on the old dependables, you know. But we've depended on them for years and they ain't done shit.
It's the safe option, isn't it?
Look at Brazil. Look at Brazil, right? Brazil's had some amazing players. They've won, 5, 6 World Cups, however many. Yet they'll still bring the other players in and give them a chance.
Yeah.
Yet we don't do that.
No.
We still stick with, oh, wait a minute. Carl Walker, how old is it? Oh, he's 37. He's got one leg. Well, if he's got one leg, he can hop up the fucking wing. You know what I mean? And is it down to like contracts that they've got? Because for me, you shouldn't be paid for playing for your country. It should be a privilege to pay for your country.
They're not paid.
But there must be some kind of thing, you know, contractual or something like that keeps them in there.
No, well, funny enough, Stuart Pearce was talking about this yesterday. No, there is a fee, but they all give it to charities. None of them receive any payment. He says the payment is wearing your country's badge on your chest,
which it should be. To be fair, I didn't know that. I thought
it was Stuart Pearce was on yesterday, and he said, and he's because they were asking him, you know, can you say you don't want to play, and he's like, oh yeah, if you get called up and you sorry, not interested. He says it's absolutely. He says, but why anybody would say that, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because he says that is the pinnacle of your career, to walk out on a football pitch wearing your country's colours and badge. That's it. You've made it.
Yeah, of course it is. 100%. That's how it should be. When Kane starts, because he has no pace, the opposition defence can come 10, 15 yards up the pitch. When Watkins comes on, his pace pushes them back. Don't you think that Watkins has took a little bit of a downward step, though?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, I don't think he's the player that he was. I mean, you look at him at Villa. I mean, I don't know how many goals he scored last season, but he looks like he's lost a little bit of what he had. Personally,
disinterested. I thought he's looked. I don't know if maybe he's looking, thinking he was going to get a big move somewhere.
I think he needs to move. I do think he needs to move.
I don't know.
Gibbs, White, Rogers, Eze, Wharton, all these lads should be getting more opportunities, but keep the old style. Yeah, 100%. And I would definitely say Rice as well, because the thing is about Rice, whether he's playing for Liverpool, whether he's playing for Arsenal, or whether he's playing for England, that guy wears his heart on his sleeve.
Oh, God, yes.
That guy is a captain waiting to happen. Why he's not a captain at Arsenal, I have no idea. Because even you look at him in that game, and he was having a go at people, and this, that, and he was. You could see he was proper in it, 100%. I love Rice. I think Rice is awesome. I really do. We've been crying out for a midfielder with a great pass like Wharton for years, but Gareth picked him for Euro 2024 and never saw 1 minute. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing. I've seen that a few times. Look at Stan Collymore back in the day. Yeah, he was an amazing striker. Yeah, he didn't get many opportunities either, you know.
No.
Lone Star says he's frustrated. Yeah, I know what you're saying, mate. Tuchel said maybe we deserved a little more result-wise and defended quite well in the first half. Both absolutely bullshit. We deserved nothing and defended crap. Yeah, I wouldn't call that good defending, to be honest with you. No. And Jack says Watkins, I think, has been affected by the transfer news to Arsenal in the summer. Yeah, there's some. I mean, even before that, though, I think there's a certain point of him that's dropped because I used to watch him playing for Brentford. It was Brentford, wasn't it? Was it
Yeah.
Brentford or Bournemouth?
Brentford.
I used to watch him playing for Brentford, and I don't see the same player at Villa. I don't know whether the tactics or whatever don't suit him, but I just don't see this goal scoring killer that I used to see.
Aye.
But yeah, I mean, it could come down to him being affected by that. But big up Andrew Bell, how you doing, bro? And Gibbs White did well when came on, mate. Did more than Saka did in 80 minutes. Yeah, I mean, Gibbs White's a quality player, and obviously it's a worry for us. Him not getting the. That's another thing that people don't take into account as well. When you've got a good player like Wharton or you've got a good player like Gibbs White, and they're not getting put in the England team, that's when they start thinking, oh, maybe I need to sign for Manchester City. Maybe I need to sign for a team higher up to actually get noticed. So you also worry about that because you want them to take them into account. I mean, because if you look at the seasons that all of them have had, I mean, Anderson, what kind of seasons he had? He's not even been playing. He's been on the fucking bench at that fucking Dutch club. He went to Saudi Arabia, got loads of money, didn't get fucking played much by them, and then he went signed for a Dutch club, and he's on the fucking bench. So why the fuck is he in the England squad?
I don't know. Right, yeah, I'm going to have to go because I've got
It's
stuff
fucking
to
garbage. Honestly, it's garbage. It does my head.
do. Go and sound the hounds of Baskerville out.
Yeah. I'm just going to nip to the loo. Just stay till I come
I'll
back.
stay till you come back then. Like in Newcastle. Aye. You're right, Andrew. Haven't seen you for ages. Have you heard any transfer rumours? Because I haven't been listening. The wind is up too much. So I don't listen. I'm all right, Andrew. Thanks. When he comes back, I'll get him to send you the link. Then you can come on and keep the Geordie chat going. Keep the Geordie chat going. What did you think of that England game? That was bloody awful. Bloody awful. Me, I'm up in Kilmarnock. The posh bit.
Yeah, what, Mama? I'll just say this before you go. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether you're the same, but I prefer to watch Ireland, Scotland, or Wales playing in the internationals because they might have slim pickings on who plays for them, but they get a team. They actually build a team. And we've got all this we've got all these players who have been saying for ages that nobody's bringing through the youth and nobody's doing this, that, and the other. Now we've started doing it, yet we still keep playing the fucking old god. Yeah. Are we going to fucking ask Lineker if he wants to play in the fucking next tournament?
You're just up the road, well along the road then, Andrew. I'm down by the lakes. Me and Andrew's just swapping where we live. He lives
okay. Yeah. But I mean,
in...
I can set your private stream so you can talk to him.
No, you're all right.
But...
I'm going to go and
But do you agree, though? Because if I watch a Scotland game, they proper
there's
like...
passion.
There's loads of passion. There's loads of passion with Republic of Ireland games as well. There's loads of passion with Welsh games because they get slim pickings of who they pick. So they'll pick from the conference, they'll pick from League Two, they'll pick from League One. Absolutely. We keep picking from the Premier League, which is good players, but we don't fucking play them. Just doesn't make any sense
now, so you're out in Northumberland. I'm originally from Heaton, Andrew. Heaton girl. Yeah, you're right. But the Scotland games, because I've been to a couple. They're phenomenal.
Yeah. Mm.
They
care. They give a fuck.
It is. Andrew says if you send him the link, he'll come on if you're staying on.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. Come on. What's your Instagram? Have I got you on Instagram? Is it bellend.com? Is that your Instagram?
You don't treat your guests like that yet. He
ain't a guest yet.
God.
He's not a guest yet.
Chat. He's a guest. He's in your chat.
I'm joking.
Hey, honestly. These people from down south, Andrew, have got no manners.
You should know me by now.
I know. Anyway, I'm going to say good night, people.
Yeah.
Lovely chatting.
Easy. Yeah, catch you later. Much
Toodle
love.
pip.
Much love. See you later. Yeah, what's your name on Instagram, mate? I had to do that one. You know me, mate. I think I've actually got you on here somewhere. No, let me check me. Let me check me 65 million followers. Oh no, I ain't got 65 million. I'm being deluded again. Right, and there you are. Right, okay. How do I send a message then? Hold up. Andy B. Right, okay. I'm sending you the link now, I think. Where is it? Oh, where's that gone now? Fucking hell. Where's that fucker gone now? Ah, here we go. Message. There you go, bro. Message is in there now. Right, okay. So, I mean, I could chuck it in the chat, to be honest. I mean, I don't mind. You have somewhere, mate, and it will have Andy in it. I think it'll have more chance of winning an egg and spoon race than W. Yeah, exactly. Got more chance of winning something than Arteta winning an actual cup, to be fair. Right, what I'll do, I mean, I don't know how many guests I can actually have on here, but best way to do it is just chuck it in the chat, to be honest. How do you chuck it in the fucking chat then? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there's a link if you want to come on. What do you think of that then, guys? The 2 ninja stars. We wear these stars with pride, and then 2 ninja stars. I mean, that's fucking awesome. Says everything, mate. But yeah, I mean, from what I watched the game tonight, then they asked why did Tony come on for 3 minutes. Tuchel said it was more than 3 minutes, and Ivan. Why do I keep calling him Ivan? I'm thinking of fucking. Is it Ivan the engine or is it Ivor the engine? Ivan is a specialist in these situations because we created lots of chances. Yeah, I mean, that's weird, isn't it? I don't get that. Hey, big up, lad.
I was going to put my name as Andy Bellend. I thought, no, best not. How are you keeping?
I'm all good, mate. How are you?
Not too bad, mate. Just had my mate sent us a message from America saying, you watching the England game? I went, I'm suffering it. I wouldn't say I'm watching it. I'll be honest, it's Tuchel all over, man. It's patient football, no pace, no urgency. It's just... I'll tell you what, another couple of performances like that, and the fact that Eddie Howe's won a trophy now, the FA will sharp you on the phone next time, I'll tell you.
Yeah, that's a worry, isn't it, really?
It is if you're a Newcastle fan, aye.
Yeah, you don't want that, really.
I'd rather not. But it might push the owners watching that thinking, ooh, we better back him, considering obviously he's took over the transfers and everything, because if you've got the FA and your English knocking on the door, it's a hard one to turn down, isn't it? Let's be honest. Especially when you've got like you said before, when you've got the wealth of ability England's got, and like, I mean, how many of them England players would walk into Spain? Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland teams.
Yeah.
We're about trying to make a team full of stars rather than making a star team.
Yeah, exactly.
We want to fix up. They want to fit all the top players in. That's got all the endorsements and all the big clubs involved with them, rather than just picking the best team for what fits that repeats that they've got.
Yeah.
The fact that Ivan Toney's getting 3 minutes, I mean, it's just an absolute joke. Let's be honest.
It is a
Bringing
joke.
on a striker with 3 minutes to go is a joke, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it's a bit like a slap in the face, isn't it? To be fair,
especially when you've just taken off Harry Kane and you've brought on two midfielders. Definitely. One winger and a midfielder.
I don't. You know what? I mean, I've watched England most of my life, and I've been disappointed most of my life as well watching them. And it's just like I see it all the time. They get these like new players that are like the up and coming players that can actually do something. I mean, and like you say about Eddie Howe, I mean, if it did come to the point where they got rid of Tuchel and took Eddie Howe should stay at Newcastle, because, in my opinion, the England job is just, you're going to do this and you're going to do that. And if you don't do that, then you won't be here. And they're going to keep picking these old players.
The one thing that you would see if Eddie Howe took the job is you would see there's always been the criticism of why don't English players, when they play for England, play like they do what they do when they play in the Premier League. High energy, high press. That's definitely one thing that Eddie will bring to that team. It's in his DNA. Yes, okay, it costs at times. It costs with Bournemouth at home, Fulham at home. It cost were against Hughes on occasions when he played you last season. Luckily enough, we had enough quality to get over the line against Hughes. But there was moments, even in the game when we went, even in the game when we went 4-1 up against you guys, Hughes had chances to get it, at least to draw that game. So that needs to change quite slightly. You need to tweak that in a cup competition. But Eddie's proved in a cup competition he can win a trophy. And when you can do that with Newcastle, you're getting over a polished, a poisoned chalice. Because that's been something that's not been done for a long time, and many have come before him and tried and failed. So and it's similar to the England job, isn't it? Newcastle fans just say, if you support England and Newcastle, you're doomed. You're not going to win nothing. Well, luckily one monkey's off, we're back. Would he be the manager to get another monkey off the back? But I just don't see the logic, mate, of calling up a player that can't get in an Ajax side that are finishing second in the Eredivisie in Holland. He's been criticised since the moment he got to Holland. He didn't exactly light Saudi Arabia up. And then everyone says, oh, but he's good in the dressing room. I'm sorry, but if that's the first thing everyone's saying about you, then you're not good enough to play for England.
True. Yeah.
And then yesterday, was it? Andy, what McCallum on TalkSport, the guy that thinks he's important to everybody. Andy, what's his name? Trying to think of his name, TalkSport host. He's saying Dan Burn shouldn't be in the England squad and he shouldn't be playing and blah, 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 blah. Well, I tell you what, last time England played a half-decent side against Serbia, they didn't play. They got a result. Them two at the centre-back today were awful. Levi Colwell is championship level defending. He's good on the ball. He's good at playing the ball out, but defending he is horrific. So, when you've got Wales going 9 unbeaten with the limited resources that they've got until the other night, and Belgium only beat them later on yesterday. So, what you've got to do is you've got to be able to squeeze the juice out of an orange. And are we squeezing the juice out of that orange? England as an England squad? No, we're not. Nah. Is he getting the amount of juice that he needs to out of the Wales squad? Bellamy, yes, he is. He's probably squeezing it, to the point where he's getting sat with it as well. So, in my opinion, you need someone. Tuchel's never had a job other than his early days of management where he's had to get the best out of players that are probably playing at a level that is ahead of them. He's playing players that should be comfortable at that level. Senegal are a good side. They're a very physical side. A lot of energy and got some good
I
players.
won't take anything against them.
And they deserve to beat us. But they only deserve to beat us because we were literally... It looked like a testimonial game at times.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like say, I mean, with Dan Burn, I mean, my landlord said the other day what we're playing him for. He's 33 years old and all this, that, and the other. I said, yeah, but the thing is, what you got to take into account with Dan Burn, if you get like a corner, that guy is just like he's like a fucking giant. You know, he's always going to be the first to the ball. And if you look at the way the game went tonight, every time we had a corner or whatever, they was the first to the ball. But if Dan Burns there, you know, you've got that high as well. And I actually quite like Dan Burn. I picked Dan Burn over a lot of them, to be fair, because he gives everything. He gives his heart, you know, his soul. And, you know, a lot of them, I just don't see that.
Dan would be the
really
first person to turn around and say he's not a European top centre half. What he does do is the simple things very well. He puts out fires. For example, them long diagonal balls that go to the winger making the run behind the left back. A lot of them that would get over other people's heads and cause problems in behind don't get above Dan Burns' head. He just brings the ball down, hits it out. There's a 50-50 challenge, and because of the way Newcastle play, we win majority of them with Joe Linton in front of them. That's why Joe Linton plays in front of them to win them.
Yeah.
Whereas when you've got Levi Colwell there and he's jumping... How many times did Saka win a 50-50 today? I can't remember one.
No,
not one. It's that position, isn't it? He was playing up against Duke, their left back, who was playing similar to where Dan Burn was the season we played in the Champions League. The reason we got the Champions League was because we were putting out fires with Dan Burn before that it could ignite. It's the simple things. Yes, okay, he's got frailties if a Hazard type player that turns tight. I remember it was the Luton game. The best I've seen someone play against him was the Luton winger. I can't remember his name. He was quick, and it wasn't a case of his pace. It was how quick he was, the change in direction. Dan Burn got murdered that day. But how many times have we seen John Stones or Rio Ferdinand put on the arse in the goal? But top players get done.
Yeah.
Burn will know in his own mind
certain players can make so many different mistakes, but certain players, if you make one mistake, that's it, you're out.
But that's exactly it. That's exactly it. Yes.
Yeah.
Everyone's just waiting for that one moment where, he had a little bit of a sketchy moment against Andorra where he got the ball under his feet and then lost it. Then he brought the defender down. He got a free kick against her. But look, he does what he's paid to do, and he's good at defending. He's good at defending his box, and that's what England did not have to do.
He was the fucking difference between our game at the City Ground, or was it at your ground? I can't remember this season. He was the difference. 100%.
Will it be in the away game? It will be in the away game.
Yeah, we couldn't get anything past him at all. He was the one that was there, and to me, he got the England call up by merit. And the guy's huge. He's fucking huge.
And you don't realise how big he is until you stand next to him. He's a.
I can imagine. I mean, I'm only 5 foot.
And you think he's lanky like Crouchy, but his top of his legs are like tree trunks. He's a big dude. He's a powerful guy. Hence why he's able to win all them 50-50s, because he's able to lean on you. He's able to. It's his presence, mate. I think a lot of players just crumble when they've got him hanging over the top of them.
Yeah, he's one of those kind of guys that, like when you're out in a nightclub and you're like giving it the bollocks and you get it, and then all of a sudden he turns up and you're like, oh my fucking days, I better show up. You know what I mean? He's one of those kind of guys, and he does that on the pitch as well. And I think he's personally there on merit, personally. And I think he offers a lot with, he reminds me a lot in the sense of Andy Carroll in the air.
Yeah.
Andy Carroll, when he was at Newcastle, he was amazing in the air. You just could not beat him.
I think he's on another level in the air. I've always said if you put the right ball in for Andy Carroll, you can't defend it.
No, 100%.
You can't defend it. He was that good in the air. I remember when he was in the reserves. I went to a few reserve games when I was younger. and he was banging in goals before he got on the first side. And it wasn't because he was the best player on the pitch. It was just because we played to his strengths. And if he's attacking he's not the greatest header of a ball. Just if the ball's coming at him, it's if he's got some momentum going towards the ball and he's got the defender pinned.
Yeah,
the defender doesn't see him coming. The defender's just a victim after that.
Yeah, he just doesn't have to sort of like like a lot of people have to put some effort into it.
Yeah,
he don't have to put a lot of effort into it at all because of his size and
timing's really good.
his height. He just fucking jumps up, bang, and if he's on your back post on a corner and you don't actually have anybody marking him, although I don't know who you'd have marking him, like fucking maybe if you've got the Predator. The Predator might be able to
That was
fucking
the thing,
outdo
though.
him, but
In the corner situations, he was never the type that would sneak one at the front post with a little flick header. He'd always be arriving on the ball, wouldn't he? He would always,
yeah, exactly.
pick up a space at the edge of the box and then run at it. He would. That's why I think he didn't probably get as many as he wasn't as prolific as what he could have been if he'd just done like the Duncan Ferguson style header. And I don't think he had that in his locker. If I'm perfectly honest, he wasn't as probably all round as good as Duncan. But in the air, if he sees the opportunity to go for a ball, then it's a 50-50. If I'm the defender, I'm expecting a few marks afterwards because if he's getting the ball, he's taking me with it as well. And he made a career out of that, and I think it's no surprise the reason he got his injuries either.
Yeah, definitely. I think you're always going to get your injuries when you play like that, but I mean, he was phenomenal in that respect, and I think Dan Burns got that about him as well.
Bit like Chris Wood.
What do you think? Newcastle signings? What's your sort of idea for what you're going to go for and stuff? Because I mean, you've got a lot of money, ain't you? Let's face it.
Well, apparently we've got a lot of money. We did a video last night on NUFC Talk TV, and a lot of it was around Alanga.
Well, you got a channel now, have you?
No, I just go on NUFC Talk TV.
Okay.
And a lot of the talk was on Alanga. And there was a lot of negatives.
I don't want to talk about.
There was a few positives on him, but I think there's a lot of. I think a lot of the perspective from Newcastle fans is we've got this idea that Forest fans are quite happy to see the back of them.
No.
And I only take that narrative of the fact that the fee that's been torted, apparently the fee's going to be upwards of 50 million quid.
Yeah.
And if you're a Forest fan, I can kind of see why you would see the benefit of that. Yes, okay, you probably don't want to 12 assists, 6 goals, I think he got for his.
I don't want him to go.
And so that was my feeling. I said that. I says, look, if you ask a lot of Forest fans, they'll probably say, look, we're not happy to see him go, but if we're going to get 50 million quid for him, I think that's good money. And I think that is a little bit probably hefty for him at this stage in his career. There's no reason why he can't go on and prove to be worth that money. But I think that's the main one that we've spoke about. There's a few others. John Pedro was the other one at Brighton, who
I've seen that one.
Big fan of his. I quite like him. I think he's got a couple of levels to go to as well. But I think that the long term is, mate, you've got a lot of people. I'm in a WhatsApp group for the channel, and the amount of people going, "This is ridiculous." There's other teams signing players, and la-di-da-di-da. We're sleeping again. We're going to get. Look, mate, the window's only been open 9 days. Yes, the window's closed today, but it opens again in, a week?
Well, the thing is, I mean, also you got to take into account that you might have players in your on your radar that's going to be in this World Cup thing or whatever it's fucking called. So they're not going to leave their clubs at the minute anyway. So, you'd have to wait until the actual window starts anyway, in that respect, because it hasn't started. It's just they had that small window, and then they're going to have the major one after this World Club Cup starts. But after that, that's finished, sorry. And concerned. We got him from Man United. He was looking like nothing. We've turned him into something. And the goal he scored against Man United, I think it was, where he just ran past everybody and scored. He's a quality player. He is a quality player. I'm not sure about 50 million, but if you want to pay that, then all good for you.
I honestly
But,
think that if you
I
look
don't
at
want. I don't want to lose him. I don't want to lose him.
if you look at the Eddie Howe style of play,
Mm.
I personally feel Alanga suits that better than Mbembo at Brentford.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people say, well, Mbembo got 20 goals last season. Yeah, they're also forgetting 11 of them were penalties.
Yeah.
So from open play, Jacob Murphy has actually got the same amount of assists and goals than what Mbembo got last season.
Yeah.
But we're not on about Mbembo, you know, Murphy going for 60 million quid or so. It's one of them, mate. I think it's a style of play for me. You know, we play a similar style to you guys. We're a little bit more on the front foot, which means that obviously he's not going to have the amount of space to run into that he does for you. I don't think he's going to be that. You know, when you are at your actual absolute best, it's always Gibbs, White, him, and Hudson and Doy for me, and then Woods on the end of it. For me, I think Alanga, if we shift our style very slightly, if he plays a little bit
He's
off
not a
his
very
back rather than
defensive
more
player
wide.
either. He's not got much in the lines of defence. To be fair, he's
That's why
more
I'm thinking
sort
we're
of
going to go with him behind Isak. I think we're going to go for a 4-4-1-1. In my opinion, I think it's going to be more a 4-3-2-1, or it's going to be 4-4-1-1. And Alanga will play a little bit closer to Isak, so he's not going to be asked to do the dog work as much. I think Murphy will probably stay in the team at times, and Alanga just behind Isak. That's if we don't get Pedro. If we get Pedro, then I think he'll probably go for what he plays.
Yeah.
Especially against teams when you should be beating them. You know, when you're going to have the ball a little bit more, you've got to break them down.
Yeah.
But we do play a similar style to you in the sense of when we are at our best, it's all about energy and being direct. And that's exactly
I think that's why we've always sort of cancelled each other out, although you seem to do the cancelling more than we are doing. But, you know, I think that's why, and I think our teams at the minute are the teams that's the nemesis to the top teams, you know, where they want to keep the ball all the time and play outside your box and all this, that, and the other. And then we win the ball. And we get counter attack where you've got Isaac, who's a really good counter attacking striker. He's fucking awesome, mate.
Was it Alanga that scored the winner for you against Liverpool?
No, it was
Hudson-Odoi. I think that's a prime example of it, wasn't it? I mean, Man City must have had 70% possession that game, and they did exactly what you said. You know, they get the ball wide, then they go back inside, and they recycle the ball. Look, when it works, when Spain used to do it back in year 2000 and it was new, it was great to watch. It was something different. But by Christ, when you're watching it for 90 minutes, it's all right on highlights. But when you're watching it for 90 minutes, it's like pulling teeth, isn't it?
It is, yeah. But I mean, the thing is with counter-attacking football, it's like when I watched the start of a Forest game, last season, I was like, get into him, then fucking get into him. Don't fucking let him go there. Don't let him go there. But then all of a sudden we win it on the what's called the low block now, which used to be just called a counter attack anyway. And then all of a sudden we win it, and we was quick on the transition. And we transition, and the way we did the transition and the passing was perfect, and we managed to get on goal, which is very similar.
I don't mind watching that. I'll watch that all day because
I loved it. I absolutely loved the way we played this season. I was annoyed at the start of it because I was like, "What are we doing? We're just letting these teams play." But then all of a sudden, as soon as we win the ball and get it up there, get it towards, and then it's in the goal, then you're all right with it, aren't you? Because you're a fan, and that's
I think it shows the trust that Nuno's got in the two centre halves he brought in, Murillo and Milinkovic. Because he had to soak up some pressure. And Matt Sells, as much as I've said, he's probably the worst goalkeeper I've seen in a Newcastle shirt. When he was in Newcastle, he was hopeless, mate. He was absolutely hopeless.
Yeah, I remember
verifying. He was at a game when we played Wolves in the Championship, and he was dire that day. But he's obviously worked on his game, and look, all goalkeepers make mistakes, but he's been a top player for you this season.
Amazing.
But it suits your system. It really does. It suits your system. My question would be, if you bring in a little bit more quality in deeper midfield,
Yeah.
a ball player, will you be able to transition it and still have the same success as regular? There might be a period in the league where you might go 5 without a win or whatever while he's and will Nuno be given the time, considering the expectations now of Nottingham fans are going to be a little bit higher? I had yous, when I did the predictions at the start of the season, I said yous would be around the likes of Fulham and Brighton. I didn't expect yous to be at the top of that list.
No.
But I did think yous would be in around that because you've got good players. Hudson-Odoi's not no mug, he's a good player. If you can get him in the head sorted, I think the rest takes care of itself. Alanga's a good player. Chris Wood will give you goals as long as you put the service in. And then obviously you've got some good players, mate. Ian at the right back you'll do well to keep a hold of him.
Yeah.
So I think if you can keep a hold of the nucleus of what you've got now and add to it, you should be looking at top half again next season.
I hope so. I mean, my prediction from last season, before last season, was like 12th or entering the top 10 or whatever like that. I never expected it to go the way it went. I mean, I don't think anybody did, to be honest. I think anybody that says that they expected that is a bit crazy because we didn't know where it was going to go. But the thing is what Nuno did was bringing in Milenkovic up alongside Murillo was a masterclass. It was an absolute masterclass because that made a perfect 2 central defenders. And then you've got Aina, and then you've got Nico Williams, and it just worked. It just fucking worked, and then we could get this transition going and stuff. I think we ran out of legs a little bit towards the end of the season.
Yeah, I think
thought it was going to happen anyway. And I thought that was going to happen anyway. I mean, but one of the best things about last season for me, and I'm not just saying this because you're a Newcastle fan, was you guys winning that Carabao Cup. And the reason I say that is because I did a watch along with Mama Flossie when we played you in the Carbob. In the Carabao, sorry. Mama called it Carbob.
When we went to penalties,
we always go with the Carbob. Yeah. And that was a quality fucking game. And you won it. And I said to Mama, now go and fucking win the lot. And you fucking did.
Well, I remember I went to the Chelsea game. I think it was the round after we beat Hughes. And I went there fully expecting, it was going to be a tough game. We might, it might be a narrow win or a narrow loss. And I'll be honest, we sat at the Leeds' side, and in the second half, we never seen Chelsea attack once.
No.
I think they had one effort on goal in the second half. And considering there were one that I think we scored in the 63rd, whatever, the second goal. We never seen Chelsea. We were thinking, oh God, we're going to see a lot of the game this side of the pitch.
Yeah.
Because Chelsea were attacking at our side and setting up.
But you have a very sort of smothering style, though, don't you? Which I think that's why our games was always good, because we kind of had the same kind of thing, where you smother the midfield, and then you sort of like let them think that they can get through the midfield, and all of a sudden go, no, you're not doing that.
It's a trap set,
and I think, we had a very similar style in the trap, basically. And I think that's why our games was always good. It was always sort of back and forth. And you did have that number many times last season.
I'll be honest, I thought we were fortunate in the game. We went 4-1 up and we managed to get the winner. That game could have been... I'm sure it was Milinkovic put a header wide.
Yeah. But I mean, you've got to finish your chances. I mean, if you don't finish your chances, you're going to get beat, aren't you? So
it's one of the, for me, I think if you guys can grab a hold of something like an Eddie Nketiah from, I originally thought he was on loan still at Palace, but obviously it's a permanent deal now.
Yeah, I don't want
someone of that ilk that is going to a habit of getting 10 goals a season in the Premier League. I mean, if you've got them as a backup to Wood, I think next season, I think that'll help.
I don't want Eddie Nketiah, mate.
I'm not saying, sorry, what I mean is of that ilk. I'm trying to think of who else.
Well, we're
no
on
strikers. That's the
we've
problem in the
pretty
Premier
much
League. There
just
isn't any strikers.
signed 3 players from Botafogo, who I think we've signed them for 35 million.
Yes.
Igor Jesus, a striker, Kuwabana, who's a left back, and Jaya Cunha, who's a 20-year-old centre back who, looking at the videos on YouTube, looks a bit like Murillo. So, I mean, that's a good thing. But this Igor Jesus, I think, would be a perfect player to bring on when we take Woods off, because he's a different style. He's a bit more direct. You know what? He's a bit more of a collyball type of player. Got the skills.
Oh God, you
got
can
the
back there,
dribbling
man. You stand
ability.
Collymore. Bloody hell.
Yeah, exactly. And, I think we've been crying out for a player
Could
like
Danny
that for a
Welbeck not
long
do a job
time.
for you? He's on a free transfer.
Not really. I'm not really that interested in that one, to be honest. I'd rather have a young 24-year-old.
Yeah,
I'm not.
yeah.
The thing is with me, right, and I've said this loads of times, I don't want these ex-players that was something that are going to be on massive money and have big fucking ideals in their heads and cause problems in the dressing room and stuff like that. I'd rather pick up the young Brazilians that want to do something and want to make something of themselves and have pride in the shirt when they get here. That's the kind of players I want.
Yeah, sometimes the players that you want and the players that you need are two. I totally get you, mate. If that's why I was saying, someone like even like a Cameron Archer or something, someone maybe not him, but someone that's had a little bit of Premier League experience, has still got a point to prove. That's what you need. You need players that have got a point to prove. People are doubting him, going, should you really be playing at this level? And he's got the opportunity to go in and say, look, no, to the manager, I'm going to prove that I belong at this level. And I don't care if it's for Forest or Man United. I'm gonna, but let's be honest, it could be. At the minute, going to Forest is probably an upset on Man United. As much as the white Man United supporters are not going to like say
well, unfortunate, but But I mean, it's like Anderson.
What I've went through for the last 30 years.
Anderson has been a quality signing.
Mate, I see him going back to
he
Newcastle someday. I really do.
He possibly will, but I just think that he has been an absolute quality signing. The way that he just takes it, he has got such a thing about him where he could just dribble the ball through everybody, and I don't know how he does it, but he's just got this ability.
Not because he's got pace. It's not because he's the stronger. He's just good on the ball. He's a vital. He's nigh on as important as Gibbs White for you guys, because he links. He brings the others into play. He links the midfield to the forwards. He also brings. He'll also drop right in and go as deep as anybody and run up with the ball. Play 1-2.
He'll defend as well. Yeah.
I think it wouldn't be. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of Forest fans said he was their player this season.
He's very. I would say I would be there, to be honest. I mean, I'd have to say Sells, obviously, because I think we've won a lot of games due to Sells saving the ball and all that. Saving the shots and all that kind of stuff. Milenkovic has been a major one this season as well.
Yeah.
But Anderson's definitely up there for me. I enjoy watching him. I think he could easily, if we did end up losing Morgan Gibbs White, I would have no issue in putting Anderson in that position, because he can do exactly the same thing. He fucking wears his heart on his sleeve, and he gets stuck in there, and he can also hit a shot. He can dribble if he's at the side on the end of the box. Brilliant.
You probably see the goals added to his game, the fact that he's given a license to go further forward as well. The way I look at it, when he is attacking for you, it's more narrow left-hand side. He'll get to the byline in the box. He'll do his job, but he's the first person when you lose the ball to get his head down and run back to get into position for me. Gibbs White's very good at that as well. I've got to give that to him. If I had to pick one for you, I would say attacking sense-wise, I would say Elliot Anderson. Defensively, I would definitely give it to Milinkovic. I know Murillo's the one getting all the the praises from the big clubs and
I
the
don't think
likes of Real
Murillo's
Madrid.
been all that this season. I think he's been okay. He's done his job. He's done a few like goal line clearances, but I think he was more involved in the last season. But the thing that Murillo does that I really like is he's got that Brazilian flair to him, where he will just, if he's in the right kind of position, he'll try and run it through everybody and have that shot.
Come out with the ball.
And I love that. I
Yeah, I
fucking
like that.
love that.
Fabian Shaw's like that for Newcastle. If he feels that if he feels in the mood, he'll come out with the ball. He'll take a strike on from 20 yards out, etc.
Yeah, I
etc.
know. You put one past us. I remember him putting one
Yeah,
past us. I think
yeah, that
that
was
the
the
first,
beginning of not season, gone season. I thought it was
Yeah,
beginning
that
of last
was
season, wasn't it?
our first game. Our
Our
first
first
game
game.
in the Premier
Yes,
League. Yeah,
both Anthony Gordon got one at the back post, didn't he? For
yeah.
yeah, remember, I know. God, my
Yeah.
memory, mate, is
Yeah.
terrible. My memory's terrible.
I mean, the thing is, I mean, when it comes to like Newcastle, as Mama knows anyway, obviously, because I know Mama and I know you guys, although I've always had like respect for Newcastle anyway, because I think all us kind of teams need to knock these fucking Billy Big Bollocks teams off the top, you know. So I'm down for all of them, and if you get Elanga, I mean, I'm always of the point. I don't know if you're the same, but if you don't want to play for my club and you don't want to put the Forest shirt on, fuck off.
I'm totally with you.
You know?
Look, I've got nothing against an individual. Like, for example, let's say in time if a Tonali or a Bruno or an Isaac gets an offer from a Real Madrid or a Barcelona or whatever it be, and they go, look, I want to go. That's for me when you say,
Yeah,
right, okay, you want to go, you go.
Yeah.
However,
Yeah.
you don't make it public. Therefore, we're in a position of strength with the other club, so we can get the best fee available. Because as soon as they go public and say, "I want to leave," the buying club have got it. They've got you by your balls because they know the player wants to leave. They know you're going to reduce the transfer fee. And like you say, if a player doesn't want to play for you, then move on. It's as simple as that.
I've always said that. Always said
And
that.
it's also
you know.
dependent on where you are as well. With all due respect to Forest,
Mm.
you're a huge historic club in English football, and they've had some good success the last. Considering they were favourites, one of the favourites scored down last season as well.
Big up, Steph.
Steph. Look, I'm all for this. I think it's brilliant for football as a sport, not a business.
Yeah.
Sport. When these clubs, the likes of Forest, Brighton, ourselves, are able to compete and see the likes of Man United and Spurs and West Ham's not struggling, but we're getting the better of them. I mean, struggling Man United's an understatement.
Who's
Spurs,
Man United anyway?
Sorry?
Who's Man United? I mean, we got a
Exactly,
double
who's
on
Man
them.
United? Exactly. There's only one United in England, man. We were the first United as well. Let it be known as well. Historically, we were.
Yeah.
But it's nice to know, regardless of all the establishment being against the top six, having challenges against them, there's still clubs out there able to think cleverly enough. I mean, I think Forest were very clever in this factor, and they knew they were going to overspend, and they knew they were going to get punished for it.
Yeah.
But they kind of made a calculated gamble and went, look, we're going to get a points deduction, but because it's one of the first, it might be a little bit lenient. I honestly think that if another club does identical thing to what you did, they would probably get a bigger punishment for it now because the FA has learned from it, and UEFA's learned from it. Because ultimately, you didn't really get punished. Okay, you had to take a slight hit that season.
I think we just thought, fuck it. We're going to get punished anyway, so just sign loads of players and just, whatever.
We've all been in that moment at times in my life where we just go, I know I'm going to get wrong for this, but fucking I'm going to do it anyway.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I think that you kind of set the precedent there, though, when you did that. Everton was a different kettle of fish. I think Everton were just being so naive because they brought a top manager in and Ancelotti that they were just throwing money at him and hoping that the best was going to happen and they were going to have some success to pay for what they would outlaid, but clearly that didn't happen.
Yeah. Stephanie says it's a struggle watching United. Well,
I
I tell
love
you
it.
what,
Love it.
I'll be honest with you, right? And this might cheer your missus up as well. If they manage to get going what they're trying to do now, they are going to have one hell of a strike force. If they can get, I think they've already got Cunha and in Fernandez is staying, and if they can get Mbermo and Jokeres, that is going to be an amazing front line. There's still things to work on, but
Mate,
that is
when you've
gonna
got a
be
manager that
something.
can identify the fact that he's an idiot for not identifying why he's losing games, doesn't matter how good your front line is. Look at Newcastle's front line when we had
Yeah, but I mean,
Peter Beardsley, Keno Espria,
deal
Shearer.
with what he's got, though, any. You know,
I get that, mate. I'm with you on that. You can only work with what you've got, but ultimately he's brought in the likes of Dogu and everything from Italy, where things probably going to be decent wing back in a couple of years. But yeah, I don't see Man United. I see Man United battling with the likes of Brighton next season.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is,
Did you hear that?
say that about Amarim, but
Did you hear that?
if Amarim have actually got a fucking pre-season, I think things would have been different. If he'd have got a pre-season and being able to sign players,
I'm gonna have a quick wee, mate. I'll be 2 seconds. Sorry, I'm gonna have to go. And I can't hold it anymore. I'm getting old. I'll be 2 seconds.
You need to get a catheter, mate. Let's do a GoFundMe to get Andy Bell a catheter. In fact, I need a catheter, to be fair. Sheldon Dream, Strike Force could be great, but midfield engine room has been sharp for over a decade. Yeah, I think there's a lot more to do. But I think if you can get that Strike Force sorted out and then work on the midfield, there's a lot to do at Man United, to be fair. But I think, the one thing you said to me, Stephanie, was about you can't score goals. And if you get those players in that I've just said and you can't score goals, then that's it. There's no hope for you. There's no hope for you at all. Because Cunha can create, he can also score. And Burmo can create and he can score. Fernandez can create and he can score. And Jokeres can score and assist. So, I mean, if you can manage to sort of get that together and then work on the other side of it after that, I mean, Agati, I think, is pretty decent. I think Casemiro's probably got to go. Mount's probably got to go because I don't know where he fits in, to be honest, Mount. I don't know where he fits in. But other than that, I think you've got a possibility of doing something. No excuses.
I'll ask you this question.
Go on.
So Spurs with a fully fit squad. So you've got Kulichevsky, you've got Son, Solanke, Johnson, who I'm a good fan of. That young kid that they've got, he's Norwegian. Plus the back line that they've got in Romero, Van de Ven. I don't care what Man United do this season. I'd still take that Spurs squad.
Spurs are a weird one because they've now possibly got.
I'm on the set even HSs.
Yeah, good night. And Spurs have possibly got Thomas Frank, which I think is going to be a really good appointment as long as they back him. If they back him, they could end up a really good team, to be honest.
I'm a fan of Thomas Frank. I like him as a person. And I also quite like him as a coach because anyone that's able to do a job like that with that, the only thing I will say is you're a little bit formy on it.
Yeah.
They go off the boil, come on the boil, off the boil, on the boil. When they're on it, they're a bloody good side. And I think the fact that when their games had the most goals, either home or away last season, put together, tells me that it's just as well Spurs have got some good centre halves. But I think a lot of Spurs is going to matter of how they keep the centre half, the back line fit, because Madison's.
They need some grit in the midfield as well. I mean, if Thomas Frank's going to do what he does, he needs to build a team that's resilient and able to score. I mean, we struggled with them this season. I mean, 2 long balls over the top, we was done. You know, so we've struggled with him. If he can manage to get that and get a good midfield, and I think his defence, I mean, Van der Ven's decent. I mean, Romero is decent, although he loses his head every now and then, stuff like that. But it's the midfield, in my opinion, that he needs to sort out and have some grit in there. And then I think he can get it going.
If Spurs could find a Joe Linton, they've got half a chance.
Yeah. I'd agree with that. Just give me 1 second, mate. I need a piss.
No problem, bud. So, not that I can see who's watching, but of the people that's watching, who do you support? Are you looking forward to the new season? Are you even going to watch this Club World Cup, by the way? Because I'm on the fence. I'm not sure. I'm sure I will watch it because there's no football on, but will I want to watch it is the difference. See if anyone drops a comment and I'll respond. And apologies to any Man U fans watching. Steph, if that's you, or who was the other one? Yeah, no more excuses for Bruno. Yeah, he's not my favourite player in the world as an individual. He's a wonderfully talented player, but is he a top player? For me, I think he's capable of some of the best passes in the Premier League. The fact that he gets a number still in a poor team is impressive, but I think he upsets the rest of his midfield, and I think that's Man United's problem. They're not able to get a settled midfield. He wants to be everywhere, which all that does is confuses the rest of his teammates in midfield because they're looking over the shoulder thinking they should be over there, but he's not. He's chasing the ball. So I think it's responsibility because he's captain. He wants to be the man that goes to win every ball, but you've just got to sometimes delegate responsibility to your teammates. Yeah, United, Steph, right, okay, I've just seen it. Well, I can empathise with you because where you are now is where I've been used to being most of my life. Fighting relegation. Except when we were fighting relegation, teams used to get over 40 points and we'd get relegated. We're rather lucky this season, I think. If you hadn't had Bruno, do you think if you didn't have Bruno, you might have gotten relegated? And you look at the numbers that he got this season. Yeah, he's saying I should get catheter. I think he should. That's twice he's been away. Totally agree, Steph. Yeah. There was a game. Oh, not this season. Last we played you at home, beat you 3-1, 2-1. And I seen him just running around like a headless chicken. He was going for every ball when he should have been passing it off to his defensive partners. He wants to be the guy. He wants to be the hero. He wants to be this and that. Fortunately, the ball travels faster than you. It's a lesson that you got to learn as a top player. But if you stick him in a Brighton side or something like that, then he could be a great player. We're just discussing my opinion. You can hopefully, I hope you disagree because quite a few of my mates do. Bruno Fernandes for Man United. First of all, my point would be if they didn't have a Man United, could have been relegated. Second, I'm going to say to that is the one thing I notice about him when he plays is because he wears the armband now, I think he confuses his midfield partners because he should be disciplined in a certain area of the pitch. But because he sees an opportunity to go for the ball, he'll go, and then the transition will happen, and his teammates are looking for him in the middle of the pitch to want to play off him, and he's the other side of the pitch.
Yeah.
Do you know, he's not doing... As a captain, you've got a responsibility to the team, not yourself and not the crowd.
Yeah.
Not the crowd. I think he's playing to the crowd a lot because he wants to be seen as the warrior. He wants to be seen as this. And for me, I think he's he's part of the solution this season, but he's going to be a part of the problem moving on. If Amrin wants to impose this system where every single person has a single responsibility, I can see why they were open to let him go to Saudi personally. If they were going to, if any team's going to give you £100 million for him, especially in the situation Man United are in financially, needing the stadium sorted and going to ask the taxpayer to pay for it instead of them, they need the money. So
Yeah.
look, he's a wonderful player, wonderfully talented player, but is he a top footballer? That's what I'm asking. Is he capable of great passes? Yes. Is he capable of great shots with his left foot or his right foot? Yes. But would you want him in your team?
No,
I
because
know my legs couldn't handle him.
He's too much of a Mardy horse. He's not a captain, in my opinion. There's a lot of games that you watch where he just sort of tries to take everything on himself. But if you're a captain, the whole point of being a captain is to have your team behind you and to make them work in the way that you want them to work. You look at like Roy Keane and stuff like that, and he's not captain material. He's too much of a one-man band, which is probably why he didn't want Ronaldo there, because Ronaldo sort of like went against that. He's a man that can do amazing things at times, but as a fan, you don't want him to do it at times. You want him to do it all the times, because we've all had great captains, haven't we? We've all had great captains in our sides that we can remember. Stuart Pearce and all that, Roy Keane.
Yeah, Force as well, yeah.
Yeah, we've all had great captains, and we know what captains do. Captains G the fucking side up. Captains keep the teams going, and to me, he's a bit too much of a solo player who's just all about himself.
I was saying when you were at the toilet there, I was saying it seems to be he's playing for the crowd. He wants the crowd to see what he's doing. He's trying to please the crowd.
Exactly.
And he's trying to get the accolades on himself rather than let his team be successful. For me, it would be a case of, if Amrin's this system that he wants to play the 3-4-3, you have to have. It's a little bit like Conte when he won the league with Chelsea. When he changed the system, they weren't doing too well at the start of the season. He changed the system, went 5 at the back. Everyone knew the job. Yes, it was very pragmatic and it was pretty boring, but everyone knew the job. You can't have a Bruno in your team if you're playing something like that. You can't.
Well, the thing is, what you got to do, what everybody has to understand is it's called a team for a reason.
Right, yeah.
Because you've got other people that you need to sort of bring. If he works in a sense where he brings other people into the team and he puts the passes that he can do and all that kind of thing, then yes, he's going to be an absolute quality player. But the trouble with Fernandez, and the reason I wouldn't want him, I mean, he dives around like a prick anyway, which I do not like, and he tries to cheat and stuff like that, which has never been something I've liked in a player anyway. And I'll always call it out, whether it's my player or whether it's your player or whoever it is. I've always
Gordon's very similar. Gordon does it.
Yeah, exactly, and I don't respect that. And I think Man United could do well with actually letting that guy go and actually getting somebody in who's more 100% about the team instead of 100% about himself.
And there's also that thing of monkey sees, monkey does. When Man United are losing 1-0 and Bruno's throwing his arms up for the slightest little thing, that is the last thing you want to see your captain doing. Last thing, because that sets a precedent across the whole team.
Can you imagine
by the way,
Bruno?
Not Bruno F.
Can you imagine Bruno going into the dressing room at half time with a Roy Keane or a Stuart Pearce and going, oh well, they're not giving me the ball, they're not doing this, that, and the other. They just turn around and say, look, motherfucker, you ain't the centre of this fucking universe. You need to go out there and play like you are an amazing fucking player. If you're not going to do that, then we don't need you. There
was a I can't remember whether it was the Man. I think it was the Man City Cup final when they beat Man City. There was a strong look. It was a 50-50. He went in. I can't remember who it was with. I think it was Gundogan. Gundogan's taking the ball, but he's taking Bruno as well. And Bruno has gone down like he's been absolutely gang battered. My thinking is, if I'm a captain of a team, first of all, I don't want to see my teammates see me like that. And second of all, if I've got kids, I've got to go home to my son and say, look, son, life's going to kick you in the nuts sometimes. A bit like when Rocky said to his son, look, it's a hard life, and it's how you get up. How can you say that to your son when you're getting tapped like that on 200 grand a week and you're throwing yourself around like a little fanny?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Stephanie says, 100%, yeah, Bruno does unlikely things well and easy things poorly. Yeah, 100%, because he's all about like doing the star moment thing. But sometimes you need somebody to actually just do the things that matter.
To flip that as well,
ethic over player sentimentality is our downfall. We need winners, not whingers. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
To flip that as well, on your team, I'm sure I remember 2 occasions this season where Gibbs White has been challenged in quite strongly in the middle of the pitch. He's jumped up and he's pressed the key, and you've won the ball and you've getting a goal from it.
Yeah.
At least twice. I remember quite vividly. I think one of them was against Chelsea when you shot them, and I can't remember. I think it might have been against us even. But there's a amount of time. It's an attitude issue, isn't it? It's a matter of attitude.
It is.
You're not getting the foul. Get up off your arse and go and get the ball.
You know what? That winds me up so much, because you're leaving your team down to 10 men while you're rolling around like a fucking dickhead.
And it's the little looks in the box that they do.
Yeah.
I'm getting it in the jump up. They're rolling around like they've just broke their ankle. Then the penalty's given, and they're jumped up like they've just won the lottery. And it's like that.
Is that not down to the officials though? Because if I was an official and a player goes down, and he's rolling around, then keeps looking at me, I'd think you've just played that. You've just played for that.
I think that's where VAR's got to come in. I think. Look, there's fouls that are fouls, and the players make the most of them, and they do that.
Yeah.
But there's the ones where they legitimately are making the most out of the contact, and they're rolling around like they've been shot. And then immediately, as soon as the whistle's blown, and they give a look to the referee, and they know that they've gotten the decision, and they jump up, I would overturn my decision.
I would.
I would.
Yeah, I've said that a few times. Yeah, 100%. I would.
And I think it would put it out the game a little bit.
Yeah, I've read that one. Yeah, I mean, I'm exactly the same. I mean, to me, it just makes no sense. I mean, I don't like dark arts at all. And I said from the very start that I knew it was going to come into the league as soon as we started signing players from other countries and all that kind of stuff. And it should have been stopped dead right there. It should have been as soon as you're shown to dive, red card, get off. Because now there's coaches that coach teams and they coach them to do this shit. Arteta definitely does it.
Oh, Wenger started it, really. It was Wenger that started it, wasn't it?
Arsenal are the masters of the dark arts, 100%. Stephanie Griffith says, thanks, guys, for letting me vent. I'm probably in the minority of the United fans who just don't see it with Captain Chaos. You're always welcome to vent on here. You're always welcome to come on here as well if you want to.
And there's no wrong opinion. I'm totally of the one of
and you
football.
Don't have
there's
to
no
put
wrong
Cam
opinion
on either.
football.
You don't have to put Cam on if you don't want to.
No.
Have you said?
I love it when you can sit with somebody and disagree with someone's opinion on football, have a 10-minute discussion and go, I've learned something off you and you've learned something off me. Just because someone disagrees with you, it doesn't mean they're a bad person.
Exactly.
Or just because they disagree with you, that they're wrong.
Yeah.
Football is such a wide spectrum of decisions, inches in decisions, that there's just because you think someone's a good player and someone else doesn't. Look, I always like the fact that if someone says they're shit or that person's a bad person, well, back it up. Give me some context, please.
We're in that point of now where if someone likes a player and you don't, you're stupid.
Exactly. How the f can you think that they're a good player?
What do you mean I'm fucking stupid? I'm just fucking giving my opinion.
Exactly. I'm totally with you. I mean, you know me, mate. I think Lee was being with us once when I came on, and I've mentioned him a few times. He was always a big fan of Murphy. And God Almighty, has he made me fucking swallow my words this season after the season he's had? Because I said to him,
Yeah.
look, he's a limited player. He's got some good attributes, but he'll never really rip up the Premier League.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I've been proven massively wrong.
100%.
Massively wrong.
I mean, Stephanie says when PL started, players were sent off for diving. What's changed? I don't know. I think they've got some kind of money going on. Sorry, mate. I'm done being on the wine all day. No worries, bro. No worries, bro.
As an Arsenal fan with a transfer window hoping for them to sign Sesko, I can understand why.
You're on the wine, bro. But yeah, I mean, it seems to be nowadays that everybody has a perspective on a player. You know, everybody has it. You know, I get told that this player's good and this player's good, and I'm like thinking, I don't see it. Well, you're an idiot then. Why am I an idiot?
Exactly.
You don't understand football. I'm 52 years old. I've been watching football for years. You go on XGs and stats. I go on these.
Eyes.
You know what I mean?
Eyes. Yeah, I'd rather trust my eyes than some statistics. Don't get us wrong. There's a place for stats. There is a place for them, but I think the stats come after you've used the eye test sometimes.
Of course they do. Yeah, of course they do.
For me, I've got.
100%.
If I watch a pool player now, and back in the day when we played county, the captain used to say to me, "What do you think of this player? Should I bring him to the A team? Should I bring him to the B team?" Da, da, da. I'd always say, "Well, let's play him a few games, and then I'll tell you," because you'd always get an opinion of people go, "Oh, I don't think he's that good. I don't." And I'd also, even if I've watched him, I'd rather play him and I'd find out. This notion, it's a bit like the argument, isn't it? When they go, have you spoke to so-and-so person? And you go, no. And they'll say, oh, he's a dickhead. And you go, how do you know he's a dickhead? Oh, well, my mate told us. So,
mate,
you've never met the guy, but he's a dickhead based on what your mates told you.
Yeah. So I'm not supposed to believe he's a dickhead because your mates told
because
me
your uncle's dog tells you he's a dick. How about giving someone common courtesy of actually meeting them?
To him, so then he became a dickhead to you. You know, I mean, nobody actually accepts accountability anymore. So it's like if you go up to someone and go, you know, you can like pull a joke or something. Oh, fucking hell, look at your shirt, look like a twat. And then he goes, and then he gives it you back, and you go, oh, don't bother him, he's a dickhead.
It's a very naive and social media way of looking at life because there's a narrative and it's a popular opinion that someone's this or that, then people just follow it like sheep rather than actually meeting the person and going, actually, do you know what it is? He's done nothing to me. I think he's all right, or she's all right, or they're all right, or whatever they are. And I think this is football. It's so big in football as well. You know, Adam Morton, how many people that say he's a good player in the media, I've actually sat and watched them. I remember I was watching TalkSport a few days ago, and they were on about how is Adam Morton not getting in the squad. How is Adam? It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Yes, he should be in the squad. He should be in ahead of the likes of, for example, Jordan Henderson, maybe Curtis Jones, maybe a couple others as well. But at the same time, is there not a lot of other players in the squad that should be there? So, for example, if I make it for England, when Lewis Hall was fit, he got in the squad. Then he was left out of the squad. While he was probably playing his best football, got left out. Lewis Skelly's 17-year-old, 18 now, and they call him a generational talent. Based on what, by the way? Based on what? Because he can run in the midfield and pass the ball.
Though, isn't it? You see somebody who's got a little bit of something. I mean, I do see something in Lewis Skelly. I see more, not a left back, more a midfield kind of player. Personally, that's my personal point of view.
I think he's very similar to Lewis Hall.
Something in there, but it's going to take time. But we just, I mean, well, you look at the world class type. I mean, what kind of player could you class as world class now in England? Because the only one I can class is Harry Kane. That's it. Is there anybody else?
When you say in England, or do you mean English player?
In England squad, who is world class?
I'd argue, not that I think he is.
Declan Rice is on
but
the
I don't think
verge.
Declan Rice.
He's definitely on the verge. He's
I think
definitely on
Declan
the
Rice
verge.
would probably get into 99 teams out of 100.
Yeah.
Do I think he's world class? No, I don't think. I think there's limitations in his game. Is Jude Bellingham even world class?
Oh, yeah.
I think
I mean,
potentially, yes.
yeah.
I think if I was to say anyone in the Premier League, I tell you what, I think Isak's high up that list because I think as an all-rounder up front, he's probably the best in the Premier League. I don't think there's an argument that there's a striker in the Premier League that can do the amount of things that he does to the level that he does. Look, he's not the out-and-out goal scorer that a Haaland is. He's maybe not the runner that Watkins is in behind. He might not be able to head the ball like a Chris Wood, but I find it hard to find a better all-rounder than him around Europe. And then I'll go potentially Sven Botman when he's fully fit. He will prove he's world class. But this is another one where someone in the comments could go, "You're wrong. You're a dickhead," because I disagree with you. But
yeah, but
I think you're right. If you look at the Spain,
that's not good argument, is it? To just say you're a dickhead. I don't agree with you.
It happens, mate, when you're on screen. I'm sure you've had it.
Yeah, but that's the problem nowadays. People do that and don't offer anything back. You know, it's just like, oh, you're a knob. You don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so what do you see in this player that I don't? Because you might see something different that I don't. So if you can give me something else that I can look at and think, yeah, okay, you're right on that. Yeah, okay.
I got nailed 3 weeks ago. We did a show where it talks about who we should keep, who's potentially going to get a new contract, etc., etc. And got on to Callum Wilson. And my argument was, look, he served his purpose when under Steve Bruce, and he was a great servant to the club. But unfortunately, in my job, if I'm not available 80% of the year, I'll get sacked. Ultimately, Wilson this season has scored 1 goal. He's not available 90% of the time. So therefore, how can you legitimately say that he's worth the money that's been paid to him? So therefore, I'd move him on.
Yeah, he's Newcastle.
And I was quite respectful in what I said. And the first 6 comments are you forgetting the fact that he scored 18 goals in the Premier League, you knob, blah, 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 blah. People were short memory. And I'm like, fine, yeah. But I did go back to say, look, he served his purpose at the club. Thank you very much for that. But when the club was 18th, 17th, 16th, 14th, 12th in the league at that point, we're not there anymore. We're 4th, we're 5th, we're 7th.
The thing is, what we've got to understand, though, is we are a target because they are sat in the chat talking shit. We're actually on here showing who we actually are, and you can walk down the street and you can see us, but they don't do that. They're actually in the chat, so they're going to say whatever they've got to say, but we are actually out here saying it. I mean, I said when we signed Chris Woods, I said, what a waste of fucking money. And I watched no end of games and I went, might as well fucking just bought a tree and put it in the centre of the pitch. But then also, what I've said afterwards, when he's done what he's done, I've gone, fuck me, I was wrong.
Yeah.
You know? And there's nothing wrong with being wrong.
No.
You don't have to be right all the time. Just because you're a YouTuber, you're on screen, it doesn't mean you know everything that's fucking happening. You know,
like the Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher getting paid $1 million a year get it wrong. You know, remember the time when Jamie Carragher said, "What the hell are Man City doing paying £50 million for Kevin De Bruyne? He's not a £50 million player."
Or the best one, what was it, Alan Anton, when he turned around?
When you're not going to win over
kids.
Yeah, I remember watching that one.
That's probably one of the biggest ones.
Yeah, it's one of them. I think. Look, I've always been the type that if I'm in the wrong, I put my hands up.
Yeah, and that is what you do. You be respectful and you put your fucking hands up and say, look, I was wrong. You know, you can only do that. And you get people in the chat saying this. I mean, I don't get a lot of it in this chat, to be honest. I built this very well. If there's anybody like that, I'll get rid of them straight away.
There's nothing wrong with someone disagreeing with you. The problem is nowadays, mate, there's no legitimate argument to their comeback. It's all
when they completely go into you and say you're an absolute C-U-N-T, or I'll get
But
rid
I mean,
of
they're
those
probably right.
people.
I can be,
Not
but I mean,
interested.
give us some
Well, I
context.
am,
Tell us
but-
why I'm wrong, and I'll have a conversation with you. If you're just going to turn around and say, "Look, you're a big look at Lee Evans lookalike," then yes, okay, it's a funny joke, and you're probably right. I do look like Lee Evans. I'm just unfortunately not as rich or as funny as him. But
You're not sweating enough, mate.
give us some context to your argument. Otherwise, I'm just going to laugh at you because
you're not sweating enough. Otherwise, I would say you're a Lee Evans.
Give it 5 minutes. If you'd seen us at the cup final when we were 2-1 up in Liverpool, you would have seen us sweating.
I can imagine. Yeah, I can imagine. I
needed a new suit that day, I tell you.
Well,
you know what the funny thing is? If I've been sat in the house, I said to the wife, the last cup final, I sat in the house and watched it. And I said to her, oh God, getting beat again, so obviously through my lifetime we've always getting beaten finals. And I said to her, look, if we get to a final again, I am not sitting in the house. I'm either gonna go to London or I'm going out and I'm watching it. Anyways, cut a long story short, my wife was just getting out of hospital when the final came on. So there was no way I was going to be too far away from her. I says, I'm going to the pub because when we get beat, it means I can have a couple of drinks and I can forget about it.
Yeah.
She said, right, no problem. Because I was fully expecting her to get beat at Liverpool. And mate, my lass will say I've got a swinging brick, right? I'm so unemotional. Had I been in the house when we won it, I might have probably had a tear or so. But because we're in the pub, I'll be honest, I was home before and I was watching the match on replay on the record before it actually sank in. And I can honestly say I never shed a tear when we won the cup, but when we beat PSG in the Champions League, I shed a tear. However, when I watched the parade, because again, my missus is just getting out. She just had the blood transfusion, so I couldn't go to the parade. Because if I was needed, there was no buses, it was a nightmare to get out of Newcastle. I had a couple of tears, and I was thinking, when you just think to yourself, I never ever thought that was I never, in my wildest dreams, thought.
It's amazing.
We had the opportunity when we played Man United when they were poor, and we got beat. And then we played Liverpool, who, it's weird how football comes about.
It was even emotional for me. I mean, because, I have massive respect. I mean, and it's like for the first time, we've done a lot of things this season for the first time in a lot of years, but to do that was just fucking off the scale. And, I think that was an absolutely amazing achievement. And I think you are the team to watch out for next season, to be honest. As soon as you start getting it together and start signing the players that you want, hopefully not Alanga, but as soon as you start signing the players that you want, I think you'll go on. And the thing is, the one thing I like about you, Andy, right, is you can see that you're 100% a tuner. Same as Mama Flossie. I don't watch a lot of like Newcastle channels or anything like that, but you can see you're 100% in there, and I love that because
that's why I follow your channel, because you not do you just love Forest, you love football. You always I've seen you with on other collabs with other people from other channels at times. And there's no bitterness because someone supports a different side. I'll have a bit of banter with my wife because she's Man United.
Yeah, of course.
I've had many a days where she's been the happy person over me. Boxing days and 4-2 getting battered off them, and I'm like, oh God. She nails it onto us, and she was a trooper when we won, because I was like, where is this season? What's wrong with that nowadays? You can't do that. You can't do that to people under 20 nowadays.
Nah,
you can't. Do you know what it is? There was a funny one about it. We're going a little bit off subject here, but just to put things into perspective, there was a video today put on twat drivers. It was a cyclist on the inside of a Porsche, and the Porsche wants to go into a parking space, but doesn't see the cyclist on the inside of them and turns in. I put a comment on, I hate cyclists as much as the next person. However, if it's not safe to park into a parking space with a cyclist on the inside of you, then you shouldn't do it. And all I'm getting in response is someone sent a reply saying, change the cyclists to someone of religion or colour, and then retype it. And I'm like, are you seriously, have you heard yourself?
Yeah,
because I've said I hate cyclists, you're referring it to a religion or colour. I mean, Seriously, mate.
You know what? You know what, mate? Is my experience and my thingy to you is just stay off social media altogether. I mean, I've just stopped bothering with it. I was in an argument the other day about somebody about something. I'm not going to go into it, but you know, and it's just a waste of time. There's no point. So just don't bother. Stephanie says, glad your trophy track is over, Andy. Far too long to wait. So many opportunities. 98, 99 cup finals with Shearer. Oh, Shearer. And PL with Keegan in 1996 should have won at least one of those. Yeah, 100%. I mean, the thing is, I was emotional about the Newcastle win because, you know, I have a hell of a lot of respect for any team that's not these fucking big dogs that think they own everything, you know. And I thought it was absolutely amazing. Honestly, I thought it was absolutely, the game was, I mean, I've heard people say that all Liverpool didn't turn up. I don't care if you turned up. If you didn't turn up, that's on you. You know, if you don't want to turn up, that's on you, innit? You know, and I have nothing but love for Newcastle. So, you know, I've been there on a night out, and it's just fucking, it's unreal.
Apparently, Forest, Nottingham's a good night out if you're a single bloke. Apparently, the numbers is like 3 women to 1 man. I mean, I wish I'd tried that before I got married, if I'm honest.
I don't think it is, no.
But no, I think that the one thing that Newcastle has with a lot of neutral fans that support other teams that have some common empathy for other teams is, if you look at Sunderland, they went to the Trafalgar Square and they had a party the night before the final. Did you see the state of Trafalgar Square the next morning? Pictures. They didn't clean up after themselves. You know, we look. Newcastle's got their fans that are bosses as well as, you know, every side has.
Of course they
But
are.
as a whole, we went there, we celebrated, we tidied up. We have respect for the sides. I'd like to think that anyone watching this that's been to an away game in Newcastle, you're gonna feel, if you meet someone, yes, they might be wearing a Newcastle shirt and you feel reluctant to say hello to them. Don't, because 99.8% of them will probably buy your beer and say, I hope you enjoy your day in Newcastle.
Yeah, that's what I got when I went there.
I hope you're happy after you get beat, you know, and safe trip home. Yes, okay, you're gonna get the odd. What if there's 52,000 going to the game? There'll be another 100,000 around Newcastle. You'll probably find 100 that are dickheads, and you'd be unlucky to bump into one of them 100. And I'm always like that. I remember one of my first ever games as an adult. We were Liam, we were playing Watford. Pancras scored a last minute winner. We were sitting at the bar where there was a strippers and we were having a good time, and there was a lot of Watford fans there. And me and Lee sat with them for hours and hours and hours. We had a good night with them, and one of them still messages us now. I have got no injustice towards anyone that supports another team. That's what football's about. It brings people together. It's sport. That's what sport's
we've all
about.
got good and bad in our teams and our fans and all that kind of stuff. But and I think that's why it's important to do these channels where, you know, if you're one of those people that's not like that, and it's not to do with like getting subs and stuff like that. I don't give a fuck about that. I've said that from the start. You know, it's about sort of like giving your perspective and, you know, showing exactly what an actual Forest fan's about instead of what you see, you know, because like I say, we've got our arseholes, 100%. I mean, I've met most of them, you know, and I don't like them. So, you know, I don't expect you guys to like them.
I remember I was 17-year-old and I was in a bar, naive as hell, and we're upstairs, and next thing I know, we're getting told that if you're not part of a certain crew, you've got to go downstairs. And I'm like, I'm not going to. I was naive to the fact that there was hooligans and stuff like that. At 17 years old, I didn't have a clue. And next thing I know, I'm literally being dragged off my feet, chucked downstairs because I'm not part. You know, I'm one of you. I'm here to watch the game. You know what I mean? It's a bit sad when you think of it. But that was the 90s. So look, mate, It's
To
one
be
of them.
honest,
It's
it was
always
better
nice
then
to
than
see
it
an
is
underdog
now.
do well. I've always said that. Look, we love an underdog, don't we? And
Mm.
look, I don't feel as if that's a disrespect to putting Forest in that category. If you was getting Champions League, that would have been a massive underdog story. You know, I don't think
Possible.
that's a disservice to you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
100%.
even probably written about us this season because we weren't tipped by many to get Champions League this season.
The thing is, we was the underdog when we won the fucking European Cup. We've always been the underdog. You know, when Clough took us over, we was the underdog. He just took a team of nobodies and turned them into somebodies, and then won a European Cup, and then won another one. You know, and then we kept winning cups from that point on. You know, and the thing is, for me, it's like, yeah, it's good to go on about that. It's good to go on about where the stars with pride, which is why I've used the 2 ninja star thing, which I think is awesome.
Yeah.
And you know, but that was then. I want something now.
Yeah, there's
You know
a
what I mean?
lot of people always go on about the history, isn't it? I'd say I remember the days when I used to be able to run 5 miles and box 12 rounds. But if I was in a fight in Newcastle, no, that's not going to help us, is it?
Exactly.
Not going to help us.
Yeah, exactly. I
After
mean, it's
3
not.
minutes, I'm going to be blowing out my arse.
To be honest, I only go on about the 2 stars because when I'm talking to Arsenal fans, because you ain't got none, you know. So that's the only reason I kind of.
Have you seen a video lately of the Arsenal fans TV giving it about bottle jobs in the league, and they mention every team except from Arsenal. And I left a comment saying nothing to see here, just a man that kind of get past the semi. I mean, as much as Arsenal look, they've been a very good side this season. But you could even argue Spurs have had a better season than them. They've got some.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, 100%.
Yourselves have had a better. If you look for pound for buck, what's going on at a club, wage bills, you know, players. You know, Saka's not going to hang around at Arsenal if they keep missing out on trophies and getting semi-finals. You know, their highlight of the season is getting past Real Madrid.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
they're calling us bottle jobs. They were calling Newcastle bottle jobs because we were, you know, pushing to catch them for second, and then we got beat off them 1-0. Then we win bottle jobs when we're missing Joel Linton and we're beat in the first leg. Then in the second leg, we didn't have Bruno Guimaraes and we still beat us. So it's very easy to throw out insults, but 2 seconds later, that same insult can come back and bite you in the arse.
Of course it will, and that's the way it goes, isn't it? You know, you will get you put things out. It's same as like, what was it, Commandos, where you cashing checks your body can't cash or whatever.
We've all been there.
Yeah. You know, and you know, we all do it. And I mean, when I do it, I think I am onto a good thing because I think Forest will become a massive thing. And I think Newcastle will become a massive thing as well.
You've got an owner that's ambition, got money as well. As long as you don't go silly and put yourselves in trouble, he's always going to be ambitious. And if there's a player there that he thinks helps you, you know, at Olympic York, I saw doing pretty well. He's owner of them as well, isn't he? Or part owner or whatever.
Yeah. That's it. Spot on. If you can't take it, don't give it. That's how I've always been all my life. I've always been the same. I will give it, and I will take it. You know,
I've always had the opinion: is the juice worth the squeeze? So, is the reward of insulting somebody and having a laugh worth what they might do to you? So, is it worth the squeeze? Because I've been guilty of it when I was young and I was cheeky, as saying something to someone and then getting slapped on the face by a paramedic going, "Are you all right there, young lad? Are you all right?" Because someone's belted it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is like that. I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to give it, you've got to accept to take it. And I think that's what's going wrong nowadays because you've got a lot of people who will. I mean, I've had it loads of times where people give me shit left, right, and centre, and I just keep taking it, and then I start giving something back, and they go, "Oh, well, if you're going to be violent, I don't want to talk to you anymore." And it's like, well, what did you expect?
It's Yeah. Look,
You know?
if you back a dog into a corner, as much as a dog will be loyal to you, if you back it in the corner, what's it going to do to you? Bite you.
Exactly.
So, and a wounded animal is a dangerous thing. A backed up animal is.
And
But going back to football,
accountability seems to be a lost thing, don't it? Nobody can take accountability for what they've done. You know, it's like, oh well, it weren't my fault because I only said that because what you said. It's
saw it
like,
on
well,
TikTok and they were fine, so it must be fine. That's what my daughter says. My daughter's 19 now, and it's a case of, well, they do it on TikTok, so it must be normal. It's like, no, TikTok's not. That's not how you should be running your life.
That's not normal.
I hate it. I hate the thing. I absolutely hate it. But that's a conversation for another day, mate. But I tell you what,
I wouldn't let any kids.
I truly believe, I fully believe that the trip to your place next season, I put honestly in the top 6 of hardest away days in the league.
Yeah, 100%.
And half of it's atmosphere, mate. You know, the people talk about atmospheres in England. And look, I'm going to be partial. I do think that we have got the best fans at home in the league. And I think we've probably got the best away fans as well. But I'm going to say that.
I don't think you've got the best. I think if I was to put it into a box, I'd say fans wise, we've got the best. You're next, and then it's Crystal Palace.
I'll take that. I do think Palace are a great example of.
We're the only ones that keep that going. By the way,
right?
Look at Arsenal at Emirates. Fucking hell, you don't hear nothing from them, and then they leave about 10 minutes before the end of the game.
But it swung for me, you know. They always say that, you know, if you watch TalkSport, they'll say, "Where's the best atmospheres in England?" They'll always mention Merseyside, i.e., Liverpool and us. And I think the final was a prime example of.
I don't think
Liverpool back to the final
nowadays,
when we were getting beat off Man United, we were still singing. We were even after the game, we were still singing. Liverpool weren't singing. Half of them had left. I think that shows a method of entitlement for me, because Liverpool went there fully expecting that they were going to win that game. It never entered their heads that Newcastle were going to even.
No, it didn't. It didn't.
They didn't even enter their brains that they thought Newcastle might beat us here.
To be honest, I'm going to change that actually, because I think your fans. I mean, obviously. Like back when we was in the Championship and stuff like that, our fans, I mean, I was at the ground. Our fans at times just went quiet. So I would say probably Newcastle are probably the top in the fans, because, I mean, you sit there, where even if it's winter, you've got your fucking tops off. You know what I mean? And you're screaming away, you're shouting, and all this, that, and the other. So I'm going to give that to Newcastle.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
It's a very difficult sort of one with Palace, because Palace just fucking sing left, right, and centre. Since we've got in the Premier League, we give it all the time as well. So I think I would put it like that: Newcastle, Palace, Forest.
I think look, I remember. Was it yourselves, or was it? It might have been Wolves. Well, I think it was the Wolves game at home. We got beat off Wolves 1-0. They were great. They were really, really good. I think it's not what you're seeing is now. I mean, let's put it this way: if the trains were off from London to Manchester on a day where Old Trafford's at home, Man United's at home, the ground would be empty, because 90% of the fans not from Man, you know, they're all corporate fans, whereas 90% of 90, you know, yes, okay, Newcastle's going to have to move with the times. They're going to go to a new stadium, and a lot of the talk with the new stadium is going to be there's going to be a massive corporate area where they're going to be able to pay, you know, $2,500 for a ticket. Now, I'm not a big fan of it, but there's got to be a place for it, because if you're going to compete with the likes of Spurs with their stadium, I mean, I didn't even have any idea that. Did you know apparently underneath the Spurs stadium there's a massive go-kart track in it?
Yeah.
I mean, I had no idea about this. I only found out this a few weeks ago.
Let me just cover this Stephanie comment. I disagree. Your fans are both okay, but not all that. Self-praise is no recommendation. No, well, I mean, we're always going to be biased. Let's face it.
Also,
We're always going to be biased on what we have.
all I'm going to say is,
I
Steph,
mean,
one day
you're Man United fans. I don't hear nothing from you guys. So
all I'll say to Steph is wait until the Chinese and the Koreans and all that haven't got access to corporate tickets and see how full Old Trafford is against Ipswich at home. Because there'll be a few empty seats.
The thing is, to be honest, it's common sense because these teams like Manchester United and Arsenal have already been there and already done it. So they're
Correct.
obviously gonna just feel that they're entitled and feel that they deserve it anyway. So their fan base is not going to be as good as an Ipswich or a Sunderland coming up or whatever like that. You know, we're just on the cusp of like trying to make something. So our fans are going to be a hell of a lot louder than yours because we want to get there. You've already got there. So you're going to
hope and enthusiasm, isn't it?
The problem is you become entitled. So you need to be.
That's exactly it. That's why you never hear Man City, and that's why they don't fill the stadium anymore because they've been spoiled with success. A lot of them were probably Chelsea fans when they got their turn or take over before they were Man City fans. But that's a joke, by the way. I'm being a little bit bitter there or scratchy there. But when you've got teams like Forest that are now got some hope and they've got some, you know, they've really got some genuine hope. They've got something to look forward to. They've got something there to shout and scream about. Look at Wrexham. I mean, I don't know if you watched the Wrexham documentary and everything. It's a great thing that they do. You know, the owners aren't just coming in and spending money on the club. They're spending money in the community. They're supporting local businesses. A bit like what Jeremy Clarkson's doing and, you know, opening the pub, making local farmers money and everything. They're really investing in the local area. It's happening here as well. It's a little bit more behind the scenes with Newcastle, but it is happening. But when you've got teams like Man United and you've been used to winning trophy after trophy, even when you haven't had a great side, let's be honest, you know, they've won FA Cups, they've won Carabao Cups when they haven't been great. So then you just take it as a given, don't you? So therefore, when you do get beat for a little bit, you don't shout and scream because where's your hope? Where, you know, you've had your balloon's been popped, let's speak.
I think that's the worst thing you can do though, because you still should. If you're this big, amazing team like Man United, or you know, and they are because of what they've done and all that kind of stuff. If you're this big, amazing team, why stop? Why go to a ground and stop supporting your team? That's on you because the crowd needs to be the 11th man, 12th man. Sorry. You know,
it's win or lose, isn't it? Let's be honest. Hey, look, I don't know how many times in the last 2 years I remember I did a reaction to a game. I think it was the Fulham game, and I was not a happy chappy, mate. I was a little bit bitter. But it's emotion, isn't it? But there's nothing wrong with emotion.
No, there's no.
The next day you come back and you say, "Look, I was probably a little bit silly last night." I'd had a few.
And that's the difference. That's the difference. You come back and you go, look, I was probably wrong last night. It was like a proper, you know, it was just how I felt at the time. And I just blew up, you know, and that's the difference. Whereas a lot of people won't do that. A lot of people will just turn around and go and just carry on, you know. And I think that's the difference between me and a lot of people on YouTube. They do that shit and then they just continue with it. Whereas what you should do is go, I was a little bit out of order, you know, I've looked at it and think, yeah, we didn't play too bad, but you know, we lost and all that kind of stuff. And that's the difference. A lot of YouTubers don't do that. They still stick with what they said.
For me, we've got to remember, ultimately, it doesn't matter what a player's worth or how we look at a certain individual as a player. Football is 11 human beings against 11 human beings. And we all know that if 4 of them human beings on one side have a good day and 3 on the other team do, then the chances are that the 4 is going to beat them. It doesn't matter how good the other players are around them. With the likes of Haaland, for example, at Man City, it's been proven this season. If the players around him don't play fantastically, they suffer. Same with, back in the day when Man United had 10 top players, they brought an Eric Cantona in, and then all of a sudden, all the success happened. There were still bad days. I remember the days they were getting battered off you 6-3. No, it wasn't. It was Southampton, sorry. Letizia and all that. I remember on the radio coming back from my caravan at that time. I think I was about 8-year-old at the time, and people saying Sir Alex Ferguson should be sacked. It's disgrace how we can travel half the distance of the country's away fans and get beat 6-1, and they're blaming it on a great football strip. And it's like there are 11 human beings who are entitled to a bad day. We all have bad days at work. We all do.
We beat Man United when they had their amazing team 3-1 when we had Stan Collymore. He actually got in between Bruce and fucking Pallister and fucking lobbed fucking what's his name?
Schmeichel, yeah. I think that was straight after the Forest game, actually. I think it was. I think if that was the exact same period, I think. If I remember correctly.
Stephanie says worldwide fans arguments always thrown at United. We would fill our stadium easily with just fans from Manchester. It's red, not empty-ad. Yeah, but the thing is, it's not about filling your ground. It's about filling your ground with people that want to fucking make sure that they're 12th man.
Not have a day out.
Yeah, and not just, exactly. Not just have a day out and just get behind Man United and sing your fucking hearts out to the end. When I used to go to Forest matches, I was singing, I was starting chants, I was doing all that kind of stuff, and I had everybody going. And at times it went quiet, and then I'd start it up again and stuff like that. I mean, now it seems to be a lot different where everybody just wants to get behind it because obviously now we're in the Premier League. But the thing is, you can't rest on your laurels. Man United have done some great stuff in the past. We've done some great stuff in the past. You've done some great stuff in the past further in the future than what we
Stone Ages, yeah.
But there's too many fans that are they're just entitled.
Yeah, I've got a lot of thank United for me. When I was a kid, I'll never forget the first football match I ever watched from minute 1 to minute 90 when football was on normal TV, when it was ITV, BBC and Channel 4, that was it. It was Man United in the orange and yellow square strips, the one where it was splitting off. I used to watch them in Europe. I used to, support the English sides in Europe. It was back in the Champions League when you had 2 teams in it and from each country. I've got a lot of thank United folks. I was interested in football. That's how I learned my education of football, watching them. And then it was the Arsenals and then Liverpool. And obviously we had the period where we competed with Man United, but we weren't on the telly every other week playing Champions League. We're in the Europa League. You could barely get to watch it. There was no fire sticks. There was... So not that
I love United. I absolutely love United back in the day when it was like the 80s, 90s, the Beckham, the Scholes and Roy Keane. Fucking hell, I thought it was absolutely amazing. There's no disrespect in that one at all. I mean,
I still say the best goal scoring striker I've ever seen in the Premier League is Van Nistelrooy. And I used to watch Shearer most weeks. I used to think, honestly, as an out-and-out goal scorer in 6-yard box, I used to think Ruud van Nistelrooy was the most clinical I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I would. One of the favourites that I've seen is probably got to be Drogba for Chelsea. Some of the goals he scored,
I wouldn't call him a goal
it wasn't a 6-yard goal.
No.
It was like a fucking goal from miles away. And then you've got like Steve Gerrard, Ian Rush. Ian Rush was a great fucking...
Before my time, that, mate. Even though he played for... We were like Dad's Army. Then we had John Barnes, Stuart Pearce.
I thought you looked about... I thought you look about 55. So I thought you'd know like Ian Rush.
I've been to see that girl from Death Becomes Her. I've taken that portion now. So hopefully all that'll stop. But no, I was born 86. So really I started getting into football like 93, 94. you know, and I really started taking education off it, like late 90s, you know,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
watching the
yeah.
games, like studying it and realizing positions and stuff like that. You know,
Yeah, yeah.
it's brilliant when
Yeah.
you're a kid, though, isn't it? Where you can just watch your game and enjoy it and not watch
Oh,
the
it's
game.
amazing. And you get those sticker albums and Panini
Yeah.
sticker albums, and you fill them up and all this, that, and the other. I mean, obviously, with me being in Nottingham, the major badge was like the Forest badge. And I can remember like buying this pack, and I got 2 Forest badges in it. So I got like 500, and I'd already got a Forest badge anyway. So it's like I got 500 stickers for each of them. What's happened to those times?
What happened to the days at school when you're going, got,
Yeah, exactly.
need,
Yeah.
got. I'll
Yeah.
swap you this for this, and this. I'll never forget it was the season after
We played
Backwin.
Conkers. We played
Yeah.
Conkers. And, oh, mate.
And then the Pogs came
Fuck
around,
off,
everyone
mate.
was playing Pogs, and
Mm.
someone in the comments will know what I'm on about by Pogs, but no, I mean, them days of the
Yeah,
stickers.
I
The problem
remember
is with the
Pogs.
stickers now, I went to get them for the little one. I thought I'll get the main activity for the little one over the European Championships. We'll get the book, and we'll get a load of stickers, and we'll put them in the book. £1.20 a packet,
Fucking hell,
and you
man.
get 6 or 8 stickers. I was like, bollocks to that. No, it costs £500 just to fill off of it.
That is fucking ridiculous.
I mean,
What was it? What was it
kids to
back
get
in the
into things
day? It
when
was
it's
about
£1.20.
fucking, it was about £1, wasn't it? And you
I
got
think it was
like
20.
50
I think it was
stickers or
26
something.
pence when I was a kid.
Oh my days, that is just fucking
Which
ridiculous.
is showing my age, mate. Which is showing my age. But the end
Well,
of the day,
I'm obviously showing mine as well because
and it's the same
was,
nowadays. If you want to get kids into sport now, and I don't know about what it's like in your area, but in my area, we used to have green areas where we could go and play football. Don't get us wrong, there's still them areas. However, the ones where it would be free and you could just turn up and play, a majority of them are gone. It's all fields with a couple of posts, and the posts get nicked by the scrap man sometimes. What
oh
happens,
my
you know,
days.
nowadays, if you want to go and play 5-a-side, you've got to go to a sports centre, which costs
Yeah,
50
yeah,
quid.
yeah,
Costs you 50, 60
yeah,
quid.
yeah.
You can't be giving your pen like 12 quid just can't play 90
Fucking
minutes of football,
bullshit,
man.
mate.
Then they
I'm
need a
back in
drink,
the
then they
cell.
need a dinner. You're talking 20 odd quid. It's ridiculous. So, anybody else have that problem in the comments with kids? Even swimming, you're talking, not that I can swim, so that's, you think with these years I'd be able to paddle with them, but unfortunately not. But yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? I saw Andy Cole's first Premier League goal live on Newcastle 1-1 draw at, let's see, then it's 5 and, oh God, yeah, 5 and the 9-0 win at Ipswich. I also remember Andy Cole scoring 5 goals against Newcastle on his second appearance back at St James's, I think it was. Yeah, that was enjoyable. Not. Nearly as good as Michael Owen scoring a hat-trick against her for Liverpool when he rubbed his hands together. That was probably the worst game I've been to for wanting to jump out of my seat and kick somebody. Look, I was a huge fan of Paul Scholes, everybody. I'm sure, Steph, you're in that camp. But by Christ, he knew how to score against Newcastle. Every bloody game he'd score against Newcastle. Every single time. Even under the Bobby days when we were doing well, he would, particularly then actually, would score all the time against her. And then you've got people saying Adam Morton's £100 million footballer, and come on, let's be serious. He's not fit to lay Scholes' boots. Just saying, Steph's put a comment on about Andy Cole there, and I'm just getting that. Remember Scholes? He always used to score against her.
Yeah.
And there was an episode of I'm not sure if it's the overlap or the other one that they do with Jamie Carragher, where they've got the influencers like Rory and everything in there as well. And they were talking, and Jamie Carragher says, "Look, I'm a fan of Adam Morton, but if you're going to pay 100 million for him, you need your head examined." I mean, can you imagine what Scholes would be worth now if you're talking Adam Morton's worth 100 million quid?
Fucking hell. Yeah.
You'd need an extra zero on the end. I mean, Morton's a good player and he's capable.
He's a good player, but he's on
100 million quid.
He's on the upgrade now. He's not 100 million. He's not 100 million. he's on the upward scale, but he's not 100 million.
I mean, what
But
would
I
you pay
mean,
for him
what
if
we
you
was
had the
talking
opportunity?
about before with like the stickers and all that kind of stuff, I'm at a point now where I want to go downstairs and see Doctor Who's TARDIS come up in my backyard, so I can get in there and go back to those times. You know,
Oh yeah,
because
let's
the
bring
way
back the
things
90s
are
there.
now, I'm just tired. I'm tired of this shit now.
Bring back the
Wow.
90s, the days when you could walk past your neighbour and ask them if they wanted something from the shop and they wouldn't be.
Can you imagine that? Or you just walk up to someone and just talk about like football and they didn't go, oh, well, he's XG's this and he's XG's that and he's XG's that, you know. Fucking hell. I'd love that. I'd love that.
Especially if you watch my Football Manager campaign, my XG is not great on that, mate. I'll tell you that now. I've just downloaded it. I was on it last night for a couple of hours, and didn't matter what I did, it wasn't working. So I think I need to retire about talking about from football. If anyone ever seen my Football Manager campaign,
you do that on stream or because I've got like
just on the PlayStation, mate. I've sorted a room. If the little one wasn't in bed, I would show you. So what I've done is my daughter's moved out. So I put a sofa in, but which goes into a bed, and I'm going to use it as a study for YouTube. But I've ordered umpteen amount of Newcastle things, so I don't want like a back set like what you've got, a digital one. I want an authentic one. So I've getting but I also want it to be a little bit personal to me. So a couple of my personal achievements are going to be on the wall as well. Like for example, qualifying for the England pool team. My certificate for the England pool team is going to be on there. My pool trophies are going to. But I think it's just add a little bit of a personal touch. So if someone sees you on YouTube and thinks, "Okay, I can interact with," I get to know him rather than just his opinion, so to speak. Because, like I said to you a while ago, that is the plan. It is to start my own channel, and I don't want it just to be football. I'd like it to be a little bit boxing. I love me boxing. I'd like it to be about ultimate pool a little bit.
Yeah, do it about all different things. I mean, because my thing ain't just about Forest. I do gaming, I do movie reviews, I do all different things. And the one thing I would say to you, if you're gonna do that, don't worry about how many people you've got watching or anything like that. Just always keep bringing the show. Yeah, just always keep bringing the show.
Consistency.
People will come in or they won't. You know, I've never been about people subbing. You've noticed tonight. I don't turn around and go, oh, make sure you like and sub every 5 fucking minutes because I don't like doing.
But please like and sub if you can.
Yeah. But well, the thing is, to me, if you like it, then you like it. I see so many videos where I'll sit and watch a video and straight away they're telling me, oh, make sure you like and sub. I'm like, I ain't watched your fucking video yet. I don't even know if I like what I'm watching, so don't do that. I was fortunate to see Cloughie's greatest teams, the late 70s, still my favourite era. Superb teams, Forest, Liverpool, Arsenal, West Bromwich Albion, and Ipswich. Yeah, I mean, it was class. I mean, I wish I'd lived in that time.
And I don't know if you watch it. There's a football podcast show called Under the Cosh. And it quite regularly gets people that played under Cloughie or even coached with them.
I think I have actually. I think I saw. I think
the first thing I'll say is he wouldn't be able to be a manager now. He'd get locked up now within 2 hours. But that's what I love about him. I love the scene from Damned United where he goes, "Right now, you young man, you can get your medals and you can put them in the bin because you got them by cheating." I love that scene because it's
he did an amazing job.
He lost them at that point, but I just love the fact that he thought, do you know what it is? I'm the daddy here. And there's a scene from him, I think Forrest is just getting beat in the FA Cup quarter-final or whatever it was. And the guy's interviewing him and they say, so, Brian, what do you think about this? And he's speaking and the guy interrupts him like 3 seconds later and he goes, excuse me, young man, I was the one speaking. Do you know who I am? You just shut up. You're here to interview me. I'm
Exactly.
just thinking,
Yeah.
that's the kind of guy that I want to be managing my club. Back then, them
He
days.
was class. He was absolutely class.
And he's got this story
No
about
doubt
Stuart
about
Pearce. I
Mm.
don't know if you've heard this, where he
Yeah,
gets an
the one
iron
with
and he
the
pulls it out in the
iron.
dressing
Yeah,
room.
yeah,
He says to,
yeah.
right, well, my mate's iron's not fixed. So if you didn't fix that, you're not starting on Saturday, Mr. Big Time England player.
Mm.
Look, it brings you back down to earth. It makes you that you're not going to get any.
That's the ability he had. He had that ability to sort of bring you back to life. I kind of modelled myself on Cloughie.
Yes.
That's kind of the way I am. You know, it's just what I say is what I say, and that's that. He was just fucking amazing, absolutely amazing. I mean, I met him once. In a shopping centre, and
Right.
him and Pace was like doing stuff with the cars. You know, they was doing like a promotion with the cars, and I went over and spoke to him, and I tried to get Stuart Pearce's autograph, and Stuart Pearce walked away from me, and Guffey walked up to him and says, "Listen here, young man. If
Yeah.
someone asks for your autograph, you sign it. You don't
paying your
walk
wages."
away." And he made him sign this picture I had. It was a picture that was took in school. I don't know where it is now. I can't find it. But
And
yeah,
there's a little known, I don't know if you know about this, but there's a young lad from Sunderland who he more or less adopted.
what an amazing striker as well. Yeah, that's the one I watched, and he fucked it. He fucked him over. He robbed him,
He
didn't
did. Yeah. There's that one. There's Mark Crosley's been on, as Steph said. He does a
Oh, Mark Crosby's
brilliant impression of him, by
He's
the way.
brilliant. Yeah.
But I mean, even Roy Keane refers back. You'd probably hear Roy Keane refer back to him
yeah.
more than you
Yeah.
do to Alex.
100%. Yeah.
Not saying that he was a great manager or anything, but I just think he had a bigger influence on Roy at the time.
I think he was. I think he was a great manager than him.
I think he just had a bigger influence on Roy at that time. Yeah, the age he was at as well, and taught him. Don't get us wrong,
He had this ability to sort of like pull you in line by what he said, because I've always been a very like rebellious kind of person. But when I met him in that supermarket and he was talking to me, that's the first time I've just like stopped and listened instead of like had any back chat or anything like that. You know what I mean? He had this charisma about him that made you sort of like just stop and listen.
A presence.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
He had this kind of presence about him. Even did it with me, and not a lot of people do it with me.
No, I remember I was about 9-year-old, and I was at a shop in County Durham. We used to live at Euston and multiplied, but we still had family there. Cut a long story short, it's right next to where Bobby Robson lived. And this big black car pulled up the shop as I was walking out the shop, and an old woman got out, and she looked like she needed some help. So I gave her some help, and I let her out there in the shop. I later found out that was Bobby Robson's wife, Elsie.
Yeah.
And Bobby had said something to the local shopkeeper, like, "Who was that young lad?" And never got it, but it's just nice to know, like, it wasn't because if it'd been Bobby Robson, of course I would have still done the same thing. But it was a case that I did it for her, and I didn't have a clue that it was Bobby Robson. Just a shame he wasn't there to say, "Well done, young man," or "I'll give you a contract for 40 grand a week, mate."
He was a lovely guy. I mean, he was a tough guy. He was like proper straight down the line, but I think he was a decent bloke as well.
I think the problem Bobby had was he was in a position. I think that's why they brought Graham Souness in. They went from one extreme to the next extreme. They went from a manager that's going to try and mind trick you into getting the best out of you, i.e. manager skills, or a manager that you're going to be terrified of.
Yeah.
Souness was still a force to be reckoned with there physically. You wouldn't think twice about pinning up a player, and it just went from one extreme to the next. Ollie Bernard's got a pub in Blythe, and I remember he did a podcast with him at Newcastle Fans TV. And before we went on, he said this publicly, so I'm not giving any excuses away. He pinned Ollie Bernard at once. He grabbed him by the throat in training, and it had to be split up. He threatened to batter Kieran Dyer and Lee Boyer when he came in. He went, "I'm going to go and watch them on it, and if I've seen what I think I've seen, I'm going to batter the pair of yous."
Yeah.
So, and he just had heart surgery a few years earlier. So, I mean, and he was in
That's
the gym
back in the
constantly.
day when you actually could do things like that.
Why? I
And,
mean, managers back then would be
Stephanie
locked up
says
now. Locked up
John
now.
Robertson's still one of my favourite all-time players. Well, the thing is about John Robinson, that's where
Never
the
seen him.
unfortunate breakup came with Brian Clough and Peter Taylor. Because when Peter Taylor went to, I think it was Brighton or Derby, or was it Derby? I can't remember.
No, he went to Brighton, didn't he? Because that scene of him on his knees.
That's it, yeah. And he signed John Robertson, and he didn't tell Clough. And I think that's where the breakup happened. And I think that's one of Clough's biggest regrets, that they never actually sort of got together again. And
can you imagine Clough trying to manage up to a director of football?
No, he was
it's
never.
Just something you kind of see happening. I want to sign this player. Well, sorry, Mr. Clough.
Yeah.
We've got 5 other people that's got better XG stats. I don't care about. He wouldn't be having it, would he?
You know why he left.
He'd be resigning every week.
You know, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, Derby's our major rival. But if the situation didn't go the way it went, then Derby would have probably been the team that got the European Cups. Because basically, Clough started going on TV and made himself a personality. And the chairman of Derby didn't like that. Yeah. So that broke up their sort of thing. And that's why Clough was sacked by Derby. And then he ended up coming to us. That's how the story goes. That's where our whole sort of history goes, that we got Brian Clough.
And I agree with Steph in the comments, by the way. He was my favourite winger when I was a kid. So simple. That's what I used to be told.
Oh, he's brilliant.
When I played for the school team at 11-year-old, all I was told was, Andy, you're useless at football, but you're quick and you can kick a ball 20 yards. Get to the byline and cross the ball like Keith Gillespie.
Yeah.
Because I was used to, if someone pressed me, I used to just panic. And I was just told I was tiny and I was quick. And then as soon as I hit puberty at 14, 15, I was freaking useless. But yeah, I agree. Tino kind of he kind of just shook up the team a little bit, and it lost its shape. And we still had some bloody good players there. Peter Beardsley who could have come in. I don't know why we brought Tino Asprey in. That's Keegan Fee. I'm not. People might say he's the Messiah on Newcastle. He's not my Messiah because, as far as I'm concerned, he's a battler.
I don't know why it's took so long for Newcastle to win something, because if you look at like the teams that you've had, like Ginola and all these players, Asprilla and all that kind, the players that you've had, I'm surprised it's took that long to actually sort of win something. It's kind of weird if you
building from the back, isn't it? Getting a Botman, getting a Fabian Shaw, getting a Pope, Trippiers. You make sure that you're hard to beat, and then you make sure that you can score goals. I think that's what you do. You build from the back frontwards. You've got to get goals, and you've got to keep clean sheets. So they're the main areas for me in football.
Yeah, but you must have had so many disappointments in the years of not winning anything, because you must have been always on the verge of winning something. Like
even Charity Shields and getting beat 4-0 off Man United in the Charity Shield. And then we're beating them 5-0 3 months later in the league. Like I'd rather getting beaten in the league. It's only 3 points. Could have a Charity Shield. As much as it's the trophy no one gives a monkeys about.
Well, it's a nothing.
But the trophy.
It's a trophy.
Then you look back at the times even in Europe. Even under Pardew, Drogba. Sorry, it wasn't Drogba. It was Robson. when we got to the semi-final and Drogba battered win the two legs. We were unfortunate when I think it was Souness was manager. We got to the semi-final against Benfica or Sporting Lisbon. I think we're 4-1 up on aggregate in the first leg, but Dyer was out, Bellamy was out, Shearer was out, Boya was out, Woodgate was out. There was a load of players out, and then obviously Souness has a bust up with Laurent Robert on the bus on the way there, so he drops him, and we end up getting battered. We should have gotten to the final at that point, but there's been so many daft occasions where circumstances. You look at Pope getting sent off against Liverpool,
Yeah.
missing the final.
Yeah.
Just little things that you're just thinking, honestly. And then you go back to last season. We need Man City to beat Man United to have European football.
Mm.
How many people would have seen Man United beaten? Now, had that been Chelsea that needed Man United to win, I guarantee Man United would have lost.
Mm.
It's just coincidence that because it was us, Man United had to beat Man City.
It just shows that you had to do it for yourselves, which you did. You know, you didn't have to rely on anybody else. You had to do it for yourselves, and you did. And that is
You still got a little bit lucky, mind.
thing. Well, yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a little.
It was the Chelsea win, I think, for me that got worse. It was beating Chelsea.
I think he was a little bit lucky against us in the first round as well, to be honest.
Oh, sorry, I mean getting Europe.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Arsenal for me look, everyone's always going to say the important one's the final. But, I mean, no one... The one thing I take away from winning
the Champions League, you got fucked.
Of course, the handball was just a joke. Yeah.
That was bullshit.
Of course it was, yeah.
Bullshit.
Not that we were ever going to win it. We were never really going to threaten to win that, but we should have been given the opportunity in the knockout stage. Because at home, we can't beat anybody. We've proved time and time again.
You was absolutely fucking amazing in that Champions League.
The PSG game is the most emotional I've ever been watching a game of football. The atmosphere was unbelievable. Even on my telly, I mean, yes, I've got a nice soundbar and I turned it right up. God help my neighbours that night because it was fucking booming in my living room. And when Dan Burn at the back post made it 2-0, I was...
Well, you look at PSG now, and you beat them fucking 4-0.
4-1.
That is fucking unreal.
And we should have had a couple more as well.
I remember watching that game, and I saw that fucking decision. I was like, that is bullshit.
That was a 2-2. That was to make it 2-2 as well. We were 2-1 up at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look, it happens to every team. I'm sure, especially Wolves in the last 18 months would say they've had some horrendous decisions against them. I'm sure other teams would say it, but that cost us a lot of money. A lot of money, and it caused me a lot of heartache that game. But
yeah, I can imagine.
Shit, absolute happens to every team. You know, you always get that saying that it happens to all. It evens itself out.
It seems to happen more to the teams that are not the top fucking 6.
Strange that one, isn't it?
I mean, it's strange, isn't it? It's kind of weird.
It's like, can you remember the start that no team had been given a penalty at Old Trafford for 18 years?
Stephanie, great chatting to you both guys. Catch you both soon. Yeah, love Stephanie.
Can you remember I think it was last season there was a penalty given at Old Trafford, and it was the first penalty awarded to an away side at Old Trafford for something like 9, 10, 11 years or whatever it was. Like, how does that work out on average? How can one team go that long without having a penalty given against them at home?
Yeah.
I wonder.
Yeah. But
anyhow,
the big question is, right, well, I've got to ask you.
Yeah.
What about Sunderland being in the Premier League next season?
I'm all for it, mate. I'm not one of them that... The way I look at it is, it's hopefully an easy 6 points. And I love, and I mean love, Derby Day. I adore Derby Day.
Yeah, I do as well.
I absolutely adore Derby Day. Look, who would I rather be going to if I was an away fan? Where would I rather be going? Would I rather go away to Plymouth or would I rather go away to Sunderland?
God, yeah, Sunderland, 100%.
So it's. I mean, I can't remember who they beat in the final. Who was it? They beat the Coventry in the final. Where would I rather go? You know, if I had to choose, of course, I'm going to have Derby Day. As long as we beat them and we finish above them, I don't care. They can finish 10th for all I care. As long as we finish up, you know, we have a good season. And I've got Derby Day because it's nice to see local teams up north, and it'll only help us in the long run if there's more success. Look at Northwestern London. You've got Liverpool, Man U, Man United,
Mm.
you know, Everton
You
in the
hate
Northwest.
Sunderland.
Then you've got the likes of Burnley and Blackburn who are in the Northwest as well, who add to that area for good footballers.
Mm.
Then
Do
you've
you
got
hate
London where the
Sunderland?
players want to go. If there's another team in the Northeast that can make the sport a little bit more popular, then I'm all for it.
Do you hate Sunderland?
Yeah, I don't particularly like them very much, but I mean, I'm not going to lose any sleep on it. Look, if we get beat up,
yeah, but those kind of games, I know we love the derbies, but those kind of games can actually impact your season as well. You know, because when it comes to a derby game, it's like either way in it. Doesn't matter whether they've just come up or whatever. It always goes like either way.
I'd rather take the enjoyment I get from the 2 days of season than I would the effect that because if they affect our season, that's because of the team, not me. I love Derby. I don't know about you, mate, but I've always said I think it's the most fiercely fought derby in England's football, not British Isles. I think Celtic and Rangers is probably a little bit more
Well,
fiercely fought.
it's one of the biggest ones that's got history.
Yeah, and of course it has. But I'd rather have it than not have it. But I'm gonna have to go because I've got to get the band to school in the morning, mate. All right.
No worries, bro.
Take care, everyone, and
Good to have you on.
Yeti, thank you very much for having us on. It's been nice to see. I do try and catch up with you. I try and log on. I'd comment sometimes, but then I have to get off. But take care of yourself, everybody. Steph, thank you very much for the interaction. Take care, mate.
Come on more often. We'll do the
mate, if you drop us
Friday.
a message on Instagram when you're going live and you want somebody, I'll help out when I can, mate. Okay.
I normally just drop it in the chat, so you know. If
you've got me Insta. All you've got to do is look if you're going to do a subject that you think I might be able to add something to. Not a problem. If I can do it, I will.
Do like the real deal on Friday, which is just like any fans or anything or whatever, and it goes into all different things. So
yeah, drop us it
on the Friday. Then yeah,
cool, mate. All right.
No worries.
Catch you in a bit, mate.
Yeah, catch you later, bro.
All the best, mate. Take care of yourself.
Yeah, take care, bro.
Shut kick the suit, mate, because I'm not
Right, okay. So, yeah, this has been the real deal. We've had loads of conversations and all that kind of stuff. And, yeah, it's been awesome. Been an awesome stream, as always, in the cave. And, yeah, so all that's left to say is keep it real, keep it yay. And, yeah. I don't know how to end this. How do you end? Oh, no. Yeah, I've just found the button. Right, we'll first do this and do a cheer. Yay! And, yeah, keep it real, keep it yay. And, tatty fucking bye, guys. Tatty fucking bye.